that they're on the right. Lovely shot and get right with the aim.
Challenging towards connector. Sick shot from Kenny, and again.
The opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing the no step. 4 quick headshots and the ace. That's beautifully done. That is sick.
Coming in. Fallen actually gets seized as well. One. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well. Oh! Stop blowing my mind! They don't have a smoke for this overstill. Oh! Fast play. Very fast play. There it is. Oh my God. He do certainly has to be convinced. It might be the absolutely perfect round.
Nice shot at Firm. Hit the ground and Taco low in HP. Easy to pick up again. Next 7.
It's all on shots. He picks up one in overtime. He's looking for the shot. Shot's gonna pick up one more. Triple for him. Oh, yes, the quad kill. Are you kidding me, Shoxy?
That's going to volley off. This gives away the indication, though. They should know he's here. They do with the knife. GW. He goes through.
In the same place there. Simple just jumping. Actually into the side. He's going to fall down the Garrett. What is it?
Snacks. Does find one. As he dances back and forth between the box. What a shot. What in God's name is that from Stairs?
Caravan drops him and Fallen. He turns back on. Takes a second as well. And the third. That's going to be the great go there. Oh, what are you doing?
These opening smokes are going through. They are putting one down at the very start of this round, but it's Config just greeting the edge. Oh, switches up! Config!
They're going to move in, and once again, very quickly, tries before they're going to shut down time after time again. Automatic!
The left side. First shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right.
Lovely shot and get right with the aim.
Challenging towards connector. Sick shot from Kenny, and again.
The opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing the no step. 4 quick headshots and the ace. That's beautifully done. That is sick.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's back. The ESL CSGO Pro League has reached its 5th season. I'm your host for now, Alex Machine Richardson, and things are about to get exciting. That's right, a whole new season, and now your Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are going to be a whole lot more exciting. I don't know what you do on Tuesdays. It may be football practice, it may be matchmaking, whatever it is, it's going to be not quite as good as this damn Pro League. It's all here and now on YouTube as well, so thanks for joining us here, and now thanks for joining us on the desk. I've already introduced myself, now to introduce 2 beautiful humans. First up, of course, a man no stranger to going down under. It's Chad Birchall.
G'day.
Hey man, good to have you with us.
You could have prepped me on that one, but that's a...
Why would I warn you about that one? God, that doesn't happen. How are you doing? You have got an entire notebook of notes in front of you. You've been doing your homework for the Pro League.
Yeah, you know, I want to be prepared. I want to do a good job.
Looks good.
And there's lots to talk about.
And your handwriting isn't awful.
Yeah, when I was doing it for this, I thought I might actually need to read it later, so...
yeah, that's a problem. Lauren, you've got pretty handwriting as well. Lauren Pansy-Scott is joining us in the studio.
The handwriting's there, but it's a much smaller book. Much smaller
it's
book.
Very petite.
Yes.
Do you pop it in your top pocket of your jacket?
Back pocket. back pocket.
But you sit on your notes.
Yeah, but pen's in the front.
Okay. Well, we're all organised and ready for this Pro League. And of course, so are the teams. That's right. We wouldn't be able to do the Pro League without the world's best Counter-Strike teams. And here they stand, both in the Americas and the European region. First, though, in the North American region, we have a beautiful bunch of 14. Some changes, some chop and change indeed. Keep your eyes on those names, those orgs. And now, Chad, when you were doing your research, when you were taking a look at who's present, we remember Cloud9 lifting the trophy last season. But who's going to be popping out of that page for you?
Renegades, of course. You know, the
course.
There's Misfits, the New Dogs. They topped ESCAP season 23, and that's why they got their spot. Then we have New Dogs of Rush, and the other new team who played through relegation was Luminosity, and then Selfless had to do a playoff against Splice, I believe it was, to get Echo Fox's spot, who had to drop out. They didn't have a roster.
Yeah, and seeing Selfless back in it as well. I mean, these were teams you're expecting to see crop up, Lauren?
Yeah, and for me, SK with Phelps as well. Want to see how this one goes down now. Bit of a chop and change. They already looked good at the previous major, of course, and now you get to see the full five, see what they can bring.
And what we're going to be bringing you here from ESL's Cologne studio is the European region. Here, the 14 stand, and good God, is it not stacked. There have been some new faces, but there's certainly some old ones in as well. The likes of Team Kingwin and LDLC managing to claw their way into the European top 14 here for the ESL Pro League. Chad, I mean, LDLC picking up that spot, seeing another French team making their way into the fold.
Yeah, they're not really the scariest French team in the lineup now that we have the new G2, though. You know, they're the talking point, I think, and so are a few of these other teams. Fnatic with the roster change back to the Dennis, JW, Flusher, Olaf, and Crim's lineup, which was so successful. We've also got, you know, a very strong-looking Astralis lineup.
I mean, yeah, major champions going to try and hit the ground running. Especially, even today, Lauren, we get to see some of Astralis. These guys impressed at E-League. They have to maintain it in the regular season. Are they kind of the ones to watch for you?
Of course, rematch of the quarterfinals today. Always going to be great to see. A little bit of a different level, let's put it that way to say the least. But always good to see. Got to point out, though, having a quick chat with Dupree earlier, they haven't actually had that much time to practice this. Well, they have, but Device hasn't been feeling so good, so they're just warming back into it. So again, I don't know what we're going to be seeing coming into this season from them.
Yeah, I mean, the French shuffle and the Swedish shuffle is going to be so damn exciting. We get to see it all unfold on this very broadcast. Now, we have had a lot of fun prior to this one. I know you guys are about to start having your fun, but prior to this, we were approached to try and complete our fantasy rosters. This is awesome. This is something ESL are doing over on their website. You can see the rules now in front of you. It's very simple. We had a little quick look to see how we were going to pick our 5. You get given a budget and pick your players according to that, how you expect to perform on that week, changing on a week-by-week basis. Now, you get 1 point for a kill. You can see the rest of it in front of you. And so we're looking for fraggers.
Yeah, an important point with those rules that Lauren missed was you want to get players who are going to play multiple games in a week who you think are going to do well, because you can get more points that way, right? I think Lauren missed that.
Oh dear, is Lauren's team a little...
Look, I put more time into my name of my team.
Oh, here they are. Okay, so this is our personal league. You can play along at home as well. Yeah. But you can see up in front of you. I can't read him too
London
well.
Mint.
Thank you very much.
Sydney Underground.
Team Cartman.
No, Quantum.
No,
that's
Quantum.
that's our product manager. The product manager of the Pro League is in.
Like it. Alex, there's yours.
Yeah.
What was yours again?
That is none other than Electronic Cyber...
Sports e-gamers.
Sports e-gamers, yeah.
Nice.
Can't read the preview, man. That's really good.
They missed out mine there, which is upsetting.
Yeah,
and I feel as though they might have meant that.
And Matt.
They didn't show yours?
No, not sure.
Oh, no.
But basically,
it was a great team.
you can
Whose is that one? Okay, Sydney Underground. This is yours, Chad.
That's Chad.
Walk me through it, buddy. Walk me through it.
All right, so SK, NIP, Renegades, and Astralis are all playing multiple games. I got Elise in there because he was a good price, and I think he's going to slam Misfits. So
yeah, I was going to say playing Misfits. Did you look at their opponents as well? Was that one of your influences?
Yeah, that's important. I think the NA region, there's a higher disparity between top teams and the lower of the barrel. So if you can pick some good matchups, you can get some good points there. Be a little bit cheeky about that.
Okay, so our product manager has gone for Hiko, Tarek, Forest, Shox, and Body.
Ooh.
Tarek pick. Interesting. Who?
There's Alex's.
Oh, this is me, the Electronic Cyber Sports e-gamers.
Oh, Rain's a nice pickup.
So Rain, right? He's going to be dogging on Kingwin. Device, he's going to be walking all over Na'Vi like he did. But you just said he's not feeling well. Didn't get that inside info when I was building my team.
He's probably better now. It's fine.
Ugh, Shox, though, of course, because it's the new G2. They're hype.
There's the team.
Oh,
there's
there you are. The female gamers.
I went for a little bit of an out-there pick on Twanu. I want to see how he does.
You said he's flashy.
I've seen him play flashy, so I want to see if this guy gets it going. But it does mean that I also got Nico and Cold Zero as the combo. So that was the big heavy hitters.
And you guys can play along as well at home. I have the URL in front of me, but doesn't roll quite off the tongue. You'll be able to find it, I'm sure, in YouTube chat. But it is over at fantasy.eslgaming.com/leagues, and then I think you'll find it from there. But if not, the actual league is 39682. That's our league. Check it out.
I don't think they can join our league.
They can see it. They can check out our picks for themselves.
Sorry, that's my bad.
But this is what's coming up today. We promised some Astralis, and we get Astralis, Navi, and Overpass is the first map. Anyone that saw the major will know why this is important, Lauren.
Yeah, it's a huge map. You saw not only Device being insanely good on it, but also Kiebi as well. Both of those went absolutely huge. Guardian fell off that map, which was a huge disparity to what you normally expect from Na'Vi, but then again, echoed throughout the rest of the major. But still, yeah, Nuke as well, huge for me, just seeing these two play head-to-head. They've never played this map, going back as far as their inceptions. Yeah. Neither have faced on this one.
Astralis actually banned this map in their veto phase in the quarterfinal of the major, which was surprising. You know, I thought they would have liked to let it through, but it seemed like it was a surprise factor for Na'Vi.
I mean, we got to see their Nuke versus Fnatic, right? And it wasn't awful. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it, of course, when we do dive into that second match. You saw the secondary stream as well. You get to see Ninjas in pajamas back at it. Maybe Inferno's popped up. We don't know. No, that's the second
week.
Second week. Stop getting excited,
We're all
Alex.
excited for it to come back.
I just want to see Inferno.
Excited.
That's something to talk about, though. Yeah. Inferno back in the map pool for our second season. And someone else who's back for our 5th season now of the Pro League is none other than Mitch or Uber. He had some time to go ahead and break down how the lay of the land has been looking in the break between Season 4 and Season 5. Let's check in with Mitch.
And you're going to be seeing a couple of different things happening here at the ESL Pro League. And probably the biggest change is that we've now moved over to YouTube. Yes, youtube.com/ESLCS as well will be streaming from and keeping all our content. But if you're here right now, you probably already figured that out, so good job. Be sure to check this channel out, though, often for updates of our top plays, pro tips, and match highlights as we do move through the season. Also, be sure to get involved with our polls on both Facebook and Twitter. We're going to have them up pretty much every match day, and the first one's pretty darn simple. Our first match of the day, who is going to be the victor, Astralis or Na'Vi? You can submit your vote on facebook.com/ESLCS or at Twitter @ESLCS. And each week, as I did previously mention, we'll be bringing you a recap of our top plays from the Pro League from both the EU and the NA regions. Also, at the end of the month, we're going to be having a viewers vote so you can tell us who you thought the best plays of the month were. And for those of you who missed all the action of the ESL Pro League Season 4, we're going to throw it back and take a look at the season that was.
I think he'll be ready for Skadoodle here. He has the angle with the AWP, the Molotov forcing anyone away from swinging wide. Grabs the second kill. Great, and a third one. Skadoodle, what a recovery and a hold. All 4 kills for Skadoodle.
Slow down, and here he is again. He's to hit the second. You better believe he will. Now a third. Twist is going to take the fight, and he hits it as well. Kenny is just raining down terror. 2 more to find, and they're cowering in drop room, fearing what he could do with his Zoom banger. Finds a little bit of a respite for a moment. This could be a full ace. Kenny is going absolutely nuts.
Plants getting guns away. You're going to make the investment into this isn't around. Win Nico, though.
Smoke will plume in front of them now, and Christian is able to peek through the windows, but there's Nico again. Gets himself the second kill. There could be something here for Mousepulse, and the third through the wall. Nicely done for the man now. The bomb's ticking away. There's no choice. Shefan has to stand and deliver, and Nico shuts him down.
He may have gotten away with it, but unfortunately for him, not to P. It's to Pre next in line. Does find Glaive still behind that E-box, but they're pushing too quickly for him to find a secondary angle. Good dink up from Xyp9x, and that might buy them time, because Kerrigan, he's going for the flank. There's an AK down. He's smart not to go for it immediately, because he picks up a second kill. Snappy finds one in return, but he's isolated. Can he find it? Down to the one-on-one, and Kerrigan's timing is everything.
Here come the bodies as well. Guardian just put one down. Can he find a second? You better believe he can. Not another. Surely! Guardian, stop it! Guardian shuts down 4, and the dream is real as he melts all 5.
And at the conclusion of Season 4, our top teams headed off to the finals. And in Europe, despite finishing at top during the group stage, Fnatic dropped out of the tournament, leaving NIP at the head of the peloton going into the groups. And over in North America, it was Cloud9 who led the pack. But let's have a look and see how those finals turned out.
For the first time, ESL Pro League hit South America to bring the biggest esports event the continent has ever seen to the mega city of Sao Paulo. As both SK and Immortals qualified for the tournament, it was a question of honor for the home teams to impress the crowd and, if possible, win the title. However, after a weak group stage, Immortals got kicked out of the competition quickly, and all hope rested on SK's shoulders, led by their in-game leader, Gabriel Fallen Toledo. The crowd was fired up for a Brazilian team winning the title on Brazilian soil.
I think it's natural to really want to win, and there is a little bit of more pressure, but we try to handle it the best we can.
But in the grand final, another American team showed up. After losing to SK in the group stage, Cloud9 battled their way through the playoffs, defeating Optic and Mouse Sports for their chance to take revenge on the Brazilian superstars. The first map became a close affair, and Cloud9 pushed SK to overtime, but in the end, Fallen Squad was victorious. However, the pressure Cloud9 put on SK seemed to be too much. On the next two maps, the Brazilians got overrun, and Cloud9 won their first ever Pro League title.
And that was the ESL Pro League Season 4 finals. Now it's time to look ahead towards Season 5, and we'll waste no time in getting into our first match of the season. It's going to be Na'Vi going up against Astralis, the latter who've recently made changes to their lineup. Shortly after the ESL Pro League Season 4, heroic member Glaive transitioned into the already top-performing Danish squad as their new in-game leader. And interesting in terms of this particular matchup we have today, Na'Vi player C said a very positive opinion about this particular transfer. If you read the tweet, he basically said that Astralis had everything they needed to take the major, and their last hurdle would be the mental game, and that would be all they needed to accomplish to get their first title. Interestingly enough, Astralis proved them right, toppling Na'Vi in the quarterfinals at E-League to take their very first major championship.
Yes, indeed, that was Mitch there, and also talking and ending on talking about Astralis, their performance at the major. I've got, Sponge and Pansy joining me to just touch on that. We can't linger too much. It's definitely been covered plenty in the past. But, I mean, the most recent CSGO we saw was Astralis lifting the trophy at the E-League major over in Atlanta.
Yeah, and for me, it starts very early on here. Their group stage wasn't perfect. They dropped 2 games to Godsent and SK, but the recovery was phenomenal. It set them up perfectly throughout the rest of the game, and Na'Vi had the complete opposite. Perfect group stage, and then, as said, quarterfinals.
And with Na'Vi's performance in the group stage as well, I saw a lot of people, don't know whether you yourself included, saying that there was perhaps an element of overhype surrounding Na'Vi after those group stages, given who they were beating and given the style of CS we saw, Chad. What were you thinking?
Going into the event, I had Na'Vi as my team to win it. But, I don't know if they were overhyped. They showed a really good caliber of Counter-Strike. They didn't have to play the hardest opponents, but they still got across the line and did what they needed to do. I think they were scared, And in this matchup that they had, it was a tough one straight off the bat. But Astralis, since they got since they've changed, they've got Glaive as the in-game leader and stuff. They have a new belief in him, as opposed to Carrigan. I think they had so many losses as a team. The team had kind of given up on him and didn't believe in his calls. And now with Glaive, they're behind him. And especially in this quarterfinal matchup,
What versus Na'Vi? I mean, we get that rematch today, but we did get to see it over in the major. Was there anything that you particularly wanted to highlight from that game between these two titans of Counter-Strike?
Yeah, well, it's Overpass again. That's the first map we have today. And that was a match that I think Astralis did such a great job of controlling the pace on their T side. We have a clip here, and basically this is quite late in the first half. Astralis have managed to make Na'Vi stack the A bomb site here. They've got 2 players over towards long. They've got one over in that toilet section. This Molotov here by Zipnix is super important. This has been done almost every round, and it stops the Na'Vi players from being able to take that sewer control early. It makes it look like it's just a default, but Astralis with this change of pace and going over towards the B bomb site and just doing a full execute basically off the bat, have forced Na'Vi, to just play scared and take a risk, which it doesn't pay off for them here. So what we're about to see is Astralis do their B execute while Na'Vi are still waiting for the normal default to play out. They're scared. They don't want to take any risks. They don't want to push areas. The execute comes in. There's only 2 players for Na'Vi left on that B bomb site. They just get overwhelmed by all 5 members of Astralis and take the round with ease.
They're very pigeonholed as well. You saw those players just getting completely locked out of that one.
Yeah, so basically in the course of that game, they had forced Na'Vi to be really scared of A. They had lost a lot of rounds over towards long, done a lot of fast stuff towards long, and I want to see if they do the similar thing tonight with controlling the pace. It's a mental game now for Na'Vi. How are they going to catch up and play against that?
It's going to be beautiful to watch. And even in that round, you can see it. Glaive still smoking out towards Fountain, still trying to show presence towards A.
Exactly.
It's beautifully done as a whole team. I love watching stuff like that. It really does characterize how hard they worked leading up towards that major, and they finally had, I guess, the confidence in themselves to pull it all the way through and go to the finals and, not infamously choke as highlighted.
Yes, they made it to the grand final. That felt like an achievement for themselves. Literally, you spoke to Dupree, and he was like, we were surprised we even got to the grand final. That felt like a victory in itself, and they did manage to break that curse and do so rather gloriously over in Atlanta. Now, their opponents are on the screen as well, Na'Vi. We got to see them fall short at the Major and now got a whole lot to prove here in the 5th season of the Pro League. So much on the line. $1 million for this season alone.
So for me, coming into especially Overpass, I want to be looking at Simple and Guardian. Those two got completely locked out of Overpass. They were literally lowest kills, and they became this kind of deadly duo previously. Leading up to the Major, everyone's going, Overpass is a big map for them. They double AWP over towards Toilets. It was kind of risky, but everyone goes, oh, it's those two, they can pull it off. Device shut them down massively, and so did Kiebi as well. So again, I want to see if they're confident enough to just go back to it. If there's any echoes in the back of their minds that maybe fall back towards being a little bit scared of going towards their confident style of play.
I think scared is the key word. Over that whole series we saw on LAN, it was a scared Na'Vi. They didn't look themselves. They didn't want to take risks. They got shut out from the get-go, and they never recovered from that. The online environment, they're going to play with a bit more vigor. You know, they're going to be confident. They're not going to get worried about things as they did in the stage environment. So now I'm expecting a more confident Na'Vi, and I think we're going to see the things that they had prepped for the Major that didn't come out. You know, that was the first time they really got to play against a top-tier team at the Major, and they just looked scared across all 3 of the maps that they played.
I mean, it's true. When you look at just because I want to come back to it, I quickly got them up in front of me. The teams that they did play before that quarterfinal, like to get to that spot, it was, and I want to make sure I have it right. Yeah, so Mouse, Envy, and SK. SK with a stand-in, Envy about to make a roster change, and Mouse Sports looking poo.
Yeah, barring the SK
that's a
one.
good way to put it.
To me, it was Cobblestone that was a massive map for them. And coming in towards that quarterfinal, though, the instant ban that we saw coming out from Astralis was Cobble. Whether it was purely because they saw any of the group stage or cared about it, but no matter what, that was the first ban that they put out there, and you respect it. They were good there. That's when Flamey and Simple were obscene. We saw them going absolutely off on that sort of map. So again, nice work from Astralis coming in, taking away the one thing we saw them looking really strong on. Dust 2 against SK looked good as well. Like, as I said, Na'Vi in the groups were absolutely nuts, but they just never seemed to be able to pull that through in towards the quarters.
Yeah. You said that we lost Guardian and Simple. I think it's safe to say, are we still expecting them to be the big deliverers for Na'Vi? Now we're back into the online environment, back home, back settled, and looking to do some damage again, or do you still want to talk about Mr. Flamedogger?
I really like Flamey.
You're a bit of a sucker for him, aren't you?
He's a good player. I really like the way his style and stuff. But for me, it is those 2 players. It wasn't the fact that I don't think Simple fell off in that quarterfinal as much as some of the other players on the team. But now Starix in this online environment can have more of a say. You know, he's not restricted. He can talk freely at all times. So that takes a bit of weight off C's shoulders as well. He's going to be able to be more free-flowing, and that's going to be a good thing for Na'Vi. They need to fix their mental game, I think. And Zeus, I don't know how he did it. I think maybe he was a bit more brutish about it. But it seems now there's no clear or strong leader in the team. There's obviously leaders and stuff, and Starix would be well respected, and he's probably dictating a lot of the stuff they do. But there's no authority figure, the way I look at it anyway, no scary person.
There's no Zeus character.
Yeah, so they need to...
Zeus.
They need to work on their mentality. Not necessarily... You don't need that figure. You just need to all be understanding of each other, which is hard in everyday society.
Yeah, and talking to Edward in Atlanta, he only had positive words to say about Zeus's transition. He's just so happy to see him and Gambit succeed. It does seem like both parties, again, becoming a bit of a recurring trend in CSGO currently, both parties have benefited from a roster change.
Carrigan and Astralis.
Exactly. Cajun and Astralis, they keep coming.
It's nuts.
It has. We'll see what happens with the French shuffle. Maybe people can. There'll be no bad blood there. I don't think it's quite in the same category.
Well, not everybody's going to benefit from that.
No. Okay. Moving swiftly on, though. You've heard what we have to say, but we have the opportunity to hear what you have to say as well. Now, we've been sending out a poll. You heard Mitch talk about it earlier. We'll see if you guys have been getting in contact. And okay, 55 to 45. If I tried to poke odds out of you, I'm seeing nods. Does that sound about right to you guys, Lauren? You're putting funny faces, was it?
Because it's just the situation, right? It's like, I don't know how Astralis is going to play in this one, because I know that they haven't been able to practice as much as they probably want to just yet. They're just coming back in. But I have no idea what Na'Vi's been up to since the Major.
They did the Katowice qualifier over the weekend.
Yeah, there was that.
They're going to be looking... I'm going with Na'Vi.
You are?
Yeah, I'd do 60-40 Na'Vi.
Now, I know that in other games there is this recurring trend of if you win a major event, you fall off for a bit. I don't know how much it applies to CS, but it's like you feel like a sudden sigh of relief when you're like, we're major champions. And then getting back, mouse and keyboard in hand and practicing doesn't seem to be a top priority. I know they took a break. You said yourself, Lauren.
Not a break as such, just because Device was ill. It's more like we might as well just, not just run back into it. There's no point. We ease back in carefully. But I don't know. I think that majors are different to like internationals, for example. You look at other games, sure, teams literally do win that and then just vanish.
Sure.
I don't think it's the case in CS because Valve doesn't love us as much, but you know, it just doesn't equal out to me. I think that for me, I want to see longevity from this Astralis lineup, and I think they're the same as well. They want to be able to pull themselves through to a consistent level.
So, I mean, Chad's going for Na'Vi, Lauren. Who would you expect to take this one? This is Overpass first map. We saw Astralis beat them at the major on this map, 16-7. What's your call?
I think the sensible thing is Na'Vi.
For the map, okay.
Yeah, but I will go for Astralis because I just feel the need to.
All right, we've got a split desk. We'll go ahead and see what the casters have to say. Maybe they will be at a similar fate. It's none other than the infamous, the beautiful, the gluttonous Henry G and Sadakist.
Gluttonous is only one of my 7 deadly sins, Alex. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Henry G, and we started off Season 5 Pro League. It's hard to believe we're that far into it already.
Yeah.
And what a match to start it with. This could have been, if the bracket had aligned differently, very easily a grand final of the last major, not a quarterfinal.
Absolutely, I agree. And what a map to kick it off as well. We saw this in the quarterfinal, Overpass. It was actually Astralis got 12 rounds on their terrorist side. That's quite unheard of on this sort of map. So that's kind of exciting going into this one. As I can see, I think Na'Vi are actually starting on the T side this time, so maybe a little bit more rebalanced. We'll see what happens there. But Matthew, I kind of believe in CSGO, when you win a major, it's quite a common trend. When winning the major, you drop off after that. The one that stands out the most, probably NIP to me, after like they won that major, they kind of disappeared after that, right?
I think the Luminosity win for Columbus, not SK, had the same effect. They went to Malmo a week later, and they were knocked out in groups by Tyloo.
Sure.
I think it's a big sigh of relief, and I think you kind of fall into a bit of a not complacency, but you relax. It's a large objective you finally accomplished, and I think that everyone kind of just lets their minds slip for a week or two. I don't think Astralis is going to go into a slump per se.
But they have been doing like a lot of PR stuff, traveling the country and not necessarily concentrating on the game. Obviously, it's a massive achievement, but this is straight back into it now against top-tier opposition, and it is going to be the first game here, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi versus Astralis here on Overpass. We did see the quarterfinal in the major, and it was Astralis running away with this one in the first half. We'll see what happens here as we go into round number 1. Doesn't look like we're doing a knife round, Matt. We're not going to get too excited.
I don't get excited over knife rounds, Henry. That's mostly you.
It's true. Well, then, we have got 4 sets of armor from Astralis, and not going to be going straight towards B. It's quite a common trend on the terrorist pistol here. And Overpass has got 4 sets of armor, 1 smoke, a flashbang, and a decoy as well in the hands of Glaive, of course, the in-game leader. And look at this aggressive hold from the CT, so going towards that connector area, and the frags start opening up. Flamey picking up 2.
Picked up from Flamey to fall back as well with 2 kills, take the lead on the CT side. The one thing they did about this is getting aggressive with all the pistols on A. They've left B completely open, which, yes, they've got a man advantage, but they have to play a retake game, which means they have to be efficient about their timing. Otherwise, if they isolate themselves, especially Guardian on 17 HP, it's a 3-on-3 retake with only 1 kit. So it's not done and dusted just yet for Na'Vi as they look to rotate back. Thankfully, Guardian has slowed up, but seized. Pick from the windows, taking a bit of damage. And Dupree, there it is. He takes down Flamey, and he's free to peek elsewhere. Doesn't know there's a second player on the flank, though, but no one pursuing inside of the site. He can pick his battles right now, and as a result, Guardian goes down. The strategy looked great from Na'Vi with the start and the aggressive play, but a good call from Astralis back to the B site, and they leave it open.
It's pretty much exactly what Chad pointed out in that little demonstration he had of the strategy from the major. They show a lot of aggression towards A. Obviously, it's a map that has opens itself to rotation, so that connector area you can get to the B bomb site quickly, but if Astralis notices that aggression's coming in and seen heavy numbers towards A, they're going to capitalize. They make their way towards B. Flamey finds a couple of kills, but like you said, bomb goes down, the terrorists can recalibrate themselves. Nice post-plant situation going on there, and they pick up a much-needed pistol there. We are going to see a force buy here from Na'Vi on the second round. Flamey, he got a few more kills. He gets a UMP and body armor. They're going to be sending 4 players towards the B side of the map as well, so another heavy investment here from the CTs. Of course, so Astralis will be holding up in a full default. Don't need to rush in these rounds, don't need to give anything away. See if you can get some sort of tell as to what's going on. Try and bait out some grenades potentially here. You can see the CTs with 2 HEs in their hands right now. They're going to be trying to save those for the execution, but at this point, when they haven't seen anything of 4 players towards B, they might want to start sniffing some information momentarily.
And it's KRB that's going to wait inside of water, construction position with that UMP, so he's going to get lots of information based on sound. Good play from Device, finds Simple down below. See if he gets away with one before KRB does re-peek. That puts Glaive in his position, but unfortunately, 4 versus 2 as they walk in, it's still going to be all Astralis, and yeah, found one of the 2 players in that position. So again, they try and stack up Na'Vi, but the rotation around from the lower position at tunnels gets caught. That's a lovely shot. He does get 2. That'll cost some reinvestment. And that Zipix, unfortunately, I was going to say, I thought he was going the wrong way to get the gun, but he actually already had one of the AKs, so no matter what, they've got to reinvest. There's 2 AKs, I believe, that were down toward Monster.
Yeah, an interesting line for Navi. It's going to dent them going forward. They did fully invest. I believe Guardians kept his money a bit stronger, so they will have the AWP in that first gun round. But Edward, like you said, doing some damage to the economy, some nice work at the 5-7 there to finish things off. Can't pick up the round. It was another investment from the CTs towards that B bomb site. Did sort of pay off, I guess. Comes down to the 2 versus 1 in the end, but this will be one of those redundant rounds we normally talk about. Nothing invested by the CTs whatsoever. Just default pistols, no grenades, and they're trying to get this round over as quickly as possible. The objective for Astralis, allow these SMG players on your screen right now to farm up as much cash as they possibly can. Every kill of these weapons worth $600, so you want to be sending them in first. Dupree, he doesn't even want to use that. He'll use the Glock instead and finds 2 there, and it should be a very simple procedure. Want to keep 5 players alive, of course. Sees and Edward remain.
KRB, watch the rotation of the pistol. Sees hits 1, can't find the second headshot immediately after. No bomb plants in the last 2, but first off, doesn't matter. They do it on kills. The one thing we do have to mention still, unfortunately, Device did get some SMG money that time around, is the reinvestment that they had to force themselves into. So immediately Device is going to drop over an AK.
Yeah.
And that'll build KRB back into this by getting utility, but no op to go against Guardian.
Yeah, these rounds are always a little bit funny, though. The first gun round after the CT's force by the second, you know you can be a little bit more cavalier of your strategy. You know there's potentially no head armor there. They're going to be lacking grenades, so the CTs have to go aggressive. You can go for a straight-up rush if you wanted to, and you can see the CTs are working a little bit harder for this first frag. It's going to go against them, though. Simple, caught a no man's land there. He goes down to the hands of that SMG, but Edward does return the frag. 4 and 4 still favors a terrorist at this point. The problem for the CTs now is, look at their utility. They have 2 smokes remaining, no incendiaries, and no kits. Guardian of glass cannon as well. He needs to step up with his AWP, and just as I say that, he finds a kill on towards Glaive.
Lovely shot. This Guardian backs off as well. So that's what they need. He's probably the best at finding opening picks of all operators still, in my opinion. He knows how to get aggressive and then fall back, but no one covering off toward the sandbags position as Guardian was in transition. It's a massive gap because they get an entry kill. Nice response. Spot the foot top right of the scope, excuse me. It still finds another one onto Kierby. On the apex of the jump, Zipix tries to rotate back around, and there you go. No op to go against Guardian. Not only does he find the first kill, makes a bit of a mistake in transition, just poor timing, and then makes up for it by finding 3 more.
You see what I mean? As soon as that first player went down, Guardian knew he had to step up. We've seen him do some devastating performances on that B-bomb site, and he delivers once again. Guardian with 4 kills with the AWP, no armor as well. So good in those situations. You're absolutely right. Great opening up the map. He's pretty much the most versatile AWP we have. He's up there with Kenny S, of course. I don't think he's number 1 right now. He certainly was at one point, and he's starting to return to form as we go into 2017. Big round for Navi there. Difficult round for them overall, but it's Guardian once again. He's got in the zone now as we're pushing towards short. Trying to find another opening kill here by himself as well. That's audacious play, but looks comfortable for now.
And Zipex is looking for a shot in toward Monster before smoke finally lands, so not the default smoke all the way from spawn. Big round. First gun is won by the team that lost the pistol. Means money's tied on both sides, as always, as Guardian again gets aggressive, but falls back this time without a kill. Dupree's tagged down to 41. So really damage could favor Navi. If you want to look for some sort of silver lining, Molotov will go inside of the front bathroom, smoke off inside and in front. Small gap. Device is going to check to make sure the boost is not in effect.
Indeed. Well, at the moment, Astralis playing some classic Counter-Strike. Overpass lends itself to defaults and trying to gain map control. Main objectives normally going towards long A, but for the moment you can see there's a lot of presence there from Navi. It's going to be Edward, Seized, and Simple patrolling that area, looking to trade a frag, then rotate. And they could find some action here as well. Kiabi's by himself towards long. Glaive is in towards that bathroom area, but they'll be flashing over. They can't really afford to have this many players on this side of the map without too much information being gathered. So that's why they flashed over there, and it's going to leave Edward in position as he pushes towards long. It looked like it will be another B execution, and probably one very similar to what we saw from Chad earlier on in the analysis section.
Comes. Guardian's ready. We saw it in a highlight clip that he's played that position to success that time. Glaive, headshot on entry, follows that up with Zipix taking down Seized as they smoke off one side of the jungle. It's only a small gap by which they can peek. Jump through, nice reaction by Simple, but gets aggressive to go for the AK, and it leaves Edward alone to try and flank from a rotation, and he's going to go construction side. Now, Device may go down at this because he's not going to be ready. Now, that gives it up. Shoulder shown, they all know he's there. Attention drawn, Molotov to buy the AWP more space, and as a result, Edward's gone.
That was a big round. You pointed it out. Navi had to really work hard to win that first gun round, but Losing this one means pretty much no money into the next one. Thank you for bringing out the scoreboard. You can see that's illustrated perfectly right now. They don't even have $1,400 going into that next round. Guardian with some residual cash. He's got 2K. The problem is he's the AWP player. 1,400 on top of that. It's enough to buy an M4 to go with Edward, but I wouldn't say it's worth any sort of force around this. Just try and save this M4, make some damage to the economy, but that might not happen. Edward's taking a lot of damage there. Kiabi finds him, so that storyline is done and dusted. It will be 3 players surviving for Astralis, and another eco now for Navi. 4-1 on the terrorist side of this map. A great start for Astralis, well recovered. Back towards that B side they go. A lot of gambles being made by Navi on this map so far, Matt. 3 players towards long once again. They don't find anything for it. Towards B they go. Astralis, once again, that full execution comes in. Get that first frag, and it's so difficult to reset that site once the bomb goes down. So very good job from them. Another redundant round, and I use that word when I say there's nothing really invested in the round. It's almost impossible for Navi to pick up this one up unless someone goes godlike, or they start killing each other. That helps as well.
That's one way. Yeah, that'll work. That'll do. Yeah. Device takes down his teammate after Guardian tagged him up through the edge of the wall into Monster. Guardian back on the pistol is going to try and take that to his advantage and get one more kill out of this because I call it a 2 for him, if that's the way it goes. dupreeh, though, he's going to take Guardian out of the equation. So Kirby sits on the sidelines, punished by his team, and then Device makes up for it by catching off Simple to follow it up. It's just Edward and Seized, and fate no greater. Seized is in an interesting position, but I think they heard the tick from the Molotov, and Device sprays him down with the Tech 9.
Interesting enough, simply
Simply
forced into that round. So you can see right now on your screen, he's got 2,200. They could have bought into this. It would have been a rough buy, so they probably had the mentality going for the double eco anyway, but he didn't necessarily have to do that. He'll be fine for the next round regardless. It's not too much of a huge deal. Just another almost free round for Astralis here. There is some upgraded pistols this time, and there's going to be some body armor as well for Guardian, Flamey, and Seized. They're going to be a 3rd stage loss bonus next round, so they're okay. Guardian's money currently sits at $4,100, so just going to see what they can try and do. You can see Kiabi reading the economy quite nicely here. Keeps his Mac 10, and he'll be trying to be throwing himself into bomb sites first here and trying to find his first frags. Another gamble from Navi here. 5 men towards the B side of the map, hoping for that execution to come in once again. But as I mentioned before, when you know you're up against an eco and you've ascertained they've only got pistols, you don't want to be going all in. You want to be working a full default, work a pick, wait for the reaction, and then you make your play as a team. You don't just want to be walking into bomb sites blind. It's very unlikely a full stack at the start of the round should work out for you.
Flamey, meanwhile, CZ75 is going to try and work with Seized in position. 10 for Kirby as he works with Glaive to try and push back. A nice shot, dupreeh. We didn't see it. I think that was on the jump.
He always hits that shot. I didn't catch it,
it's
but
ridiculous.
He gets everything. I don't know. That's why I've always said in these casts, why do people make that jump? I think it may have been a boost considering it's a B stack, but still, he nails that shot every single time.
Well, either way, it's still pretty sick as he starts it off. But I was going to say, they've cleared out lower hallways, and they can start to work either side of the map. If we look in the top left corner, our simplified radar, we've got Device inside of A as well. So this is going to clear out a lot of information and back Astralis go. There's no need walking into 3 players. He can get a forward stance on this rotation as well.
Be careful though. Yes, it's great information, but you can see that the AWP on his back, that goes down and they don't recover it. That could be a problem. He gets in a great position. He should be fine. But now it starts to get a little bit interesting. We have got an AK picked up there. I say an AK. Caesar just a Mac 10, so that's not a huge deal. Kiabi is showing his hand towards B. At this point, it's not even worth the TD saving the Mac 10. They'll try and do something with it, and we'll see what happens as we go into a little bit of an interesting situation. 4 versus 3.
Device has pulled out the AWP though, and he's in the position, the best position to watch all rotations. He's getting ever closer, just has to hit the shot, keep the AWP up. The rest have left the bomb site and actually are quite a far way away, so did have to hit that shot on Seized with reasonable grace. There was no kit in his planet for bathrooms, so I doubt he would have gone that far. But Glaive is hunting for the rest, and they get the Mac 10 back. That's some significance that it doesn't pick up any additional frag money for the Navi side, as they're going to try and build up their economy to get back into this game. Good read as well, as Zipix finds Flamey, and no guns survive. No armor, no pistols, no anything. Whatever they had, it's gone.
Indeed. Well, they had a lot of money going into this round. The first, I would say, real gun round here. No SMGs, both teams fully equipped. You can see the CTs right now, they have the AWP, they're going to have defuse kits. Incendiaries are so important on this map. Simple, he's feeling the burn a little bit more, Matt. I kind of pointed out before, you can see how he's been affected going into this next gun round. It's a big one. He's only got a single flashbang and no kit. Overpass is very utility dependent, especially against a full execution. You need the smoke to lock the terrorists out, the incendiaries to slow them down. He doesn't have that. He's a very, very good player indeed, but he can be overwhelmed with that lack of grenades. As we go into round number 8 now, it will be Guardian, of course, on the AWP towards the bathrooms area this time. More of a traditional round from Navi, no gambles being made initially. Oh, Device, though, he's so dangerous on this map, and you've got to be very brave to jump towards a flower bed like that. Edward gets away with his life for now, but he has been spotted.
Astralis with device on the op. Oh, gets flashed. Worst possible time. Dinked as well. They know he's there. He's gone. AWP down. Guardian finds Kirby. Again, that AWP in his hands, finding early kills. And for the second time in 3 gun rounds, remember, there's only been 2 thus far. It's Na'Vi looking sharp as they try and find an equalizer. Astralis will get Xyp9x to get Flamey, but Simple's immediately after him. The bomb is dropped out toward Long. dupreeh doing battle where he can, has to reload, get around the corner before Guardian elects to chase him down, but smarter than that, he stays disciplined. Good shot. If he had picked up both kills, that on which Guardian needed 42 HP, this could be an open situation as he smokes off toward bomb and gets back.
It's certainly possible now. It's going to be the 3 versus 2, but a nice position from CZ. Good reaction. He knew he was up against it, had to lock down one side of the map for his teammates. He pushes off towards shore, and that pretty much secures it. Taking down Xyp9x there, 3 versus 1. Yes, dupreeh has the bomb, and now time is working against him. He's got 25 seconds, no grenades, has to hit some incredible headshots here. It's up to Na'Vi to give this one away. Have a crossfire. Edward doesn't even need to commit to this. Spot him, deny the plant, and just make sure there's a lot of pressure applied to dupreeh. Don't give him too many opportunities here.
dupreeh, here's the shot rattling from the bathrooms. He wants to just try and get a plant down at that point in time so they can build up their economy. They are around in the good here, so they'll be able to buy this one, potentially the next, even with a bomb plant and lost round bonus.
Yeah, you can still see, though, losing 2 players there for Na'Vi. That's not, it's a good round overall, but they need to start having more of those, keeping multiple players alive. 6-2 right now. You can see the investments made. If they lose this round, it's another 1,400 coming into the accounts next round, so they need to win this one to start really sinking their teeth into this first half. Astralis still on a commanding position. It's going to be 5 AKs this time. We know they've got a lot of execution potential in this map. They're making their way to a short this time. A swift job of it as well as dupreeh leads the charge as we Flamey, though, aggressive towards Long. That's perfectly done. He gets the first kill, and he wants a little bit more here. I'd say pull back at that stage. Goes down to 22 HP and gets punished. I think as soon as you get 1 kill as a CT side, get out of there, especially if you're by yourself. Sure, multiple frags are always great, but as soon as they equalize a situation like this, now it's actually the advantage towards Astralis.
So dupreeh behind the bags has at least got somewhat closer onto the B site, can get a lot of information, but look at this push up from Simple. Missed shot, he's got to capitalize, and he hits Glaive as well. This could actually work out from really awkward to really good, because the missed shot on device, if Kirby, Glaive could have been there to punish him without any kills, it would have been a problem, but he gets 2. Does go down. The nade from the grave to get device, who he did massive damage onto to start it off by catching him in turn with the nade out. Is it enough to sway this round? Oh, yes, it certainly is, because look at behind the barrels. Seized is there. He'll catch dupreeh, who was waiting for a false information to walk into B.
Well, there it is. Another aggressive round there for Na'Vi. Kicks off from Flamey, pushing them onto tunnel. Beautifully done. Like I said, maybe overstayed his welcome a little bit there. Comes down to this 3 versus 1. It's Kiabi, though, one of the stars of the major, which Astralis recently picked up. Has got the bomb, makes his way towards the B site. Molotov as well. He gets one of these kills if possible, but Edward takes him down. Another clean round there from Na'Vi. Got a little bit scary there. Simple, uncharacteristic shots there towards Long. Misses that first kill, but ends up getting 2. Like you said, the grenade saves him as he manages to find 2 frags at the start there, and that should force Astralis down to an eco. But as I said, though, it's still enough for a buy, but Glaive has been affected. He's only got the Tech 9. There are 4 AKs out. You can see they're starting to be grinded down now as we go into round number 10. Guardian back on the orb, of course, and looks like Na'Vi into the swing of things now. They should be able to pick up this round on paper right now, considering Glaive just has the pistol.
Simple waiting for chance of rotation from the lower tunnel. Seized is going to be there as well. They're going to have to converge perfectly onto dupreeh. Find it, but there's device to find the answer. Where does Edward find his kill? Because he's got 2 in the round now as Xyp9x will go down. And just like that, it's, oh, Kirby gone. I was going to say a 4 versus 2. It's a 4 versus nothing, because they come in and completely swarm Astralis, looking a little more poised than what they were at the quarterfinal, the major, by getting aggressive and in the right position this time.
Yeah, perfectly done. Just
it seems like a reaction as well to not give as much ground on A. They're getting a lot more aggressive on A.
Yeah, like a stranglehold almost every choke point there towards the map. You can see Connector. They can hear the footsteps coming in. Find those first 2 kills. Are pushing off towards Long as well at the same time. Edward backstabbing there. And finally, they've broken the Astralis economy. It will just be pistols this time. Desert Eagles, P250s, a smoke and a flashbang. And at this point, Na'Vi, once again, keep all 5 players alive. You know the money's going to be low. You don't need to be as aggressive this time. And this dupreeh on his screen right now, we talk about him being the absolute master. I'd say the best player in the world at that shot in particular. It seems he hits it every single time. So Na'Vi now, they can probably work out it's going to be an eco at this stage. Hold back. No one needs to be aggressive. Sit at the bomb sites. Crossfires enabled and just deny the bomb. That's all they really have to do. They don't have to hunt for information at all there.
Xyp9x. Trying to get an opening shot with the pistol. Does it all himself despite dupreeh's best efforts on a deagle, and we know he's a threat on the weapon. Closer still to Flamey. makes his way toward jungle by catching off one on the M4, and Edward arrives in the window. Good time to save his teammate. He'll find his third in the round, and I believe fifth in the last 2 rounds combined, so he takes the lead at 10 kills. Just to give you an idea, it's dupreeh overall on 11, but it's only Glaive remaining in this particular round. So if Edward finds the next, he could tie that up. And he may do as Flamey gets damage in. Edward's just behind him. There's a chance he could get that last 6 HP off of him as the flash looks to go over, and Glaive wants to do as much possible damage as he can. It's not even over. It's popped in, and bullet's not going to land. Yeah, it's done either way. Watch behind him. He's got a flank because Simple's arriving.
Could do something here. Unfortunately not. Simple. Just ready for that one. He will be picking up round number 5 in Na'Vi. So it was a rough start for them, but they've certainly got back into it now, and the money's still not a decent situation. No AWP device available, I believe. So it will be 5 AKs once again. Na'Vi now with a few rounds in a row, make it 4 to be exact. A loss bonus starting to accumulate for the Danes at this stage. Round number 12. This is certainly a CD-sided map still, so Na'Vi looking to get a few more rounds on the board at this point. Guardian, his money actually starting to get to a real decent place. He's actually on $11,000, so lots of AWPs in the bank ready for him. Aggressive once again towards Connector, and he's going to have some opposition. Nails the shot, but can't find the kill.
Lag instead. Reverse damage down onto Edwards, reasonable at 19, but the AK can't prevail, and as such, they go down a man. Flamey's tagged on to 60, though, so there's a bit of a chance here that Astralis, if they can find the right positioning in the right time, able to pick up the kills required, but they've gone far back on the map with very little control to try and regroup in this situation. Minute and 24 to play with, but a full relocation of a dynamic defense, and that seems to be what Na'Vi are looking for throughout the course of this match. Guardian's position. It seemed like the world's slowest reactions, but then it was dead on as Device gets taken down.
This is great for Na'Vi right now, changing their positions and their mentality almost every single round. Astralis having a real rough time working out what's being presented to them each time. Another 5-on-3. I would say at this point, Simple may be a little bit overextended, but at this point, it doesn't even matter. Kiabi's not even going to check it. Down he goes. It works out perfectly for him. He finds his second frag as well. Lovely stuff from Simple there. The point I'm trying to make there, obviously when you have those first 2 frags, he doesn't need to be in that sort of position, but it's done to perfection at that point. The bomb goes down, and now it's just poor old Zipex in a 5 versus 1. So Na'Vi really have turned things up in the last few rounds. 5 in a row now.
Shot from Zipex, but he leaves himself very open and exposed at the top of the doorway. Exposing himself near bathrooms. Henry G, you know all about that. Simple gets him. 6-6. Na'Vi, decent response on the CT side.
Did you have any Na'Vi players in your fantasy team this week?
No, but Sadokist Sexy Samurais is by far the best fantasy team in that 8. In fact, I'm willing to say that I will win.
You're willing to say you'll win? You're putting a lot on the line there.
I'm willing to say that I will win.
Okay, then,
I
fair
will
enough.
bet your house on it.
Okay, fair enough. I'll bet your car.
Damn it. I take it back. I'm not sure I'll win.
Well, once
I did
again.
pick Speedy and some guy named No One, who I don't even know who it is. Simple's going to take down Device.
It's another eco. Well, it's a partial buy, I guess, at this point from Astralis. They've got some money in the bank. Maximum stage loss bonus should be a simple procedure for the CT. First 3 frags now coming in for Na'Vi, and it's going to be Zipex and Kiabi up against it now. There has been some damage inflicted, but that's about it. No real reason for Simple to keep committing, but as I always say that, he seems to be the sort of player that always goes against the rulebook and manages to find kills when he shouldn't. So it could be Zipex trying to get the bomb down here, but unfortunately for him, that's on the other side of the map. Takes a kill down with him. 4-on-1, I should say, but Zipex trying to do a little bit more damage there, but Flamey finishing things off. And for the first time now, Na'Vi do take the lead, 7-6. Lots of money left. It's going to be round number 14. That's almost redundant at this point. We do have a device AWP, which, to be fair, has been lacking. He's only seen it a couple of times there. Hasn't exactly been lighting up the scoreboard. Picks it up again as we get to the latter stages of the first half here. And like we said, Na'Vi have been so good at being dynamic at this stage. They're changing their positions up every single time. And Astralis looking like they're a little bit out of their depth. We haven't seen that kind of pinpoint execution from them yet. Running a lot of defaults there and losing the first couple of frags almost every single time.
With that said, I completely agree with losing the first couple of frags every single time. They're going to try and change up ever so slightly by getting a boost on top of Slide. It's not the typical tree boost that you see, but they'll give up.
So they've been sort of shown so much aggression towards Long, but it's setting up for him, waiting for it to come in. That's going to be fine. They'll go for a long sort of retake at this point. You can see them kind of setting up. Maybe a flashbang will go over, allow Device to face that area as the flash. Glaive won't be committing just yet. They're seeing what the reaction's going to be. And you can see there are 3 CDs towards Long once again. So let's see how this works out for Na'Vi in particular.
Start to work down inside of the lower underpass position. dupreeh's already covered it off from ladder, so that checkbox is clicked, removed from the Google Keep position by which everyone should share their to-do lists, because that's covered off, but they don't have Edward cleared at the long position. They didn't even consider it as he gets aggressive, and here's them coming. Guardian will take down Device. Kierby gets back to Edward, but Kierby is so low. The pistol through the smoke. should be enough, as he shows himself just before the flash, and certainly is. Nice shot by Simple as well. And it's all on to Dupree, tagged as well on 46 and a 1 versus 3 bomb in bathrooms. He wins the battle right now, the duel against Guardian. He's got a chance to grab that bomb, but the rotations are going to be behind him any second. And Guardian doesn't need help. How dare I suggest he may?
Ever since that first real gun round, as I dubbed it, began, Na'Vi have been in control of this game. It was a great start from Astralis, like winning the pistol there and then shutting down that first gun round victory from Na'Vi. They were in control of the money at that point, but as soon as we got the grenades and the confidence going and Guardian at that big round with the AWP, you kind of started to believe that this could actually work for Na'Vi. They're looking very strong right now, changing things up. A double AWP setup to chuck it in at the end as well. It's Simple, of course. We've been waiting for that double AWP setup to really arrive. It hasn't really sung true to what we were kind of expecting. When it first was announced, we thought this could be the deadliest double AWP setup in the world. Hasn't really delivered, but so far, Guardian stepping up. He finds another kill there on towards Glaive, and this has been the story throughout this first half. Na'Vi get the first couple of kills. They've done it once again, and there's no response from Astralis.
Free. To get shots through smoke is going to give himself away with tracers and allow Flamey instead to find the damage. Covers him off as Zipix will go for the bomb. It's down inside a construction position, but he's going to grab that anyway and put himself into the cubby. Hold for information. Little bounce nade wouldn't do much damage from above, but enough perhaps to be significant as they want to try and clear out the sandbags. Molotov drop. That's clever. That's a nice boost. Doesn't even need to take the shot. Would have been quite sexy if he did, but instead they'll catch the rotation back toward the A site as Guardian with the AWP wants to try and get information knowing they're coming that direction, so jumps up, spots device, and down he goes. I will say that much to the discussion had before our fantasy teams, I did drop Zipix to go for device. Thanks, Chad.
I didn't go anywhere near this game because I knew you can't really tell. Then it's two Titans like this, it's going to be so close, and you never really know who's going to perform. That's why tomorrow I'll do my little fantasy section. I'll kind of tell you how my spreadsheets work. I know I've got a spreadsheet, you know? You were impressed by it earlier.
Yeah, no, I didn't think you were a very organized person, but you made a spreadsheet because I used to kill you at this all the time.
Exactly. I thought I'm not losing again. I'm actually going to do a proper job. Yeah, these are the kind of games you want to avoid. It's just really difficult to work out. But there it is, 9-6. Na'Vi come back from an early defeat there, I'd say. Astralis look they're running away with it, but come back valiantly and look very strong towards the end.
We'll take a quick break. Astralis not looking like they did at the major on this map. We'll see if they can recover in the second half. Na'Vi show off some form, some dynamic play on the CT side, something we didn't see from them just 2 weeks ago when it may have mattered most. But what it does mean is quite clearly that Astralis needs to recover from a 9-6 deficit on the second half.
Yeah, Astralis started off really well there. We thought, okay, more of a similar storyline. Astralis being a much stronger team, more dynamic overall. But you mentioned it, the CT's changing their game plan almost every single round. And Astralis, we didn't see those executions from them. It didn't seem to look comfortable at all. Very rare to see Device actually not do much. An overpass with the AWP. Can't really remember a significant round from him at all on that terrorist side there. So big rounds from Na'Vi overall. Started off slowly after losing the pistol there and getting shut down in that first gun round. But overall, Still anyone's game, 9-6. It's never really indicative as to who's going to run away with it. But towards the end there, I would say Navi looked much better overall. This is the inaugural game of the Pro League Season 5. And what a way to kick things off, Matt. Astralis versus Navi. It doesn't get much bigger than that, does it?
No, that's one of the best matchups I think you could put on paper right now of any.
Yeah.
Especially when you rule out that a lot of the great matchups include SK, who obviously in the North American division. So this is about as good as it gets, as you say, as we get ready as well to start things off in halftime number 2. Just taking some time for the players to ready themselves up. Obviously, as we said, it's Astralis that has to go over to the CT side and I think really get an op out on device and shut them down early.
One thing I will say, Chad mentioned it on the analysis desk as well, when you're an online play, the coach can have a lot more input into the team. Starix, of course, he has been stifled somewhat since the new ruling from Valve comes in for the coaches. They're only talking freeze times, well, not even freeze time, pause time, and that's 4 times 30 seconds, right? And if you can see right now, with Starix having more involvement, they look a lot stronger as a unit, and C's is not having so much pressure on his shoulders. That's something that was a massive talking point once that ruling came in. They just lost Zeus. C's had to be almost made to be the in-game leader at that point. They're relying on Starix heavily at that stage. And you can see when they have Starix at the helm of things, it looks a lot cleaner. So, I don't know. Glade, for me, hasn't really arrived or really done anything too interesting on our T side here yet. But they win the pistol here. It's 9-9. And like we said, anyone's game still. And we will just be warming up slightly still as we go into the second half. And we have got Nuke coming up next, Matt, as well, which is another interesting map. Astralis really did play that map very well at the Major. I think they beat Fnatic 16-5 in it. So that's going to be another interesting one. It seems like that map's teams are starting to get comfortable with it as we go forward. It's always been a tricky one, especially when they've been kind of I guess it's balanced the right word, when they kind of like redesigned and kind of readdressed by Valve, and it comes back and it always takes a little bit of time for the teams to adapt it and actually start playing it. But now we've got to that really exciting point where there's a few teams getting really good at it. Teams that come to mind like Virtus Pro, Astralis, NIP, starting to really adapt it. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. I actually love casting Nuke at the moment.
Yeah, I think Nuke's, it's definitely, I think I like casting any map that's in its development phase.
It's true.
I think if that's a way to put it. I think it's always fun to watch teams establish a meta, break things down, make mistakes that are costly, and then learn from it. And I think we're going to get that a bit from the new Inferno as well. I think it'll be a little more traditional, but it'll be somewhat close.
That's my favorite map of all time. But here it is. The second half, it will be Navi now. On the T side, I've looked at their buy. Something a little bit more tactical, perhaps. 3 sets of armor, 2 smokes in the hands of Season Simple. Normally towards the B side, as I said before. That's the most favorite place to go. Even if you don't win the round, you're almost guaranteed to get the bomb down there. We'll see where they decide to go. As Device, he'll be the only player towards A at the moment. Aggressive towards the fountain. Shows some presence there. But will be falling back, like I said, by himself. Can't really afford to go down here as we go into this one. It is going to be Tech 9 for Flamey as well. That's a Superman buy. He's got the body armor, and his teammates dropped him a Tech 9 as well. So watch out for him being thrown into the bomb sites first. He'll be trying to get that entry kill. Means he's a bit more of a tank as he goes into the site, and obviously the Tech 9 needs no introduction, Matt. Very, very powerful pistol indeed.
Try and work up as well, like you say, with that Tech 9 to work with. Simple electing to be the utility player. That's interesting. Normally we see him trying to be the showy, aggressive star player, if you will. Highlight clip machine.
Yeah, that's fair.
But he's going to play the team game with Seized, of course, as well, who's leading right now is Flamey, as you mentioned, also on the raid boss. This is going to slow it down slightly. Dupree, meanwhile, gets a little bit impatient, perhaps, knowing that, okay, where are they? This is a pistol round. Why are they not arriving yet? And as he pushes up, Xyp9x is there to try and get a trade frag, but not quite in position yet is Na'Vi to push through the squeaky door, as they do. Astralis has made the right call to back away, hearing the door open up. It's going to be Flamey trying to walk in as well. They search both sides of the site, but only one side occupied, and occupied with kills right now for Astralis as they get in toward the construction pit. It's going to be pulled back as Edward does get one, and now Flamey's... Raid boss can go to work. Doesn't quite land it as he goes for the reload. Device gambling to go for the wide peak on it, because now it's down to a 1 versus 2, and he was exposed and susceptible of falling before the first kill came back in for Astralis. And what matter in the end is he backs away, stays alive, and Glaive takes Edward out.
Pretty standard pistol run there from Na'Vi. Like I said, a small default at the start. Didn't really show any presence towards A or middle, in fact. They were just holding up for the aggression from the CTs. Standard smokes, one towards the CT entrance, one towards Heaven as well. Going together with a flashbang. Didn't really amount to too much until it got to the point where they lost a couple of frags. And then all of a sudden, 3 come in for Na'Vi, but still not really a winnable situation there. And interesting enough, Na'Vi, they have been good at this recently, been conservative with their cash. Normally a lot of teams will force buy into that second round, especially if they don't get the bomb down here. It's actually a full eco. They could be planning some sort of surprise here. It's quite rare to see this. Maybe go for some Tech 9s and body armor next round. We'll see what they decide to do. But it's going to be Glocks for now, 1 flashbang, and it will be Device to get the first frag. Hungry for a bit more here as well as he finds his second. Is of course the AWP, and he finds 3. So this is great stuff from him. Looking for the ace so far, and anyone who's got Device in their team at the moment, this is a big round for him. 4 kills so far, trying to hunt for the ace. kind of like this kind of fantasy kind of feature we have this time. It means you're a little bit more invested into certain players
I
and
want the
teams.
ace. Let's go Device. You're on my team. Don't mess me up.
He's not on my team. So if you've got him, you'll just cashed a lot of points there.
Oh, I'm going to cash out a lot more points than you do anyway, Henry. That goes without saying. Your spreadsheet can't stop my genius. As simple in the 1 versus 5 is found by Kirby. Damn you, Kirby. Device nearly got it as he snapped to the right, but it's 4 kills nonetheless. Logitech replay showing exactly how fancy it was. I love that X-ray's off. Look how close some of these shots are. First one, easy to spot. Guardian smoke still dissolving. Spots up Edward. As soon as he arrives, pretty straightforward on that one.
Okay then, so Matt, no bomb going down in the pistol and nothing purchased in the second round whatsoever. It means they can get AKs, head armor in this round. I don't think the CTs will be expecting this at all. You can see them going aggressive here. They could actually run into these AKs. If the CTs stand back a little bit here, Edward runs through the fire there. Look at this first frag and should be able to pick it up. Gets a bit hairy though.
That's peculiar in a lot of ways, because not only should he be able to pick it up, Xyp9x had a chance to peek him for free and didn't elect to do so. dupreeh didn't pick up the kill. It would have been an opportunity lost. They heard the ticks on those Molotovs. They totally repositioned. As soon as the ticks came in, Xyp9x was getting ready with nades to fly out toward Monster. And that's going to be an early kill down. Now, the question is, they'll see the gun coming out from his body, but are they aware for the others to have purchased up in this situation as well, as Simple will grab an AK-47. Potentially try and take advantage of the situation. Bomb slowly going back toward T-stairs, as well as Simple baits out a bit more utility from the CT side. Time, obviously a factor in that sense, because we're still just crossing the 1 minute mark. And they're down to just 2 smokes and a Molotov left on the CTs.
Well, then 5 on 4 for now. We do have a smoke for Na'Vi available, but 2 players towards A, 2 towards B. I assume they'll try and show the hand towards that B bomb site, try and pull a CT player across, and you can see they actually be walking to the A side. Flamey nailing a shot there, finds the first shot towards the A side, and Simple doing a lot of work towards B as well. The CTs have no idea as to where this will actually finish up. You can see them kind of scrambling around, trying to get some intel here. Glaive just with that SMG shut down by the UMP in return. 3 on 2, all of a sudden, it shifts in favor of Na'Vi.
Smoke down, Xyp9x backs away. Seized will be the one to place the bomb in the process, and advantage massively swaying in the favor of Na'Vi as Device will get in position with Zip. No boost going up just yet, but Guardian's prepared for it. He knows that, all right, you're both coming from the same position. You've got a retake against 3. Very likely they go for that position. Interesting that this kill registers on Device, and Xyp9x tries to get a response to get it into a one-on-one almost the second it happens, but can't do anything to take down Simple, and the early buy pays off for Na'Vi.
Yeah, literally nothing Xyp9x can really do that. The SMG, the UMP in particular, not really effective at that sort of range. He's very good in close range combat, but Simple knows he's low HP, knows exactly where he is as well. He's got the advantage, he's got the aim to challenge that, takes him down. Xyp9x couldn't really do much about it. That's a really interesting approach for Na'Vi, buying up in that 3rd round instead of the 4th, which is traditional. Like we said, we normally see teams force up in the 2nd round, but I think that's going to shift soon. People are starting to realize how powerful the UMP is in general, and you're going to see a lot of interesting buys like this going forward in 2017. CSGO's in a really interesting place in that regard, but still money available for the CTs. Edward aggressive, of course, gets taken down. Xyp9x finds 2 frags, but equal for now.
Equal indeed, but Zip's got a problem in that he has to get a reload in somehow, and he knows they're getting closer. Wow. Never mind the reload over to the USP. May get more than that damage done on a seized. But it's down to the 1 versus 2 as Xyp9x gets 4 kills before perishing. Leaves him at 16, Device at 15. And seized with 1 kill. Guardian on 1 kill.
Kirby's got 1 kill as well.
I'm just looking at the scoreboard for the first time in forever. This is a 3-horse race.
Yeah, that's
Flamey
insane.
and Edward, 15 and 12.
Guardian definitely
be a reconnect.
No, Guardian got loads of kills in the first half. He was going nuts. He definitely had
1 and 11 though. How does that?
This is ESCA, remember, so it resets each time.
Yeah, but I don't think the kills reset per half, so he must have just... I'm confused. Someone
Maybe
explain.
it's our scoreboard on our screen, you know? It might be different on
They just had it on the observers.
He was lighting it up in the first half.
Yeah, so something's bizarre there. I don't remember him disconnecting at any point in time, but if you reconnected to only get 11 deaths, how does the stats tally?
Let's not bring up
Something's weird.
Let's leave that. We'll be fine.
Bomb's going to be planted by Seized. He's got the UMP. He'll fall back. He planted it for default at bathrooms, but doesn't have the weapons. What is he doing? What just happened? Because he looks to go towards bathroom, turns around, leaves himself in the open, fires in, somehow stays alive with the Device staring him down on the crosshair, and then he wins the round. I'm so confused as to how that all transpires.
It's interesting. The whole round is a little bit confusing for all of us. I've just been confirmed by Emma. It was an ESCA bug in terms of the scoreboard, so don't take too much attention to it. It's fine. We're looking into it.
My whole life just got
you
confused.
really did lose your mind that round. It was a very confusing roller coaster for all of us. But Na'Vi do come out on top. A very strange round indeed, I have to say. Device misses a crucial shot there in the back as well towards Bang. Like I said, he hasn't been amazing on the AWP this map so far, and ultimately losing that round. A nice little Glock shot there from C's, finish things off. Great pickup from him. Replays all over the place here as we go into the next round. Number 5, it's not a big deal because it's just another eco from Astralis, but Na'Vi, some avant-garde strategies here. Like I mentioned before, that third round buy-up was interesting and potentially got them back into this as we go to Simple. Oh, what a little one-tap that was. Finds 2 kills as well, 5 on 2 all of a sudden, and it will be Zipex and dupreeh remaining. Not really much I can do about this situation. Very disciplined stuff. I guess Na'Vi on the same team we kind of used to recognize them as, the very slow-paced team, leaving everything to the last 10 seconds since Simple's come into the team. Hasn't really been the storyline so much, but right now they're being very disciplined, not giving too much away. Got some information, got the kills, and going to be making sure that no mistakes are made. They don't want to drop a single player here. They want to guarantee this map victory. Go down in round number 5 if 5 players stay alive, and at this point dupreeh and Zipex looking at 6s and 7s as they're going to both be in CT spawn. Simple, hungry for more frags, of course. He never gives up. Spotted up.
Yeah, Zipex dead to right. 24 HP. Not much to worry about. Just make sure he doesn't cop a headshot from the P250. So 12-8. Na'Vi, firm control of situation, but they got an AWP still up on Guardian. They've got guns to go against finally, but not much. Device left out of FAMAS again.
Yeah, he's had a pretty quiet game so far, and now on down to the FAMAS. Only 1 kit available for the CTs. Head arm obviously not a huge deal against his AKs, not going to be a factor, but Device on the FAMAS certainly is. 1 incendiary, and like we said before, it's a very utility-dependent map, especially on the defensive side here. Holding off his full execution is to be a massive problem. And Guardian, fantastic in the first half. He's back on the AWP. They'll slow things down at this point. As I said, they maybe not. Straight up towards long as Edward and Flamey, with Guardian backing them up as well. They're being ruthless right now. No methodical play here whatsoever. They're just going to be going in as a unit, trying to find these frags. They know they're hitting their shots, and Guardian looking towards long, gets gifted an opportunity there. Doesn't pull the trigger quite yet.
Nice, though. Trying to bait out with his shoulder. Nothing spotted on the other side of the smoke. Will take a bit of damage. He's lost his teammates down inside of the site, which means he's in a precarious position. Pinched off by the terrorists, and unfortunately can't even get damage dealt. As such, 4 versus 2 on a retake. No kits. Flamey sees the shoulder of Zipex, who thinks he's being clever to dodge absolutely nothing, aside from trying to get his vision back and fully restored from the flash. And Simple, dupreeh gone, 13 rounds.
That's just a really nice round for Na'Vi overall. They've actually read the economy down to perfection at that stage. I know it's very unlikely the CDs to have an AWP. That's why long becomes a very viable area for the terrorists at that point. Like I said, ruthless aggression there, going up together as a nice little unit, trading frags everywhere they go. CDs have nothing to say about it whatsoever. Device left for FAMAS, defending from the outside of the bomb side as well. Can't find a single kill, and Na'Vi just seems so on point right now. Another eco for Astralis. 5-7. Deagles improving some body armor, but should be another very simple round for Na'Vi here. And once again, reading the situation nicely. Not having the rush this time. They know it's an eco. Hold back, try and get a tell from the CTs, wait for them to make a mistake, then the adjustment comes in, then you stick as a unit and execute to a bomb site. That's the thing about CSGO, it's not like the glory days, you can't really treat the ecos as easily as you could before. You need to just hold back and make sure you don't give anything away whatsoever. The pistols can be very powerful in this game indeed.
Trying Device desperately, is he not? Might as well fire everything it's worth to get that kill. Nearly overcommits to it because he's on 8 HP, and still a chance for the CTs to try and make a play if they can get a read correctly onto Na'Vi with just these pistols, but overstepping his mark and going down in that situation pretty much would have written it off, should there be anything to write off to begin with, because no armor, no utility. And the man advantage already going to Na'Vi, who are looking to walk into the B site through Monster. Kirby still jumping. Bags for information. He realizes now that he's got company as Simple gets the first shot. Nice shot in return, though, from Kirby. He's got a little bit of a smoke to dance inside him. He's going to try and take advantage of the situation, allow them to walk into a further trap. And he's actually got a lineup. Kirby, 2 with a lovely shot onto Flamey. Looking for more as well as he gets into a headshot angle. It's Glaive to take down Guardian, and it's back to a 2 versus 2. As I mentioned, Device overstepping his mark could have been a problem. He has since gone down, so too Kirby, but my God, they make it interesting.
Interesting and exciting, I would say. That was very well done from Astralis. Unfortunately, can't quite pick up that round. That would have been massive for them. Unfortunately, goes to 14-8 now. Na'Vi in touching distance are picking up I guess this game, there are 2 maps played. For anyone who's new to the format of Pro League, each map is treated as a separate game individually. So yes, we'll be playing twice tonight, but it's not like a best of 3 or even a best of 2. These are 2 separate games that contribute towards points on that leaderboard. So this is looking very promising for Navi so far, as we get to 14-8. A full buy, though, for Astralis finally. I say that, though, no kits available. Device, he's have to work a bit harder here as he goes towards middle. They need him to find this first frag, but Navi holding out that boost towards playground. Device gets nothing for his push at this point, so he will be falling back and watching that connector position. So Guardian, once again, slowing things down. He'll be trying to work that first pick, and it looks like that little fragging unit once again. Edward, Flamey, and Guardian potentially going towards long. They're just going to be sniffing things out for now, leaving the bomb and T-spawn. And Device, like I said, normally one of his absolute best maps. He's very dynamic on the CT side here, but he's certainly been caged so far.
Device looking for an angle as well if they walk up into the party. He'll greet them with, I think, what Alex referred to one time affectionately as a Zoom banger. I'm not really sure what that is.
It's one of Machine's catchphrases. Zoom banger.
As they start to work up long Guardian as well on his Zoom bang. I'm done.
Yeah,
gonna keep going with it. Yeah, Edward's going to clear out close proximity bathrooms. The connection point to long. His Device still sitting tight, patient to watch and see if they get any closer. The problem is they actually bypassed him by going to the front bathrooms, and as he gets back, he could be caught by bomb carrier. Seized at this time, not quite though, and as a result, he will get back inside of the site. Didn't have any support. That's the point I was going with. He had to be careful. First kill does go in for Dupree. That was only the 1 man on B, though, that was trying to cause rotations, and that kill coming in so quickly, first off, won't cause any rotations, and B, secondly, will force everyone back over to A as there's no follow-up on it. So this should confirm that they're in the right position. As such, they put a player in position to cover off default. That's Glaive, 2 players toward the truck. Dupree being one of them. Good kill from him. You follow that up with a kill into Flamey as well. And Glaive now sees that bomb has gone down on default. With 5 seconds left, that's the round. But do they try and chase out and get them after the time expires? 1 second, don't kill him yet. He's in the open. Now he goes down. Guardian loses the op. He'll lose money as well. And Edward made 2 perish. Not quite. He stays alive with the AK.
Yeah, they take him down after time, which is a huge factor usually, but Guardian still had 8 grand in the bank, and they're almost a match point, so it's not a huge deal, but certainly contributes going forward if Astralis do start to find some momentum here. So we will take a match pause. Not clear as to whether it'll be technical or tactical at this point. I'm going to assume tactical, considering what kind of situation we're in.
Yes.
You would assume?
Yeah, I would assume that's correct. Difference, obviously, for online timeouts than it is tactical. Online timeouts versus the LAN timeouts, the system's done a little bit differently, but Navi calls this. They don't want to let this slip out of hands at this point in time.
Yeah. Well,
and you're right in saying they've got lots of money on Guardian, but look at the round that he's just bought into.
Exactly.
So it does take him down as effectively a full round.
Yeah. Well, at this point, Navi haven't had to work too hard for the rounds they've picked up on the T-side so far. They've been running the defaults, they've been grinding the money down of Astralis. They had some really interesting economic decisions at the start of the game, which really influenced how success they've had so far in the second half. But now with that pause, I think they'll be trying to mix things up, maybe go into more of an execution-based play. We'll see what happens there. Device, as we said, went aggressive in the previous round, didn't find anything for it. Looks like he'll be going for a similar approach as we go into round number 9 here. Waits for the flashbang, turns away from it beautifully, and now here it comes. The battle we've been waiting for, Guardian versus Device, but both players will be falling back at this point. The flashbangs just scaring Device off a little bit there as he goes back towards the bathroom area.
Edward's going to wait for his team to join in position as well. Guardian flashing out toward long. Double check to make sure no one's on top of the flowers. Second flash came in. I think that was also thrown from a teammate. I didn't see a second trail through the sky, but surely it was somewhere. Good timing from Simple. Door open, Zipix checking out towards short pipe, down he goes, and shut the door, I'm gone again.
It doesn't get much better than that. Obviously, Dupree's at short, the idea of that one, he's supposed to be watching that angle, but Simple just seems so aware. What a great pickup that is. Open the door, free kill, close the door behind you. And 5 and 4 comes in just like that with a minute remaining as well. That's very well done indeed. And now, up once again, pressure towards the AWP. And it's going to be Simple, taking a lot of damage there. Dupree might find him with that HE grenade. Not quite. Got him down to 6 HP at this point, but 45 seconds remaining. Like I said, we haven't seen much execution play from either side here, so I'd assume this might be one of those. You've got the man advantage. You still have a couple of smokes and Molotovs remaining as well. Bomb's still down towards T-spawn, which they're going to pick up now, but Dupree doing some fantastic work and finds a kill in return.
Does indeed. Glaive's got position above the smoke. All too easy as C's just walks into the open. He'll back away, drop down because he doesn't need to overextend it. They pulled back the damage as required. And once he backs away, they think he's gone. He pulls back up. Kirby gets a kill in the meantime. It's on to all Guardian. EWP in hand. There's one man who can. It's this man. But unfortunately doesn't spot Device slipping up behind the barrels, and it's pretty easy for him to close it out.
Now we have got a game on our hands. Astralis now have recovered. They had a few moments of despair there in terms of the money and not having the AWPs, but they're starting to balance things out now. Na'Vi, yes, they have money to buy into this round, but I don't think it's required. As I said, though, they're going for it. They've got a lot of rounds in their hand here. They've bought into this round. Loss bonus isn't really there, but they're going to have a Galil, 3 AKs, and the AWP, but they have got a distinct lack of utility as well. Still a viable buy, of course, but maybe not one that's required just yet. Device aggressive once again. This battle, we're waiting for this one-on-one duel to come in. He hits the shot in towards Flamey. The HE could be good. Not quite enough, though, as Flamey does find the first frag in return as he goes down to low HP.
Device with the op will fade back in through bathrooms as he wants to reposition. No one out to support again. This is a bit peculiar, I have to say, in times, because Astralis is leaving Device out on his own. So either it's confidence from Device or early rotations from Astralis. It can cost teams. He does this time play long, though, which is a little bit easier to get back inside of the site from. To compensate for that, we just saw it on the map as it was brought up. dupree's made his way all the way to T-spawn. At the exact second Device goes back around the corner at long, they show themselves at rocks, though, so he won't have that call for dupree to work on, and dupree may make a questionable decision. And I say questionable because the option exists. It's not like it's the wrong decision based on information. He could go down the ladder to mid instead. Okay, good. He's going to rotate the way that actually could cost quite a bit of issue. Nice shot through the smoke from Device. Misses the second one in front of bathrooms, but all the information has just gone to this man as dupree get ever closer on the flank. Device may miss another, but he continues to buy time and space for dupree, who spots up Simple but doesn't take him down. That'll draw attention. And suddenly the element of surprise becomes a bit more of a factor as they try and boost with Flamey over top of the smoke at long, and the AWP has a bit of vision. dupree can still be a nuisance, though, because at long, he's going to go wrap around and catch them off. Surely that could have been called as he gets Edward low. He's done so much damage onto Edward and Simple. Glaive will eventually get the kill, but this round all goes to dupree's timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect stuff from dupree. It's Device, like you said, he doesn't hit every single shot, but he gets the one that really counts there. He takes down Guardian at long. That's the bread and butter of Na'Vi, allowing him to open up the map. As soon as you take him down, they're a little bit stunned at that point. They have to work a little bit harder for those kills, and dupree, he capitalizes at that stage. Simple might survive it. It's actually quite crucial. If he goes down now, that's a big kill. Oh, he just about survives, so he will be saving his AK. Won't get the money, of course, but this is the shot from Device. Like I said, double flashbang for this one, and then the shot through the smoke just before it blooms as well. Really, really good stuff from him. Doesn't nail anything after that, but it's enough, like you said, to slow them down, buy some time for dupree's going for that log backstab as well. So, round number 11, it's 14-11 now as Astralis close the gap. Simple with the saved weaponry. He'll be accompanied by some Desert Eagles and P250s here. Edward's got some head armor and a Tech 9 as well, but Kiabi, he wants to find these kills. He wants to get that first one in, fall back. That's actually quite an interesting move from him overall, but in terms of the grenades available for Na'Vi here, they've got a smoke and a flashbang. Looks like they'll be making their way towards B. And hopefully Simple can light up the scoreboard for them, but dupree's waiting, trying to get his first kill in return.
Now fall away ever so slightly again. Simple gets closer as a result. Good opening shot. Give him the control, he'll take it. Nails the shot on Glaive inside of the window, and Xyp9x tries to compensate with a little bit of a chance and a bit of a fluke shot through the wooden plywood. Xyp9x still has to play support onto the man inside of the site right now, dupree.
He spotted him.
Who's gone in behind the barrels, and that's not the man I'd want to be spotted by, as Simple as he gets backed out toward it. Xyp9x can get a flash in. If he peeked Monster right now, there's the flash. But he's not in a position to try and take advantage of it. That would have been timely. Edward's still over toward A. It's right now that the action starts, and Simple's got 3 already in the round. Both of them go down. No flash that time. They already threw it, and he's not going to peek it. Simple's got up to 4. He might get the ace spots. Device tries to tap, and he's got... Flamey stole it. Sorry.
Still, that was one of the sickest rounds we've seen in a while in online CS from Simple. Very, very nice stuff indeed. 1 AK, 4 pistols. He just dominates the map by himself. That's the problem with this guy when you're playing against him. Give him an inch and he will take a mile. He walks it towards short, catches them with the pans down there, gets the first shot, rotates back around towards Monster, nails 2 glorious headshots at that point, and you can see Astralis panicking. Device drops his AWP, he gets an M4 out, round's already over that point, and now that is match point, and you can see Astralis, how much that's affected them. 3 UMPs, 2 pistols. This should be GG if Na'Vi play this correctly. This one round will close things up.
listen to this. It's on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're back here. Day 2 of 30 here at the ESL Pro League, Season 5, I guess, season. I'm your host, Stunna. I'm joined by Vok.
Off to a great start.
You know, we had a great first day of matches yesterday, some more one-sided than the others. And today, you know, we've got some excellent matchups for you guys.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good day. I mean, yes, we got to see some pretty good matches yesterday. You know, the inaugural match for one of the teams coming up from Mountain Dew League.
No, absolutely. I'm going to give a plug to our analysts now at this to our commentators as well. You know, we've got Days in Blue coming up for you guys later. But before we get to that point, we're going to kind of give you guys a walk into what matches we're going to have tonight, which are going to be CLG, Selfless, and Optic and Renegades. Out of these names I just spoke of, what sticks out?
I mean, everyone wants to see how Optic's going to play. Obviously, they had a match played off-stream yesterday. They did 2-0 Selfless, but Dust 2 was a bit of a struggle. Nafly had to step up big for the team. So this will be a pretty big challenge for them playing against an Australian team that's had a consistent roster history. Yeah, they made a few changes in the summer, but That'll be the first big challenge. And then that Selfless CLG game, it's kind of like, can CLG start bringing it back from where they used to be? And, you know, Selfless, they got relegated last season. They have a lot to prove.
No, absolutely. Relegated, Echo Fox is out. They're able to come back into the fold. I'm not going to ask if they deserve to be here because they got their way back in here. But are they going to be able to hang now when they have new leadership at the helm?
That's a tough call. It's something that we'll have to see as the season progresses. Like we had talked about, you know, the addition of the leadership to the team. Is it going to be enough to push them past where they were last season? Last season was rough. In general, Selfless has been on a slow decline. So we're waiting for that X factor to kind of bring them back to a point that they used to be at, which was not necessarily a top team, but a contender.
Let's take a look now at the Selfless roster. Slimmy, Caboose, No One, Nifty, and DSR. Slimmy, No One, DSR, obviously former teammates, able to bring it back together here under Selfless. Can we hope to see some of that spark there from their former team?
You would like to think that there's enough here of two teams. You've got like a certain percentage of the old Selfless roster from last season and a certain percentage of the team caliber without a roof team that we saw a couple seasons ago playing in Premier that showed a lot of promise. I really like the roster, but I don't know how successful it's going to be. I think that they have a few good pieces, but there's some clunkiness. Like DSR was a really good op, but now, you know, they've passed that role to Nifty and DSR is rifling. So I would love to see Nifty surrender the op and give it back to DSR because when he played through with Team Caliber, that was like a shining point for the team was that op presence.
Now, with this Selfless team, I mean, we would talk about standout players. Let's talk a little bit about what each of them bring to the table here a little bit more. I mean, we know Slimmy as sort of a more structured, a more methodical approach to the game. Is that something that these players can benefit from with this team?
I think so, but at the same point in time, it doesn't matter how good your leader is if everyone underneath does not listen. You know, we had talked about this yesterday with the coaching role. A coach is only as effective as the players let him be. So if the players aren't willing to adjust and listen and actually take that advice and adapt from it, it's not going to do anything for the team. So while Slimmy could be the greatest in-game leader in the world, if the roster does not want to change the way they play now, nothing's going to change. It's going to be the same results.
Let's talk about some more changes here in the NA storyline. We've got the CLG roster loaded up for you guys at home. We've got Cutler, Ethan, Sub-Rosa, Kusta, and FNS. Two of these guys no stranger to playing with each other. One more so of a re-addition, if you will, to the lineup.
Yeah, FNS left the team and then came back. He joined the likes of TSM last season, and he played through Premier. They made a change right at the end. That team has now become Misfits. They'll also be playing through the Pro League as well. But we've seen CLG make a series of changes from the time when they were at their heyday, that peak where they almost made it into the playoff stage of multiple large tournaments, never quite crossed that threshold, and then the players started to kind of just shed away. They lost JDM, they lost Tarek, they lost FNS, they lost Fugly. Basically everyone that's ever played for the team at this point. Cutler's the only one that's left because now Hayes has left the team as well. Sure, FNS is back, but everyone else at one point in time has left this roster.
Right, and we could talk a little bit about that breaking point it took to get them there. I mean, where, hey, this isn't clicking, we're not actually putting together results we want, and there's a change. So obviously the change happens. They bring in these new talent in Ethan and Sub-Rosa. We also see some coaching changes there from GRT. He's out. They bring in I'm a Pet, who was an analyst, never been known to be a full-scale, full-blown coach, but they bring him in, and now that's where they stand. And the matches, the maps we're going to look to see them on tonight is going to be Mirage and Cobble.
Yeah, I mean, with what we've seen from CLG in the past, I don't think the start of the season is going to be that strong, but it's going to trend upward. I think they're still adjusting to the addition of FNS. In general, I do like that addition. I think it adds a nice variable of in-game leadership if he decides to take that helm. I would assume that that's what they're going to do, bringing him back to the team, something that I felt like was kind of clunky with them last season without him on the team.
Okay, well, our first matchup of the night is going to be Optic and Renegades. Let's take a look now at that roster there from the Renegades. AZR, JKS, Ustillo, Yam, and Rikke.
It's Azza.
It's AZR to me.
It's Azza.
It is what I say it is. It's AZR.
Some of our European code talent are not going to appreciate that mispronunciation.
That
one
they're
player
also
in particular.
Wrong. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, well, Sponge is not going to like that one too much.
Sponge is Sponge. Anyway, we've got AZR, the proper term. JKS, Ustillo, Yam, Rikke. The player that sticks out to me is JKS. Mr. Savage, when he's on fire, The guy's nuts.
Yeah, so they have been playing through the DreamHack Las Vegas qualifiers, and they just absolutely annihilated Liquid the other day, and it was largely in part due to his impact. He shredded Liquid across that series. In general, when you watch the team over the last 6 months, I feel like he was the one to watch. Ever since they made the change that took Sponge out of the rotation and brought in Ricky, I feel like he was kind of the star presence for the Renegades.
I mean, absolutely. That sort of change in leadership is seemingly a storyline we're seeing a lot of going into this new season. But let's talk a little bit about the Renegade success in that later half of the year. I mean, we did see them at DreamHack Winter making waves.
Yeah, that was one of the better moments for Renegades in 2016, was that second place finish at DreamHack Winter. But beyond that, it was kind of rough. A lot of their stronger performances were at Oceanic events, which really doesn't separate them from the pack of other Australian teams, because in general, there's a couple Australian teams who have also found success at those Oceanic region events, Southeast Asian events, but they've never really done anything outside of that. You know, having trouble exiting group stages or qualifying even for tournaments.
Now, the next roster we're going to go over, seeing a change, is going to be Optic. We're going to bring in Hiko as a stand-in for the evening, but we've got Tarek, Rush, Naf, and Mixwell at his side. I think a lot of people are excited to see how this one pans out and if it can come to a fruition here for this new iteration.
Yeah, so we've talked about it a little bit. You know, they lost their in-game leader after what was a pretty successful, 6-month period. Not great, but obviously the highlight was winning E-League. And they win Northern Arena, second place at ECS. We can regurgitate that all day long, but clearly there was something in the background that was going on that led to the departure of Stanislav. So he was kind of like the X factor to those victories. They brought him in, and all of a sudden the team started to work much better in the months that he was there. And then he mysteriously kind of vanishes and disappears and says, I'm going to go play with this other team. Even some of the players from Optic were blindsided by it. They never saw it coming. They had no idea that he was really even interested in leaving the team. So you got to wonder what's going on.
On the exterior, you know, you see a team that's fielding those results that might separate them from the pack of other North American teams, might separate them from that Cloud9, that really might, it might show that, hey, we're here to stay. And then you see a roster change like this. How detrimental is this going to be to this Optic lineup?
I think it's actually pretty detrimental. Yeah, Hiko's a great player, and he comes in and provides a lot of experience. But they now have to offload that in-game leadership responsibility. So now that leadership responsibility is falling on the shoulders of Nav, a player who is pretty reserved and quiet from the outsider's perspective. Like you see him, he doesn't really seem to have any kind of attitude problems, but at the same point in time, if he's a quiet and reserved player, you need to be assertive. You need to assert your leadership role. How will a team listen to you if you're kind of like that background voice? It's like, what can they be? Like, you need to be controlling that team, and hopefully he'll be able to.
I mean, the maps we're going to see tonight, they're going to be Cobble and Dust 2. Are there any clear favorites between these two teams on these maps?
Yeah, I think that in general, Cobble skews Optic. Even looking at the fact that they've lost their in-game leader, they've made changes to the roster, things have, kind of been up and down over the last year, I still think Cobble is their map. Like going back to the Conquest days, they were really good on that map. Their run through Sivo Land was really impressive, and largely in part to performances on Cobble. And in general, when you look at the string of opponents they've beaten on Cobble, it definitely outweighs the opponents that Renegades have beaten, because they too have a pretty good record on Cobble. But like when you're just comparing them apples to apples, in general, it looks like Optic has beaten the higher tier teams more often.
No, absolutely. I mean, with Cobble in the mix, or excuse me, with Dust 2 going out of the mix, I should say, obviously the little bit of creative element there, they're going to be bringing what they can to this match tonight, but their focus is going to be going forward, Inferno and other maps.
Yeah, so Renegades has been pretty good on Dust 2 in the past, but you're right, how much dedication are you really putting into Dust 2? Sure, you can make the argument that we only just recently found out that Dust 2 was coming out of the rotation, but this is the last week for it. We're never going to see it again after this. So
never say never.
Never say never. Yeah, but who knows? We might see it plugged in at the end of the season. Some people think it might be done in time, but if you're focusing on Inferno, you know that Inferno is going to be in the rotation. You've kind of just you'll put D2 in the back burner. The problem is D2's been around for forever. So what have you really done on D2 that's any different than what you've done in the last year to 2 years?
Well, we're not reinventing the wheel. We know that.
When was the last time you watched a team play Dust 2 and you went, wow, I've never seen that before?
Wow. What I have never seen is this Telestrator segment coming up here with the Bears. He's going to walk us through Optic on Cobble.
Thank you, Stunna. I am back for another edition of Let's See What They're Doing on T-Side of Cobble. As we look at Optic Gaming, you'll see that they send 5 people towards this Long B area with NAF up top. And as you pause in this area, this smoke right here allows Stanislaw and Tarek to set up for their smoke flashes. Very common, very simple stuff. And now, but the thing that kind of helps it out is NAF is up here. He's making noise. He's tossing nades. And this flash by Tarek enables Mixwell to get that extra kill in the B bomb site. And it makes it look too easy against a top team like Virtus Pro. And it forces them to save the round right after that. And so sometimes you just got to go simple, guys. Don't go too complicated. Keep it simple. Throw flash and smoke, and that's it. And then you're in the bomb cell like these guys. Back to you, Stunna.
No, I mean, absolutely right there. We see Optic able to do a lot of work on Cobble, really getting creative there. And can we expect to see some of that play and some of that approach to Cobble tonight?
I think we'll see a certain aspect of that creativity on Cobble. How much can we expect from them? We have yet to see, because last night we didn't actually cover their game, so we didn't get a chance to watch how they played against Selfless. But in general, just looking at the scores, a little bit of a rocky start. That 16-12 on Dust 2 does not look promising for the team moving forward.
Is there either of these teams that are promised almost a spot at the finals in Dallas?
Well, Renegades actually placed 5th last season. They played really well across the season, but then they had to bail because the Asia minor came up. Obviously, if you're a team, you want to play in that minor. You want to be able to play in the major. So they bailed on Pro League, played there instead, and we saw a substitute team coming in the form of Liquid.
All right, well, the next segment I have prepared for you guys is a 2-hour-long, 2-minute frag video featuring a player known as Keanu Reeves, also known as John Wick. Make sure you guys go check that out this Thursday in theaters. And moreover, we'll be right back after this break.
How good to see you again so soon, Mr. Wick. I need you to do this task. I'm not that guy anymore. You are always that guy, John. I can't help you. You know the rules. If you don't do this, you know the consequences.
Accounts payable, how may I help you?
I'd like to open an account.
Name on the account?
John Wick. The contract has gone international. You have no idea what's coming.
Somebody please get this man a gun.
You stabbed the devil in the back. To him, this isn't vengeance. This is justice.
Finger in the eye, put a little dirt on him.
You working? Afraid so. Whoever comes, I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. Of course you will.
Put a little dirt on him.
I'll try and do the same.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL Pro League, the beginning of Season 5. He's going to kick up a notch tonight, as we do have a good matchup between some Australians and one of our big North American squads now. It is going to be Optic Gaming going against the Renegades. Daze, your opening thoughts on this matchup?
Well, right away, Cobble, Dust 2, I think are both very, very good maps for Renegades going up against Optic. I think if you played on a map like Train, on a map like even Mirage somewhat, and also like Overpass, Optic has a big advantage in my opinion, because I think teamwork-wise and just the way Renegades plays T-sides, they group up a lot together. They aren't afraid to just fly at you and go at you and play very, very quickly paced, and I think that's a lot more difficult to play, you know, that strategy on other maps. But on Cobble and Dust 2, it kind of plays to their strengths. So I'm looking for two very close games here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the Renegades, specifically looking back at Dust 2 and the way that they played in last season, this was the map where they 16-0'd SK. On that one, when they still had, I think, it was Showtime as a fill-in at that moment, and they were having some issues there. But then they also beat Team Liquid here, I think, again, a pretty dominant scoreline as well. So this has become a bit of a trademark map for them. But again, they only have the advantage of they only have the advantage of being able to use it right now, of course, because we don't know what the map pool is going to change and whatnot coming up over the next couple of weeks. So there's that to be determined as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Dust 2 will be back. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take them to reskin it. I hope they don't change too much of like the basics of the map. Maybe, you know, add in a couple new angles or change a couple angles, something like that. But the map layout, definitely don't change that.
Yeah.
You know, Dust 2 is Counter-Strike, man. It has to be back soon.
It was devastating for everybody when they announced it. So everybody was actually calling for Cobble to be the map to be removed among a lot of the pros in the community, actually, because they think that map can be kind of boring when it's played at like very high levels competitively. So it was a bit of a surprise to see, instead of Cobble going out for a rework, it was actually Dust 2. But again, at least in terms of visually, it's kind of falling behind now. So I imagine the devs want to give it a bit of a spruce up.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically been the same map since beta. I think the only thing they've really changed is, you know, the doors mean metal instead of wood anymore. But as far as the map's concerned, it's been updated the least. So now it's time for it to get its makeover.
Yeah, and now let's talk a little bit about, again, the change-ups that we've seen here among these two rosters, or specifically the one that's happened over on the Optic side, and that they've lost Thanosana, they've lost the leadership in that regard, but they've gained more by bringing Peacemaker into the fold as their coach, and now bringing Hiko in as their temporary 5th player leading up to Vegas as well.
Yeah, so, you know, a big roster change. Usually when you change one player, a lot of the time it doesn't change like your entire team makeup and everything, but losing Stanislaw, who played a lot of solo sites for them, obviously their strat caller, did a lot for them, just as in regards to the overall team makeup, right? And now they're bringing in Hiko, and now Hiko, I think, is actually getting in a position where if he does join this team, I don't think it's official by any means. I think it's something that is still kind of up in the air on whether he's going to be their permanent 5th or not. But I think if he does become their permanent 5th, I think these Optic guys and the players around him are actually more suited to his strengths of a player. I think if Hiko goes back, and I talked to him a little bit on Steam Friends, I'm like, you know, why haven't you been playing, you know, that well lately, right? And he's like, you know, I just haven't had like that confidence. I feel like I've changed my role a lot like that and things of that nature. But going into Optic, if he can join this team, I think it would be a really good pickup for them, because I think Hiko has 4 players around him who are very unselfish, who aren't afraid to entry frag, who aren't afraid to go in first, who aren't afraid to sacrifice essentially for Hiko a lot of the time. And if Hiko is allowed to just play his game and essentially just be a little bit selfish and play for himself, we've seen what he can do over the years. I still think, as far as a player is concerned, if he's allowed to do what he's allowed to do, right, just what he's comfortable in, he's one of the best players in the server against any team in the world. So, and I think these players on Optic allow him to do that. You know, he doesn't have to hold flashbangs for anybody. He's fine with just staying alive. He has people that are selfless and will entry frag and open up the site and put him in 2v3s and 3v3s where he's going to thrive and have success in. So I'm looking for, you know, Hiko to really perform well with this team.
And looking over to the other side of this one now, who are going to be, we haven't really seen the Renegades roster playing quite some time, but from what you saw in the last season, who are your standout players to look forward to in this match and pay attention to more specifically?
Well, I think Ricky is definitely like just a fantastic player, a great opper. As far as skill is concerned, just a very, very top-notch, top-level player. Having said that, last season when Ricky joined, right, a lot of their players actually kind of changed their roles a lot, right? Because Ricky came over and he's like that main op. All of a sudden, the op's going to him every single time, right? And Renegades actually employed like a lot of double op setups before, right? So everybody else's role kind of changed. because of Ricky joining. And a lot of the time, that takes a little bit longer than just one season to get used to. So now maybe we could see Renegades be even better than last season, you know, and actually improve and get a couple more wins under their belt now that they have that the continuation of Ricky being that main op, everybody else being more comfortable in their roles and whatnot. But we'll see, as we are paused right now, Blue. The other thing I do want to say about Renegades is if I want them to take, for them to take that next step in becoming just a better and better team, I think they need to have a more diverse play style. They can't just go and constantly have like 5-man pushes, very, very fast play, 24/7. They have to become more tactically sound if they really want to beat these teams that are just on another level above them right now.
All right, guys. Well, it is time to jump into the game completely now. As you can see, the teams are just warming up, but now they are ready, and now it is time to begin with the pistol round. Once again, for anybody that is just joining us, it is Optic Gaming versus the Renegades. They'll be starting off on the T side here on map number 1 for Cobblestone, and they will push very quickly through that mid connector there. Hiko's going to spot it, but won't really directly challenge it. A couple shots being popped off on the Azure there as it brings him down to 81 HP, but now the rest swing up, and unfortunately, Optic initially can't really do much about this. We can see one player trying to rotate up, and Tarek is actually going to work out well for him. Gets himself to the corner, gets a second, and Rush chimes in for a third. The hit's now falling apart, and because Hiko decided to fall back, he's able to now open up a flank on the backside. He knows that they're moving away. They don't fully commit. They're actually holding back here, but the guys on Optic, well, they're getting aggressive. They're pushing up to that door to prevent them the capability to push right back out, as they really don't have no choice. They've lost the bomb on that A platform, and now Ricky's just going to have to see what he can do in a 1v4, as everybody on Optic is sitting there safely in the A bomb site with full control.
Yeah, and last season, we said every single pistol round, Renegades just rushes B on their pistol, especially on like Cash and Dust 2, and this time they just rush A. So we saw no difference in the type of like style that they're playing. Maybe it'll be, you know, the same as before, but Cobble is, again, it's one of those maps as Ricky has a great shot coming out middle on Rush, but immediately traded. As soon as Rush makes contact, 3 people are basically peeking him. Not much that he can accomplish there if you're Ricky. But having said that, you know, Cobble is one of those maps that can perform well when you do employ like a very, very fast strategy. As you see a little bit of lag going on 2 of the Optic players. I believe that is Mix 1 Rush, was it?
Yeah.
And they live in the gaming house together. I don't think the other 3 do, so that would make sense, right?
They're in like the middle of the woods. So
yeah, they're in a giant house.
Giant house with an artificial ice hockey rink.
Yeah, and I think it's just like the 2 of them. Maybe Optic, when they got that house, they were like, man, we're going to have all 5 players here. Instead, they got this giant house for 2 guys. It's kind of hilarious. Like, I wonder if like throughout the day they even see each other sometimes.
If you
know?
Let's just
that place is huge. That's awesome.
They run into each other once in a while. It's like once a day. I mean, I think if you watch like the vlogs of like their like Call of Duty guys, I think they're at that house more often. Really? They're like pretty close to each other, I think, and they're like just always over there because that house has like a gym in it, so they just use that room.
That's awesome, though. I mean, everybody always talks about how well. I haven't personally met, you know, their owner Hex, but everybody talks about what a great owner he is. So, you know, hey, he gives them more than they will ever need.
So into the second round, and because the Renegades do not get a plant in the first round here, they are just going to pick up the force by here and now with Deagles and Tech 9s across the board. We can see the Renegades again pushing, at least with a few of their players, over here towards the broken wall approach, but there's quite a bit of resistance populating it from the side of Optic as well. Naf sitting on the stairwell, and then Tarek waiting inside of the cubby. Naf, he's already struck first. Ricky's out there still, and he's going to try to challenge it, but it won't go over very well at all. Tarek will immediately shut that down, and now Azure trying to push his way outside into the mid connector here. That too, again, being scouted out here. Rush will grab the kill. The last 2 are sitting at A long, but even this has been accounted for. Hiko, I think, had contact with them a few moments ago, so they're basically expecting this now. And once again, Optic doing a really great job of just controlling the situation.
Oh yeah, it's another 2v5 in the same situation as it was before, where they're just, you know, sitting in the middle or the A halls, and they know exactly where they are. As Mixwell's just going to walk up, get easy kill in the back of the head. JKS, nothing he could do. Long range Tech 90 coming out long A, where everybody's watching them. So now they're just on the clock eco. So far, almost no deaths really on the Optic side. And you see this setup, it's just a very simple bait and switch, right? Optic, Naf right there. He'll be able to take contact. They'll all be looking at him. And the great part about where he is positioned is that he could just hide on the stairs. And then when they actually come out, they're all going to be focused on him. Tarek's going to be able to shoot him in the back. Like, had they had 5 players there, as long as Naf is able to, you know, shoot and then hide, they'll be able to clean it up very, very easily. Because they do just opt to rush through this mid-smoke, and Mixwell just easy pickings for him. Just a quick anti-eco ace as they just jump to the mid-smoke. And Optic goes up quickly 3-0 here. Mixwell at 7-0 right now. Hiko yet to land a kill, but is on 2 assists and 3 apiece for Rush and Tarek.
Mixwell pulling off the reverse James Bond right now. And while we see the first gun investment coming in for the Renegades, hopefully they can put a stop to that before things get too far out of hand here. As on their first guard, and it is still going to be a fairly typical split in the opener here. One player working his way into the B halls to watch out for any early aggression from the CTs through a counter boost or other means. But what? Yam through the door from this AK just destroys Mixwell there in the mid connector, and they're going to continue pushing right through. In through Suicide. Ricky's going to be able to find Hiko, and they're well on their way up the T ramp here now. Swinging up, they've been able to smoke out the door, so there's going to be no pressure here. And I think Usilla might have actually spotted a player back behind the barrels there too. He holds back. Finally, they're going to lose some of their guys, but it doesn't really matter, as they already know that Rush is hiding in the back corner here, although the missed shot from Ricky will cause him to lose his life. Thankfully, JKS is in position, and with a swift trade, the Renegades go speeding into their first round of this map.
Yeah, and you know, last night we saw Immortals versus SK. Both teams had a lot of trouble with that very fourth round where the CTs would keep a lot of their umps and whatnot, and they would just get like 4 kills, and even if the Ts won the round, they'd win the following round, and then they'd have to save. But that round, Renegades was able to keep 4 alive on that round win. So even if they lose this round, they should be buying in the upcoming round. So that's very, very good for them. Pretty important round for Optic too, because they spent a lot of money, a lot of investment here. And Renegades last round, we saw they got that kill. They immediately just executed and push, push, push.
And Hiko again waiting for the push itself to come back out over here towards the A long spot. The nade's on the way. He chooses not to stick around and challenge it. He will just promptly fall back over to the site, and the wraparound point over here at the exit A along. The rest of the guys from Optic, again, it's still your general 3-2 split. A bit more of a heavy commitment than you may expect on a normal round to round here, as you'd usually keep the other guy back over here inside of the site connector. But for now, they're going to keep 2 quite heavily over here watching out for a T-ramp push. But most of these guys are actually not going to stick in terms of pushing the site in this direction. They are going to fall back into the B halls and now try to play it over here. And near drop and over here towards the B bomb. So they have also taken some damage early on. Azur and Ricky both go down to 14 and 44 HP. But beyond this, neither team has made contact with the other yet, but that'll change immediately. As Mixwell moves into the mid connector, is able to find JKS on a bit of a lurk, takes him down, and they will now be lost a player here too. With 40 seconds, it does seem they finally made their decision in terms of where they're actually going to take this bomb. It'll be a bit of a last-minute play over here towards A long, but once again, Optics still have 2 players here ready to counter that out.
Yeah, but Azur and Ricky very, very low HP, and Hiko and Mixwell are in really good spots right now to stop any type of a hit.
And Hiko's actually going to drop down from the boosted up wall position here, just waiting for the chance to find Azur, pushing his way back out. He is distracted a little bit here by the play that's coming out, and they now know he's sitting in this corner. Thankfully, the duel there is quite easy to close out upon. It's not just him either, it's Mixwell finding 2 more kills. They're focusing on trying to get into that corner now, but even from that spot, Ricky won't feel safe enough to try and go in to put the bomb on the ground. Mixwell will close it, and Optic just trade out the round and reset the losing bonus for the Renegades.
Yeah, not only a 4K for Mixwell, makes it 4v5, gets a lot of information, then ends up falling back when the round's timer is dwindling down after this kill. Goes back to behind EPC and gets 3 more as they enter the site. So he's 11-1 right now, just a really dominating performance so far for him. Another thing he did as well is that he made it 4v5 because the CT's defense got really split up when that A map control was taken. So he got aggressive, made it 4v5, and it's really tough to hold on Cobble if you get pushed back at A and you have 2 towards A, 1 drop, maybe 2 B, and you're not even peeking B plat or anything like Optic was. It's really difficult to win the round in that situation if you just let them execute because you're just so spread out. So it was a really good decision by them to take a battle somewhere, right? Whether it's upper B or where Mixwell pushed, and try to even it out and give them some type of information, as Renegades now just has 4 P250s, a Tech 9, a couple flashbangs, so they'll probably do something quick and bursty on this B site.
Let's run down the timer a little bit before they do move in for that execute, but Optic keeping the 2 players sitting mainly on the back side here, both Naf and Tarek. Tarek being the one that's probably going to get the first chance to pick up these kills, but it's a really quick change-up for Naf to be able to hold this one as well. But they'll look to try and delay it for a little bit longer as their grenades start to roll in. It's actually a miss on the initial push from Tarek here. He knows more on their way back out. He can't seem to find any of these shots, actually. It's Naf doing all the work currently, but the situation, again, does not really get out of hand at any point. They lose Rush along the way, but ultimately still shut down that push.
Yeah, and if Renegades ever executes on B, they have to be very careful if they just all tunnel vision onto the first guy that they make contact with, because Naf and Tarek have consistently played in spots where one of them is going to take the initial contact and then the other guy's going to peek out afterwards. So if you go out B, you can't just say, hey, we're all just going out. You have to be like, you know what, JKS, you need to focus on this. You need to focus on this and actually have rolls, or else somebody's going to just multi-frag really, really heavy.
Speaking of which, Mixwell may have a chance at that now as he gets himself forward, up behind the broken wall, and outside of the smokes too. These guys are going to be pushing it blind. There's one for him. He gets hit by a flashbang, but then swings into two more. Ricky and Azzer both go down. One has snuck through, but no, Naf is going to put a stop to it with his P250. And Yam left alone. What does he do? There's nothing for it. And Mixwell goes monstrous again with a 4K here. Potential for an ace if he decides to push through to finish the job.
Mixwell's just incredible. He's been A this whole time, just wrecking the mid-A, just goes to B, just feels like the B hit's going to happen. They probably only had one player towards A, maybe Tarek opping it. I wasn't sure how they set up to start. And then just counters 100% what Renegade is trying to do. I mean, and again, you know, I talked about it in the pregame, right? It kind of can work on Cobble where you push quick, you group up and you push, right? And just do these really bursty type strats. But then when you go against somebody like Mixwell who just has like the spray control and the knowledge of how to stop that, and you don't really have any strategy to back it up if you're Renegades, a lot of the time you can get in a lot of trouble.
Yam himself here trying to see what kind of damage he can do, but Terra keeping an eye on it. Hasn't spotted it yet, but the reverse is true for Yam as he is going to move in here. Will be able to grab that kill against Terra because he does catch him with a grenade in hand. Responses are Responses are coming out now, though, as he's actually going to make a smart play here just to cost him a little bit of extra cash. He'll toss the op out of the arena, but now being pushed from behind here. Hiko's going to try to finish the job. He actually gets dinked. Now look at the closing kill. Denies the second ace in like 4 rounds from Mixwell, granted, but still the impact is very well seen as we're going to check out on the replay here now. The swing into these 2 headshots is beautiful. Renegades don't even know what hit them, and they definitely don't have time to adjust for it. So we'll jump into the next round here and take a look and see if the guys from the Renegades will be able to really bring anything to the table this time.
That poor chicken, Blue.
It always just runs into the wall. We've seen it like in 3 of the rounds do that too. What's wrong with it?
Just a dummy over there. So another, eco round for Renegades. If I'm Mixwell here, I might be getting aggressive. Might try to set the record, Blue, for like the greatest half.
What's he out right now?
I mean, 16-1. So,
holy crap.
Yeah. We saw Fer go completely crazy last night as well on this map, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he ended up the half with like 25, so we'll see if Mixwell can beat that this half. I mean, things are looking really good for him. Just flying all over the place, predicting what Renegades is going to do time and time again, and now Renegades just in a very, very bad spot, man. 6-1, just another eco round. I'm sure they'll buy up next round, but Optic's getting a lot of money now, not having that many deaths in the past couple rounds.
And at the moment, the Renegades just seem kind of lost, at least at the beginning of the round they did. Now they'll try to go for some sort of waterfall play instead of the drop room, and you can see them flushing out of the window. And here comes Naf. It's his turn to shine now. 1, 2, 3, 4. He'll be denied on the ace, but Rush quickly chimes in for the trade. Ricky's going nowhere soon, and Optic are continuing to climb the ladder in terms of their scoreline here, 7-1, as they don't look like they're struggling at all, especially on these eco rounds from the Renegades.
Yeah, just easy cleanup, man. Just a couple P250s and some Glocks. Pretty easy for a guy like Naf. Just only the one op on Optic. And Tarek's not really getting that aggressive for it. So Renegades should be able to like take map control and then do something off of it. Looks like they're going back into some type of a default here. Mixwell spotting long. I believe that's Hiko towards middle. Oh, no, he's actually boosted up. So this could definitely, if you don't check it, this could be pretty devastating for you. But Renegades opts to slow it down. They're going to try to take some map control, execute together, and I think that's a really good idea. It's definitely not over. I know you're down 7-1, I know Optic has a lot of money, but it is T-side Cobble. You can have a lot of, opportunities for comebacks on this map. And sometimes even on CT side, man, you could really get it rolling, have great CT halves.
There's a lot of utility in check here too for the Optic gaming side, and due to the very, very passive aggression that Renegades are using at the beginning of this round here, it's not really doing a great job of forcing any extra smokes or Molotovs out onto the site to try and get them to waste them when they weren't actually trying to go for the execute yet. So at the moment, when push comes to shove and when these guys finally do decide to deploy, I mean, Hiko still has a smoke ready for him. Granted, he's a bit disconnected from this action, so assuming this goes through into B, he won't be able to use it there, but he has it for the retake. They still have the Molotov again, though. That's over towards A, but these can be useful in the retakes. These guys try to tuck away in really passive positions to try and burn them out. And speaking of burning, well, they're going to try to burn Rush out. He's just going to hug the wall, though. Looks away for the flashbang, gets the kill, and he's even got extra support moving in from Naf as well. They handle the drop play with no issues whatsoever, but they did have to go light on outside. But look at that flash. flashbang again, perfectly placed, and Tarek will be ready for this play over here if they decide to push through the broken wall, which they will. They have no one towards A. If he wants to right now, he could just go right in, but Tarek holds the line. The bomb will go down, and again, the Renegades' overall hit just gets completely destroyed here. At least the flashbang's gonna let you steal a roll out. He's gonna grab the first kill, but immediately up close and personal is Tarek to trade it. JKS alone now and does not realize he's in the Molotov, so Mixwell is gonna add one more to the counter as he finishes off JKS and the round.
Yeah, and Optic just playing, they're one step ahead of them as far as what is Renegades gonna hit. You know, they've been giving up drop control the majority of this half. Optic usually doesn't even, a lot of the time they do concede drop control on this map, and that time they say, hey, you know, Renegades has tried B, right? They've tried A. They've tried doing like a default, you know, and then going towards A later in the round, right? I bet they're gonna do a drop play here. Hey, Rush, you know, let's hold it. You know, that's what Naf and Rush are saying. They pick a right, and they take the calculated risks. You know, Tarek's holding his own at B just by himself, basically. Kind of a more passive setup, you know, either behind the statue or near the broken wall like he was, which is an off spot that you don't usually see very often. But, you know, they pick right. They're just one step ahead at this point.
So the pause now being called from the Renegades. We should be back into gameplay here in about 60 seconds or so, but really needing to take a moment here and re-strategize, as once again their entire hit just gets torn apart despite their best efforts, and it's kind of gotten progressively worse over the past few rounds here. They're making less and less progress. I don't even actually know the last time that they were able to successfully get a plant on the ground either, as it seems like they've just been flatlining on the past 3 to 4 occasions, and that seems to be the case from the scoreboard I can kind of see in the distant monitor over there.
Yeah, the one round they won was when they spammed Mixwell through the smoke at middle and immediately took up A. Hiko was the lone defender in the danger room with an ump. He died, and then they just took A right away, brute forced it. Optic's rotation was pretty good, but they saw Rush going to the back of the site, and Renegades just hit it so quickly that they were able to pick up that round. But besides that round, I mean, they're averaging like 1, maybe 2 kills on each round loss. Now they're at the point, though, where they could pistol armor every lost round, every other round, and then get a buy round in as well. So they offer a pistol armor going quick towards B. It was still a volleying out the stairs. And they know Tarek's opping here, so if they could push up, maybe get in his face and trade on Naf, you know, they might be able to make something happen here at this B site.
Quick smokes and whatnot going down onto the bomb site to cover it back up. It's actually going to ice Tarek out of his position a little bit. He needs to get aggressive if he wants to move in. Rush is actually caught this time as he tries to regroup with Naf a little bit here, but Tarek chimes in and they have not spotted Naf sitting in the corner. He's going to be able to go in. He swings out a little bit too early, but still finds a massive impact and gets himself a 3K. Tarek shutting things down with a second as well. And it is another quick one and another plant being denied. You saw it on the scoreboard when we went back in game there, that again, beyond the one run they've actually won, they have not been able to put the bomb on the ground a single time in this half. And good stuff from Naf to hide in that corner and just destroy the push.
Yeah, let's check out the, you know, looking at the scoreboard, just look at how many kills they've actually gotten in the rounds they've lost. I mean, it's so minimal. It's like 1 or 2 every time. Look at that, just 4 alive, 3 alive, 4 alive, just over and over again.
Mixwell has to have been sitting on 16K for the past 5 or 6 rounds by this point. And it's not even like he can donate anything over to his teammates to try and balance it out a little bit, since for the most part, there isn't really the need for a rebuy. And what is crazy too is you did say, if I'm remembering correctly, he was the guy that got hit through the door on the one run that they did win Mixwell. So like you know, there's nothing you can really do about that death because that's just like that just happens. So beyond that, right? He hasn't died like a single time in this entire game.
He's had that one death, but besides that, he's just been crushed.
Jinxed it. As he is going to go down to Ricky this time on a push, and it's not just here either. Ricky, he moves in and finds Hiko. He'll take him out, and now they're going to swing out again. It's over here towards the mid-connector and up towards the ramp, where they're actually finding a moderate amount of success. They will try to change this up, but again, Tarek is found out in the open. They take him down. Rush follows suit, and this is exactly what we need to see. A complete wipe of the table against Optic, with very few members of Optic actually being able to survive and save, and that's exactly what we have right now. Naf is falling back to post up for an exit position, but beyond that, it is certainly going to be a round where the Renegades just sweep through.
Yeah, and again, their second round comes at A, where they get those initial entries, burst on the site very, very fast. And Optic was actually set up very, very well there. Naf was aggressive upper B, I believe. They had a super fast rotate coming from Rush and Tarek over to that A site. Just unfortunately for Hiko and Mixwell, their crossfire kind of got a little hazy there. It was a good idea for the early round crossfire as Naf is just going for exits, gets 2 kills, which is good for the Optic guys. They want to limit that economy build up on the Renegade side. But what happened is they were set up really well early here. Hiko was going to swing after Mixwell took contact, but as soon as these guys from Renegade started taking that long A control, it would put a lot of pressure on Hiko to start looking at long A, and then he couldn't capitalize off that initial, death by Mixwell essentially to get anything going. He was so late on it because, of that long A pressure. So that's kind of a setup that they had where they want to do it very early in the round, but then they want to kind of cancel it later. Get the smokes down and then maybe fall back if you're Hiko.
Well, now we're going to see Optic again go right back into their investment, and it's quite a heavy one too, as they do pick up the double op setup this time. Hiko will remain in the position over here at the A long entryway. The nade dips in too, and that should do, unfortunately, was a little bit too far, I think, so not actually going to do all that much. But Hiko falling back. Mixwell will still hold instead of suicide steps. He does need to be able to help out Mixwell's. Currently, he does not have this flank covered at all, as he's waiting for JKS to go for the peak, but he misses the shot, and now the rest are going to jump back in, and they spray him through the smoke. Yam's going to be able to find Mixwell, but Hiko resprays back inside and is able to catch the trade, and he finds a second one against Yam. Now he'll fall back. Now he'll move and prioritize the site, but look at JKS seeking his way. He's going to be able to catch Naf with a nade in hand, and he knows Hiko is still hiding out somewhere, but the quick adjustment. He almost loses his life to that situation, but no. Now this goes down to a 2v2. It's slow on the rotate for Optic. They're just now getting these last two players up over here towards A and through the wall, but Rush, he needs to actually wait for his other teammate to get into a position to push as he's taking point. While in the meantime, the Renegades have now moved way out on towards A and are already set up here for the post plant. And speaking of which, in that post plant, JKS already finding Rush. This is brought down to Tarek to clutch, and he won't last very long either. Ricky takes him out of the picture, and it's another one for the Australians.
Yeah, so 2 in a row now for Renegades. Again, hitting that A site. Mixwell makes a bit of a mistake. Well, let's be honest, he just missed the shot, right? When he was in danger at middle. Had he hit that shot, he probably would have been fine because he wouldn't have had pressure to have to fall back through that smoke. But Azur's having a rough one, man. 0-11 right now. For Renegades, and they are getting something going though. They're starting to get rolling. Seems like they're consistent A hits. They're finding some weaknesses in this A defense from Hiko and Mixwell right now.
Ricky taking the early shots too, since Mixwell has found a lot of success in posting up here, so they will look to challenge that. And again, the shot actually that time it almost works so that he is baited into the peak, but not meant to be right now. However,
what a nade!
Still playing right behind it, and yeah, the nade goes in deep over the wall. Over the door to hit him through it. But now waiting again for the rest of them to get in position at the edge of A long. And Hiko abandoned his post a lot earlier this time, just playing it back to the site instead, as no support system would be available for him if he played it forward. They are calling for extra rotations early. As you can see, Rush goes for the quick rotation back over from outside of the window and drop. Still keeping 2 on B, though, and with the sudden change-up from the Renegades, this will make sense to try and defend it. Unfortunately, without them really being aggressive in this round, it's going to be hard to detect this. All they really have to hold the guys back on A is the nades and whatnot. Mixwell's not really pushing into the mid-connector to try and spot any of this, but there's indecision on the Renegades. They've turned it around again, and are now going back to the original plan to execute over here towards A.
Yeah, and Optic is strategically playing very well. That smoke by Tarek to the end of that B plat might have just won this round. They're going into a complete A stack here. There's 3 there. Tarek still has a Molotov if they ever hit B. So Optic strategically is playing very, very well right now.
Mixwell does start to actually move away from his more aggressive position on the ramp, and this is just as the long hits coming in. Hiko is not going to be able to help with this if they swing out wide. In fact, there's JKS getting that kill on the Mixwell. Rush gets 1. Hiko behind the cannons, though, tags in for 2. There's more at long range, and this is where he's finally going to meet his match against JKS. A 2v3 with only 1 actually in the site, but no, they prioritized the plant. They didn't realize that Rush was still here. 3 seconds on the clock, and Tarek finishes things up with a shotgun kill.
Yeah, and it's those little things, those little tiny things that are really separating Optic from Renegades right now. I'm telling you, that smoke at long B that Tarek threw, he has a mag 7, yet still has control of this entire platform. And if Renegades doesn't push him off, they're fine with having 3 towards A. There's, like Renegades just got strategically outplayed by these simple things. And it's those little things that a lot of the time separate, some of these teams.
Well, it's Ricky again firing shots through the mid door here as we do head into one of the last rounds of the half. The Renegades have forced into this one here with 2 Galils, and look at Mixwell. It's his time to go big once more as he picks up 2 kills up front and center. The Molotov tossed in as he picks up the AK, but Yam doesn't care. He'll swing through that down to 10 HP now before he escapes outside. At the very least, it's taken down one of the big power players for Optic, but now he said that you need to try and get drop control. The flashbang against Azur is perfect, and still is hit by it as well by Rush. Now it's down to that player that survived the Molotov previously, but now has an impossible task set out in front of him. A 1v4 with only 10 HP, and he will not even get 1 of those kills. Rush takes him down, and Optic go right back to controlling this entire map.
Yeah, man, and you know, I just want to go back to that one round really quick, and it's again, this round comes down to Renegade trying to force something through a smoke, and Mixwell playing the smoke properly. He's able to multi-frag, you know, do 2 kills and 90 damage to the last one. Makes it pretty tough to win the round if you're Renegades as they go into this final round of the half. Ooh. But that last round before, you know, they wanted to go back to B. When I was talking about Tarek pushing up with the Mag 7 and getting that info, they wanted to go back to B. But as soon as they saw that smoke, they were like, okay, screw this, let's just go back to A, and they go into a 3-man stack.
They get baited into their own death there, and now after everything is said and done, they have to go right back to these half buys that they were plagued with throughout most of this half so far. Nade even being tossed in there 2 hits. Both of those guys over at A long for almost max damage here. The flashbang response is good, but unfortunately Mixwell is here to help out with Hiko, and he's going to handle both of those kills no problem at all. Now JKS is going to see if he can be sneaky here and grab a kill in Suicide. They've already lost the guy that was trying to sneak in through drop and split this a little bit, and basically the entire front has gone down. They've lost the bomb. He still is going to do what he can, but once more, a 1v5. He's basically got 0 chance at this one, so he'll just go for it. Flashbang's good, so we may be able to find Hiko. Hiko pulls out a knife there, which again, just trying to have some fun at the end of the half. They know they have it under control, and Mixwell chimes in for another 4K to close it out. It's Mixwell and Naf that explode here in the first half. We'll see if they can keep it going in the second half, or if the Aussies have something left to fight back with. We'll be back, guys, in just a few right here from the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our first match of the night is off to an incredible start here. For the guys on Optic, that is a bit of a poor start for the Renegades, unfortunately, as they are down 3-12 at the moment here against Optic, with Mixwell and Naf having an incredible performance. We got most of Mixwell there, as we saw. Again, at one point, he was leading up at like 11-1 or something like that before he, 16-1, I think it was even at, before we finally saw him consistently going down after there was a pause called for the Renegades. But even then, they weren't really able to get that many rounds back, and it's now put them in a bit of a drastic situation going into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mixwell was 17-1 for like 4 rounds straight. So he slowed down a little bit, but mainly just because Renegades was hitting B and he was over at the A site and his teammates would kill him pretty cleanly. So yeah, I mean, pretty much just a highlight reel performance from Optic. I mean, multiple 4Ks, an ace there by Mixwell. I mean, like 3 or 4 rounds they had 4Ks, just cleaning up without like any deaths. Was a pretty crazy performance by them. And again, they were just one step ahead. They predicted what Renegades was going to do time and time again. They overplayed certain areas of the map, and they were just the better team when you look at those small things, man, where you can just take advantage where they can, you know, and use that small slight advantage to you know, leverage it into a round win.
Well, we are ready to get into the pistol now, and Yam will play aggressively now as the Renegades do jump onto the CT side. They're going to push themselves out, or specifically Yam will, but the Optic Gaming guys will immediately go out, pummel him down. Mixwell, again, immediately adding back to his frag counter here, but this is all a ruse, and it's pulled 2 players off of the B bomb site. Initially, they were 4-1 stacking, but with the 1 loss, they need to add some additional support. It's not a full commitment, though. Azure, along with JKS, only move themselves with JKS specifically into that bomb site. Azure still sits in the doorway, and that's still going to be a pretty quick rotation for him. But now they jump back in. Ricky with 2 incredible shots takes down Mixwell and Rush. He's going to be pushed for the other side now, and that's where he'll need his match. But at the very least, the stakes have been even a little bit here. Azure, however, going back down. Yusilo up from the platform, picks up 2 more against Naf and Tarek, and now it's on Hiko to clutch 1v2, doing the damage and shutting down JKS. 2 bullets left in the clip right now, but he'll back up and safely go for the reload. At half HP, he's got to be able to look for this headshot against Yusilo, now down to 31. He's falling back and is caught jumping, so he's got him down to about half. Time is not really an issue. He's just got to get this kill, and he's going to do it. Hiko with a 2v1 clutch continues to push Optic forward now as they go up 13-3 to start off the half.
Yeah, some nice shots by Hiko there. And one thing I want you to notice is when they were taking B there, or sorry, A control, they're just continually jumping, making sure that you're probably not going to get, just one tapped that first guy, and that's going to allow you, if that first guy doesn't go down, most likely, obviously his aim is going to snap to that guy, the CT, and then the other guys can come in and just Glock him like they did. Now Renegades on a save, 13-3. It's looking very, very poorly for them. Optic setting up in a default, 2 outside A, 2 towards the B halls, 1 watching the drop push, which is Rush, just jumping up and down. He's back from his ESEA suspension, which we saw. What did that happen? Did they ever say?
It was, so he got banned for ban evasion. Or something evasion. I think it was ban evasion, but apparently it was like a false positive.
Yeah.
That it affected a couple people, but they just reversed it earlier. So
yeah,
that's what Fuse said on Twitter anyway.
Yeah. So it was just a false positive.
Yeah. It's not on the gear.
He's not on the gear.
But the rest of Optic here now, just taking it slowly in this round, actually keeping it pretty quiet. They obviously sent, I think it was Naf forward, but the thing is that the 2 from the CT side actually pushed out successfully into the courtyard, and Naf, I don't believe, has realized this. So they have a potential flank to open up, and if the bomb falls back, this could get pretty chaotic pretty quickly if they're able to catch him. Hiko tries to check to his right, but immediately shut down by Ricky. He's going to grab another nice headshot here. That'll drop the bomb, and they have watchful eyes on both directions of this one now. All of a sudden, while they have control of the A-bomb, site control, well, across the rest of the map is a little bit dodgy. Ricky decides to not stay in there, though. He'll back up and still have the potential to flank this in a few moments here, as they have an ace up their sleeve, too, while still having Nap sitting over there inside of the A-bomb tip. But Ricky's able to still hold this off. 2 more kills with the Deagle. He takes down Yam, but now they've got the bomb, and they're going to move in towards Drop instead. Naf, he's moved in here. He's been able to make a workable amount of room, but they still have Ricky to deal with, who's picked up 3 kills with that Deagle, single-handedly holding off the rotate. They'll rush over here to the A-bomb site as they would have to battle their way through B with this amount of time left. He'll be able to get the plant, thankfully, but they're still working against a disadvantage. And very, very quickly, all of the Aussies are rotating around here to try and crunch on this and prevent them from being able to clutch this back out, as they need this kind of an upset if they want to have any chance of getting back into this map. Naf moving in now, and Ricky may have his chance for a 4th here as Naf is spotted, but no, JKS gets that kill, and now it's all down to Rush. 13-3 as we see him at 58 HP, gets the first one, but now he's been cornered, and JKS is going to get that last kill. So the Renegades upset in round number 2, and they'll have a chance at a comeback off of this, potentially.
Yeah, off the back of Ricky's pistol, just phenomenal work by him. Unfortunately for Rush, who still played that very, very well. He didn't push in too early. He waited until his teammates came in at long A and were able to trade on the site if he dies to Rush while he is on the site. So now Optic going to just very, very light buy. They're going to get AKs next round, so they're not going to force it. They know they're not really in any, hurry to end this. They don't need to take a risk by buying Tech 9 armor and like full utility or anything like that. So they just opt for some Tech 9, some P250s, a flashbang, and we'll probably try to burst onto A here. It looks like.
They still have a 9-round cushion to work with, so there's no real struggle at all at this point in time, as Optic does try to push their way in through the mid connector, and I believe A long as well. They were able to push them in, but obviously Renegades is very well aware of the situation here, so they just prepare for their peaks. It'll come out. They spotted Mixwell, but unfortunately Ricky won't be able to find the taps this time to be able to take him out quickly on their initial peak. They'll have to wait until they fully commit, which is coming in now, and Ricky again wants to be the star in this round. He's finished the job against Nap. More on their way. He does get hit by a flashbang, but he's still tapping onto some good damage. Now JKS moves in. He's going to get one. Ricky with another one down by the ramp, and he's going to look for even more here. Rush trying to slowly tap away. It's Yen that gets that kill, and again, he will be traded by Hiko, but at the end of the day, Ricky shuts it down with 3K, and the Renegades go up to 5.
Yeah, they do get that round, but Azure still not on the board, Blue.
Bit of a shame, actually.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna. I thought that was his time. Like, if that was him, I'll be honest, I'd probably be a little bit more aggressive than I normally am.
We've had that ESCA bug, but it seems to have been fixed. today's match, as no one else is having that problem. So that one might be legit. As, yeah, he's still looking for that one kill to start off his game here. And, well, Yam is going to swing inside. Spots one player, but just decides to molly it off. And, ooh, he gets the angle against Rush. But Rush with a quick headshot. Now Ustilo is going to pop up here. He's going to be able to chain together, do spraying into it. Naf can't find the trade. So all of a sudden, Mixwell and Rush, both of them have gone down. Yam getting knocked out there as well, but it's a bit enough to push Optic back. They're now just going to head out over here towards the mid-courtyard instead.
Yeah, they are, and if they swing back towards A, it's going to give Renegades enough time to really reset their setup and get, get back into a quicker rotate towards A if Ricky calls anything. Still holding at the stairs, so he'll be able to spot B and then maybe hide and let his teammates take contact around the square. Box cube, whatever you want to call it. Naf throwing the opposite mid smoke, with 2 going long A. So it'll most likely certainly be an A hit here. Renegades does bring 2 towards that site. And we'll see if they want to do like a contact play if you're Optic, or if you want to do some type of like just a pop flash execute. JKS in a very good position though to deal with this. Ricky at the APC, so this is going to be tough for Optic to deal with.
And Optic themselves, again, really are running the timer down to its very bitter end here. Ricky waiting for that peek from Naf. He's already got him down at 48 HP. He does have a small angle with which to push back up, but he's going to need to immediately watch out for the player sitting inside. The smokes will go over there towards the doorway, and Ricky knows that they're going to be deploying here now, but actually averts his attention, sees Naf up on top, but it's Hiko that grabs the kill before he can impact there against Naf. And it's Naf that actually gets another kill down to Azur on this side, but he's not going to last very long either. Only trades on a Tarek. All of a sudden, everything's on Ustilo, but look, he's going to be able to swing back in. The bomb will go down, and Hiko's just barely going to be able to get it, but he needs to very quickly brace for the retake, which is swinging up the ramp here from Ustilo right now. He's being hesitant about this. Hiko has himself a boosted up position. He's looking for that headshot. Hiko himself has really not been able to respond to much of this one. He's got him down to 13, though, as he catches him on top of the APC, and Hiko again with the clutch now. Did it in the pistol, and now does it again in this round to put them up to 14.
Yeah, another big clutch by Hiko. That's 2 now. He got him the pistol. He got him that round. And a little bit of a mistake at the player on Renegades. Can't quite know who that was.
Well, we do see again as we head into the next round here now, the Renegades spreading their players out across the map right now in still a fairly usual fashion, but Optic just want to kick it up and speed it up primarily, so they don't even realize that Naf had dropped down. They don't hear it. He immediately gets that kill. There was a trade from JKS, though, as Tarek had followed right behind Naf, and the window kind of surprised him a little bit. So we're down to a 4v4, but in terms of players on the site currently, Ustilo sitting back down over here inside of the cubby, waits patiently. He's going to see if he can try to get one more, sight on one more, but he's a bit impatient now as he swings out. Unfortunately, again, he will only get one. JKS pushes back out. Yam and Ricky, again, the last 2 really not going to be able to do anything with the control of the site that they have there. So Naf just going to clean up shop and put Optic up to 15.
Yeah, game point now. Renegades in a terrible position. And it just seems almost inevitable that Optics is going to, win this round or win one of these upcoming 2 or 3. Mixwell 25 and 10. Naf caught up to him, though, 24 and 9. So 2 just massive performances out of those 2 guys.
We kind of undersold the story on Naf a little bit, but he was having in the first half there, sort of caught up a little bit later on than it, but he's been having equally as much impact now as Mixwell, as we've seen him kind of get a bit quieter going into the second half. So he's been having himself a bit of a ball game here as well. Ricky, though, again, trying to do some work with the Deagle back over by A-Long. Won't be finding it that much. It's a big stack of CT players here, and in fact, the shotgun from Yem may be able to put a stop to an immediate victory from Optic. He's got the bomb under his control now. Rush will look to put a stop to it, but he's still got to be very cautious. Flashbangs rolling against him. His pop flash was rather good, but while he retrieves the bomb, he'll decide to dip back away and move into the B halls where the rest of his teammates are currently grouping up right now.
Yeah, not much chance to take control of that bomb just because of, Rush's good use of nades. Now they move back into some type of drop control right now. The aim punch on Yam is just too much, and then Naf just jumps down from above on JKS. Ricky still has a chance, though, to do something.
Ricky himself expecting it to come from the doorway instead of over on top, but there's one going for the second, and he almost gets it. Rush will get the kill, however, saving his own life, let alone his teammates, and now Azur will look to clutch 1v2. Smoke going over on top of it, immediately tossing Molotov. While he tries to swing out, Hiko will shut it down. And there you have it, folks. Optic Gaming are going to take control of map number 1 now, and they will be able to start their season off quite well. Actually, I think they played a match yesterday, so they're going to continue their season here on the mainstream anyway, and be able to go up 1-0 to start. And again, what performances from both Mixwell and Naf there, just shutting down everything from the Renegades.
Yeah, Naf taking more of a leadership role seems to not have affected his performance negatively. A lot of the time when you're focusing on that, trying to tell people what to do a little bit more, even on CT side, calling setups more, just taking that more of a vocal leadership type quality as a player, a lot of the time it affects people really negatively. Naf seems to just have rose to the challenge and, just played just as good as he always does. So good job by him.
All right, guys, so we are going to bring our analysis desk into the conversation now. Stunna and Bach, what are you guys' thoughts on that game?
I mean, well, it looks like we got our answer about Hiko, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hiko, Mixwell, Naf all chiming in. I think Mixwell at one point had 19 kills in 5 rounds or something crazy like that. Back-to-back 4Ks, anti-Eco ace. But at the same point in time, Naf did just as well. I mean, chiming in with a couple of 3Ks of his own.
I mean, Renegade's able to grab that first gun there on the first half, and it looked like, hey, we might be doing some work here. We might be doing some damage. Maybe there's a chance. We grab first gun. Not a chance. First half ran completely away from him.
Yeah, we expected this to go Optic's way, but we thought it would be a really close game. It turned out to be a bit of a wash. I mean, Optic came out swinging hard. We talked about how Cobble was a strong map, and we knew that coming into this, they would put in a good performance, but did anyone think it would be that good?
I mean, looking at Optic, coming out on that CT side, getting that heavy landslide of a half, 12-3, what was going right for them there?
Everything. It wasn't even just like, Renegades is making like crazy mistakes or misplays. There were a few instances where that occurred, but in general, it was just players from Optic kind of chiming in and destroying pushes from Renegades. We saw Mixwell, like I said, multiple 4Ks. Naf did it as well, and then in the second half, Hiko had a few huge clutch situations like that pistol round. He clutches that out again just a few rounds later in a 1v1 on the A bomb site. It was just consistently going the way of Optic.
Let's talk about a guy that is the definition of consistency in this matchup. We're going to take a look at Mixwell here in round 7. He gets a beautiful 4K.
Yeah, one of many. This was not that long after he got an ace in mid. So they try to go towards this B bomb site. They throw the smoke down, and Dazed had said he'd been playing A throughout the majority of the half already. So he switches it up. He just has this inkling that they're going to go B. And he puts himself right on the other side of the smoke, gets flash. First player goes out. He just transferred the spray right over to 2 players who ran right into him. And he actually is the last one to get that pistol kill, too. Naf looks like he's the one to pick it up. But it's a huge 4K for him, and it was just a string of many disappointing rounds for Renegades. I don't really think that they did anything wrong there. It was just really well played by Mixwell.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes they'd find themselves in the crossfire out there on that B plat where they're just getting annihilated.
Yeah.
And I mean, what can you do at that point? You've pretty much ran right into the barrel of somebody waiting on the other side of the smoke. It's not really panning out for them.
Yeah, the few times they had success, like early on, Yam gets that random kill through the door, and they just exploded onto A as fast as they could. They kill the second guy there. They beat Optic to the rotate, so essentially they catch players rotating into the back of site, and it's all in Renegade's lap. And they seem to have a greater success rate working towards that A site, but just not enough. And they found out too little too late that was the site that was most successful for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look now at round 16, which would be the second pistol there. Hiko's able to do quite a bit of work here and pretty much secure that victory for Optic. Let's take a look now.
So, I mean, here they go towards A initially, and Mixwell gets that opener, and you're like, oh, God, here comes another round from Mixwell. He's going to just rip everyone apart from Renegades. But Optic, double pumps. They realize, okay, there's no reason for us to force this fight towards A. We still have the bomb towards B. Let's go back and regroup and try and work there. Now, Hiko doesn't really get any action started until late, but it's really looking like it's going to spin back to Renegades, and largely in part due to Ricky's performance here in the drop room. He gets 2 before he goes down. They start to push towards that direction, and they still haven't checked for Ustillo, who's back towards B platform. So he gets to himself and puts it all on Hiko. Hiko with some great shooting here. Patience, and eventually he was spraying away at JKS, just taps in midair, and now it comes down to the 1 versus 2, and Hiko gets tagged up hard. It looks like Ustillo is going to clutch the round out. Hiko just keeps catching them. They're going for this aim duel back and forth, and finally the fatal blow is delivered.
Well, even at that point, right, so they win the round, and then they immediately get eco'd, right? So maybe, just a little bit of breath of air there for Renegades, but obviously nothing comes to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, final score ends up being 16-5. That eco was nice for them, but they needed to grab so many rounds in a row.
They needed a foothold on top of that and then to run away with it.
Yeah, they needed to just like break them completely, break all the momentum, break the money, and move forward. They needed to string together like 6 or 7 rounds before they could even afford to lose 1.
Okay, so we know now where Hiko stands in terms of how this might look going forward. And I do kind of want to put a little spotlight there. It looked like Azar had a little bit more of a tough time. Just
you calling him out on the goose egg?
I'm not calling him out. I'm just saying he had a little bit of a tough time there. Obviously doesn't help the situation, but I do believe he'll be able to bounce back in this next map, which is going to be Dust 2, if you guys didn't know at home.
I mean, looking at that first map, I think it was like, we're into the second half already, and he didn't have a single kill. And they even joked about it. They're like, it's not the ESCA scoreboard glitch anymore. He legitimately does not have a single kill. And while I think it's harsh to call out a player on individual performance when they're not doing great, that's basically like you're not even in the map. So, I mean, it was like Renegades was playing 4v5. I'm sure you could argue that he had, some effect on the game with his utility, but that's really rough performance from him. Not what we're used to seeing from him either.
No, absolutely. And like I said, when you've got Savage on all cylinders, AZR doing the same thing, these guys are, they're pretty good. They're able to string together rounds. But right here, we saw in Cobble, they were struggling. So I do believe at this time we're going to go to a quick break. Stay tuned between the maps. We're going to go to Dust 2 next. But I have gotten a little bit of a word here. Maybe my details might be confused. That if you count how many kills are in this John Wick preview, Daze will take you and your immediate family out to lunch. So make sure you tweet at him and let him know how many kills exactly are in that preview. We'll be right back.
John Wick. You're not very good at retiring.
I'm working on it. Welcome to Rome. It's been a long time, Mr. Wick. Yeah.
John Wick, Chapter 2.
You got a crack in your windshield.
Let me know when it's fixed.
They'll be ready Christmas 2030.
Rated R. Starts February 10th. You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Epic spraying them down. He decimates Tempo Storm. Second one, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're coming back now for the second map in this doubleheader of Renegades and Optic. My name is Stunna. This is Bach. We're going to kind of walk you guys right into this one. But before I do that, I want to share with you that you should, and you know, most of you, if you're listening to my voice at least, you will go out to Dallas, you will go to the Verizon Center, and you will check out these Pro League finals. Get your tickets right now, proleague.com/Dallas. Be there or be square. And you know what? When we're going to talk about squares, we're going to talk about maps that aren't going to be here for much longer. And that's Dust 2. And that's going to be Optic and Renegades on Dust 2.
It's actually a 4-square map design, too.
It's weird how
it's
that
one
works.
Of those. Yeah, it's weird how that works, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, Dust 2 is a map that's slowly being pushed away. All the leagues are starting to adjust to the ruling that came out from Valve that removed it from the active rotation. And if we were going to see a close game, that was going to be it. We thought that that was going to be a real fight from both Renegades and Optic. Instead, it ended up being Optic coming out swinging. I had originally picked Dust 2 as Renegades map. After seeing the way they played there, I'm not so sure anymore.
Well, let's take a look now at what Mr. DeBears has to say about Dust 2. Or we don't do that, and then, in which case, I will actually personally talk about Dust 2, and I'll throw down my cue cards for this. Let's talk a little bit about Dust 2 and the doors, a problem that I feel like has been a gleaming issue across the board for quite a while now. I don't know if I get the same feel from these doors as I did from the wooden ones.
You think that will be part of the remake? You think they'll bring back the wooden doors?
I can see, you know, honestly.
What if the whole map is wood, just as a troll? They just come back with an entirely wooden map.
If it doesn't change, I can just guess there's going to be mass hysteria in the streets, cats and dogs living together, just total unruly chaos. And, you know, we might be seeing some of that already, but that's not the point. The point is we need those wooden doors back.
Maybe someone will actually clean and we can call it DE Dustless.
DE Dustless. Well, how about DE Dust 2? Take it away, Eric.
Stunna, and here I am for another edition of Let's See Who Wins This Round. As we take a look at Team Renegades, they are on an eco right now with only one rifle. Now, on a map like Dust 2, thankfully it's not coming back for a while, they are pushing towards this B bomb site because it's the shortest of the long angles. You take middle, you got this whole long shebang, you got long, this whole thing. So why not just take away one side of the map? And as you can see, Renegades does this very nicely. They have Ustilo with the AK with two supports of the pistolers. Now, by doing this, CLG did not expect this at all, and it catches Hazed off guard, where Ustilo gets nice headshots. Now there's two guns for Team Renegades, and what this did is, after them taking tunnels, it puts Cutler in a really bad spot, and Yam is able to capitalize on this by flanking him. So now it's a 5-on-3 on an eco. They have three guns, and it forces CLG to take all the way towards this long bomb site, as you see him do right there. And now bad smokes, bad situation for CLG. 5-on-3 it's really hard for them to win this round. It's not impossible, but Team Renegades ended up winning the round, and it's securing the victory for that side. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Mr. Stromboli. I do appreciate that. Nonetheless, let's talk about Dust 2. Let's talk about these two teams.
So we were talking about it before. Like we were saying, you know, the map's being pulled out of the active rotation. Some people are upset about it, but we were talking about that creativity. How creative can you get? As someone who is heavily involved in the pro scene, maybe more in the background at one point in time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When was the last time you saw a team really come out swinging with a really strong execute on Dust 2? You're like, wow, I've never seen that before.
Well, I guess you got me there.
So the reason I bring that up is because we talked about Optic swapping their in-game leader. How much effect was it going to have? You know, realistically speaking, there's not a crazy deep playbook that you have to call out for the side of Dust 2 if you're on Optic. We've seen teams who basically just exploit mid to B, like consecutive rounds in a row. That was like, for some period in time, the common play for a lot of teams was just like, let's just take mid to B as many times as we can, and teams weren't really able to do anything about it. Now, obviously, you know, the map has changed a little bit, and it's not as successful as it once was, but if you're Optic, you can kind of rely on the fact that the map is a little bit stale. So I don't know how much work they've put in with Naf as the in-game leader on Dust 2, and based on the performance against Selfless last night, it wasn't fantastic, but at the same point in time, because it's Dust 2, they can kind of just rely on the fact that it's old, it's standard, everything's kind of cut and dry.
I mean, it does give that opportunity for a Puggy-style approach to it, right?
Yeah, I mean, in general, like when you're looking at the map pool right now, the two puggiest maps would probably be Dust 2 and Cache. Like two maps where you can really get away with not putting in too much work and just kind of exploiting your aim.
Well, I'm going to throw it over to the commentators. Before I do that, give me a quick prediction.
I think Optic takes this one now. I'm going to say 6. I'm not going to predict this.
Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself.
No, because
don't do that to yourself.
What ends up happening is, yeah, I'm not going to do that. But I think Optic takes it.
All right, I tell you who can take it from here. Let's give it to Daze. Let's give it to Blue. Take it away, Blaze.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Yeah, we are getting ready to jump into this second map now. It is going to be over on Dust 2. And while originally, right, we said this is a good map for the Renegades, do you still hold that opinion after what we just saw back in map number 1?
I mean, I think like maps like Dust 2, Cache, Cobble are definitely the best chance that Renegade has at beating, you know, Optic. If Optic decides not to ban Mirage anymore, which I actually think if they pick up Hiko, I think they might, you know, relook at that and maybe not ban that map anymore. Then I think Mirage is something that Renegades could beat them on as well. Having said that, I mean, they just got crushed on Cobble. But, you know, Dust 2 is a completely different map. These guys have lost before, and you know, games like that where you just get crushed sometimes it just happens. Nothing was working for them. Dust 2 is even less strategical in my mind than Cobble, so you can get away with, you know, how Renegades tends to play a lot of the time, even more, as we are getting live into this pistol. Looks like they're setting up for a long take right here. And I think we are going to see that, Blue.
Yeah, so let's take a look now what the Renegades are going to do on this pistol. For the most part, again, just pretty much sending all their players directly out towards long here. Optic Gaming will go for the group up across the map, but actually primarily into the B halls, which means the defense over here on this A site is going to be quite light. You have Naf sitting back up over here on the platform, getting ready for them to push back out, and he takes the duel, spots the entire play. Now he's going to need those reinforcements to roll back in here very quickly, but he does hold it back. There's more CTs, however, more of them moving back in, specifically Tarek on the catwalk. Naf is going to strike first, but he's down very, very low to 3 HP. He left the play back over there in the safe corner. Naf tapping back in again. He's able to score another one, despite having to play this passively. And all of a sudden, the rotates are here. The reinforcements have arrived. Yustillo, the only one to pick up a kill. Azur's going to change that, though. But Naf, he's got to go out, but he can't do it. Tarek is allowed to push back in, grab the final one, and it's Optic again that control the pistol here. 3 for 3 so far in this matchup.
Yeah, and Naf getting a lot of info, able to just peek pretty freely along. He definitely should have gotten a headshot here. He fought for a while, and then he goes back behind his barrels, gets gooshed, just gets a nice shot through the smoke, and he gets another kill through the smoke when he tried planting single as well. I'm not sure why he tried planting single there. He should have planted behind the site where that couldn't have happened. So he's able to get two big kills there and just retake as a team. Now Renegades on, you know, loses another pistol. I think they're 0 for 3 right now in pistols against Optic.
Yeah, and unfortunately with them being able to, unable, I should say, to get a good start with things like this, now we have to see the Renegades move themselves up over onto the catwalk position. And yeah, once again, will lead the charge. He actually gets great timing on this because it's just as one of the members of Optic has actually gone back through into CT where they're not going to be careful of this, and there is nobody paying attention to it. Rush swings back, and no, again, he doesn't actually see this, so it's a massive amount of players that have snuck up to the site. They're going to prioritize just getting this bomb onto the ground as the rest are still working their way up from Cat here. But Optic, well, they're not really able to do much either, as they're going to have to put themselves into a retake position here very quickly. JKS swinging out. He's got the angle, and Azur's actually going to finish the job. Another kill for them. Hiko responding finally, but the damage already being done. Azur swinging out again. He's going to be able to find Hiko, and down to Rush. Well, he can't do anything about this, so he's going to fall back and save, but even that will get challenged by Azur now. Back over here, he'll get the kill, and immediately we're seeing that increased impact from him. 3K on this round as it upsets and allows the Renegades to tie this up at 1-1.
Yeah, and that was just a huge blunder by Mixwell and whoever was CT spawn. I think they were trying to boost onto the CT spawn box, and they completely give up catwalk. While the terrorists are already on catwalk, so they hear him rotating in spawn, and they just walk out freely into, hey, Rush is pretty lucky he didn't even get shot in the side of the head. I'm not sure what the game plan there was for Optic. You really don't have to take risks like that when you're in, an anti-eco situation. But unfortunately for them, they get caught off guard, walk up catwalk, get the bomb down immediately, and then they try to retake from catwalk, and Renegades was just super set up, ready for it.
Well, now, again, we have to see what Optic can do as they do go for the aggressive response. P250 armor buys, along with 5-7 and Deagle for Naf and Hiko. Naf specifically, again, getting aggressive inside of the long doors here, but JKS paying well attention to this one with the rest of the team, going for the usual stack up of Ts inside of the middle area. And Optic not only holding an aggressive angle here either, they've got one player pushed up over there through catwalk as Mixwell takes up that spot. Rush moving in now, he's able to ice out the first kill, and it pushes more of them back, but there's the response from JKS. Again, we kind of figured that was going to happen since he had countered for that position, but Ricky, again, he's going to find one. However, here's Tarek once more in mid, finding Ustillo. It goes down to a 3v3. More damage, so even being done here to JKS, as he is now down at 3 HP. Smoke's being tossed back out. The rest of the Renegades moving back in. Rush will hold over here just at the edge of the cross. He's safe to go for it right now, but being passive for the right reasons, as there is reason to suspect that they'd be watching out for him, and, well, if he pushes it, he'll be a dead man pretty quickly. These two players from the Renegades are lit to hell. JKS at 3, and Yam at 13 HP. They really, or 11, excuse me, 11 HP. They're really not going to be able to fight this in 1v1 duels, but in comes Tarek swing, 1 for 1, but Rush also finding another kill back over there on the ramp. It's down to this last man alive, but he is caught looking down at the ground when Hiko peeks. So there's the retake from Optic, and there's the re-upset now to allow them to take control again.
Yeah, just back and forth. Renegades just getting P250 whipped middle, just consistently. Rush peeking, I think he dinked 3 people that round. Mixwell, on catwalk goes down, but the players are just so low on HP as Rush gets his go. Honestly, it's pretty inexcusable to die here like this. If you're Renegades, just not throwing a smoke at mid doors and allowing that to happen, it's just something that should just never occur. Like, if you're going to do a catwalk control, especially against an eco round, one of the most common things is Renegades is able to full buy, though, pretty much. They have a scout, 3 AKs, and an op. But one of the things you so commonly see on ecos is like a mid and a cat split. So you always want to smoke in the middle if you're going to go up catwalk.
Tarek finding the shutdown here onto these guys as they do try to just force their way out of the B tunnels. It's not going to go well. Ricky unfortunately kills his teammate in this situation as Ustillo is taken down. Ricky, well, I should say Ustillo, unfortunately getting in the way of Ricky's spray, so that will take him down. And now for these last two, they'll have to push their way outside. The bomb is trying to wrap its way back over through T-spawn right now, but Rush is in a great corner position. He does swing out early here, so Ricky will get the kill there. Again, making up for the team kill we saw earlier. Beyond this, though, there really is not a whole lot of control gain for the Renegades, and they don't have a whole lot of hope of clutching out this 2v4, even with Hiko and Tarek being heavily lit right now. As the Optic members have moved in, they've kind of crunched and limited the potential areas that the Renegades are going to be able to push out from without having to, at the very least, fight one of the members of Optic.
Yeah, they're in a very, very difficult spot. And, Renegades just employing that same strategy, just a brute force type take. Not many, just so many simple mistakes I see from them, and not only that, but just a lack of strategy, a lack of methodicalness. Everything just seems like, maybe on the start round, hey, let's take catwalk and go up A, instead of being like, all right, let's take catwalk, hold, I'll smoke mid, I'll flash over, I'll flash you up cat and Molotov the stairs and things like that.
Well, there's going to be Ricky finding another kill on the Daft, so at the very least, they make this plausible now after winning that duel out. They're not just rushing in through these angles where they have to fight members of Optic. They're taking it out. They're baiting these players into the open. Again, keep in mind on the timer, though, they do realize that they are not going to be able to get into a bomb site in time, so this will still be around for Optic, but at least they do damage at the end of it. And not only that, too, but they are able to more than likely save these final 2 guns. JKS and Ricky both fall away. That's not been an AK that'll be carried over into the next round, but Optic, again, controlling things here as they go up 3-1.
Yeah, and they're probably going to force off this. I mean, I definitely would if I was them. You know, whenever you have an op, even if you have like 4 pistols around it, they still have an AK around it, you're able to do a lot of things just when it comes to just letting an op lead in and maybe winning the round that way. Maybe like a late round B lead in, or, you know, you see he takes the op here. This is a chance for him to get a pick as well.
Well, Ricky again. Trying to take the timing shot there as the CTs will go for the cross to hold long position just a little bit early, as it would seem. Beyond this, the Renegades, again, stacking up in the usual positions for a group-up play towards middle. Nothing else really happening beyond that. Again, you've got the player that pushed out towards pit from the Optic side, but it is it's actually 2 players sitting on A. The only real thing of note here is the fact that they have left mid open, so should the Renegades try to go for some sort of mid to B split right now, they are going to have an easy time of pushing out and getting that initial staging area in mid. We would assume that they'd be able to try and smoke things off back over here. They still have a smoke in their arsenal, but actually it seems like mid for the most part is probably going to be ignored. This might just be another attempt to push their way out of the tunnels, where again you have this 2-man setup ready to immediately shut this down, and we saw that happen just in the last round, and they even had more gunpowder than this previously.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, the smoke comes out, but this is a smart play. I still think they should wait for this smoke. They don't have to push in through it. You're kind of not playing to your strengths when you do that. You know, had they been posted on the smoke, of course, as soon as I say that, they run through the smoke and get 2 entries and take the site. But, you know, generally speaking, the way they wanted to win that round is Optic is just going to go into a save here, is just let Ricky walk in B and op in, and if he gets an initial entry, they can just swarm the site. They have multiple smokes to back it up. They're almost certainly going to win that round, as long as they could trade evenly and put it into a 3v3 or maybe even a 4v3. But they just opt to just underhand flash through the smoke, and you know, Hiko and Tariq just aren't really watching like the actual choke point for them to come out the smoke, and they win the round pretty cleanly, pretty easily.
And we do see here now, as obviously as Dave's mentioned with the Optic guys falling back to save, the main benefit with which they actually forged their way into the site there is Tarek again did have to play kind of a double duty of being able to support Hiko on the push in through the B bomb site there, along with watching out towards mid. I think when the push actually starts, his attention is drawn a lot more towards mid, so he's caught in the open. And while he does catch one of the kills on the trade, ultimately, again, he is shut down there. So they do get a quick path in, and those last 3, again, it's a smart save. There's really nothing you can do in that scenario, as you don't have any intel, where post-plant situations are going to be long as back, but again, there's still 5 players essentially at full HP. Some great entries there from JKS as their quick kills to push back in. But still, now it's Optic with the save, and they're going to force back into this next round as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if Hiko had just taken more contact while they were coming through the smoke, it would have been another one of those rounds, I'm telling you right now, Blue, where they would have just gotten like 1 death, you know? But luckily for Renegades, he wasn't taking contact, and it caught the door player off guard, and he died without, you know, doing anything.
Well, they're going to again go out over here through the tunnels pretty quickly. And this time there is only 1 player to support this. It's Hiko, and he's got a FAMAS to play with. Already down to 11 HP after that first exchange. And he still is not only going to grab that kill, but he'll grab Rush, who attempted to swing in through the door. Same thing for Naf, too. They all just essentially run into the members of the Renegades here. So it's a pretty quick shutdown, and it's them who only lose 1 player in this exchange. And now we are tied once more, just like we're back over at 1-1. It is going to be now 3-all here, as Optic has lost the advantage, and they will essentially be forced to full save here. Maybe an upgraded pistol or 2, but that is for the most part going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the advantage, and Renegades has a lot of money because, you know, the rounds they won, they won the last 2 rounds very, very cleanly, and before that round they won, they took a lot of guns with them, right? They just kept a lot of the guns that they won on that second round. So their bank is built up really, really well, 3-3. Optic's saving right now should be an easy kill for Ostillo on Naf here, you would think, and they're looking to roll into a really good T-side on Dust 2.
Naf again posted up in a position over here with these, as Ostillo essentially waits for him to push back in. He'll sit behind the doorway. And once more as well, we can see Ostillo pushing his way out here against Naf. Moving in towards it, he will be able to swing in for that kill. Naf, unfortunately, is not really prepared for it. Thankfully, the rest of Optic, positioned in mid, will be able to swing pretty quickly over here towards A and attempt to actually move out towards Cat 2 to defend this. Just not the best position for Tarek, as he is caught sitting there in the elevator. Azure gets himself a nice, essentially free kill. And these last 2 are stuck in CT. Again, not really a whole lot that they can do with a 2v5 and essentially no damage done, so this will most certainly be a 4th for for the Renegades. They'll take control of the map now.
Yeah, no chance for any of the Optic guys to do anything. Hiko gets caught in spawn, dies there. Russia's Shadow being shown, so easy kill for AZR and JKS, who's supporting him from behind. And now Optic has a decision to make. We'll see if they buy. Looks like a P250 on NAF. It looks like it's going to be a very conservative play call here, and maybe a half buy or something like that. But then again, like the thing I don't ever agree with is if you half buy here, and they don't, so they don't do what I was saying. But if you half buy there, it makes no sense because you should have done it the round before, you know? So they offer a full save, so this upcoming gun round after this round, they're going to have full cash, full money to do whatever they want with. They'll have full utility, everything they need to win the round. Renegades takes a very early long control, so if they want to go back cat, they know nobody can be, you know, long or anything. Most likely they're on the stairs area. It usually leads to a very easy cat take, but they have 4 outside long A, 1 person lurking in the B tunnels, and now they're just taking it slowly, methodically. That's what you like to see in rounds like these. Make sure you don't make any mistakes. They opt to smoke on Xbox, 1 player walking up catwalk with support with 2 behind.
They move up through the cap position here now. Mixwell waiting around the corner. Ustillo is actually caught, but there's players to support him, thankfully. Mixwell, well, he's not on point with his aim. So we do see Nap moving in for 1 trade. And as the rest of the members of Optic try to get aggressive here, for the most part, they are shut down pretty quickly, with the exception of that kill on JKS. Azur gets a nice 2-piece right at the end there. Tarek and Hiko both get knocked out. And it is going to be another one for the Aussies here now. Up 5-3 as they are starting to get great control on this T side, but at the same time, this is now only the beginning of where we are seeing the guys from Optic trying to build up their economy. So they haven't had a huge chance to strike back just yet.
Yeah, those were 2 nice kills by Azur there. But, you know, that was dangerous. They were all lined up on the catwalk there. Had Mixwell gotten that first P250 kill, like, we might have seen something very, very different occur during that round. Luckily for Renegades, he wasn't able to land the shots, but I don't necessarily agree with the overall strategy there, doing the Xbox smoke, then taking catwalk, because you're leaving yourself exposed when you just walk up the catwalk with 3 players like that. That was 1 shot P250 headshot range on Mixwell on that first kill. Just luckily for Renegades that they missed it. The guy even had a flash out. So strategically speaking, like, those are the things that are really troubling me when I'm watching this Renegades team, that if they really want to beat and you know, get to this next level from where they need to tighten those things up.
So it is still a group up in mid for the Renegades now, as Azur initially deploys the smoke, but Molotovs will prevent him from moving in any further. And again, it is a fairly ignorance, it's a large amount of ignorance from Optic and mid. They don't deploy any players to watch out for this one, and they will do a split initially as Azur just goes for the drop down. The rest are going to regroup either in mid or inside of those B tunnels, where once more they'll attempt to push back out. We have this player sneaking in. He's shut down. It's not just here either. It's Tarek back over here on the B bomb site that for the most part has been punishing things. 3 quick kills on the op for him, and all of a sudden it's down to Yam. Optic on their first gun run after we had that volley of rounds at the beginning. They traded out, and now they're 1 round behind, tying us up again.
Yeah, and Optic really countered their play there very, very well. Just an op in B tunnel anytime you're doing any type of a contact B play. Hiko and Tarek are just much too disciplined to rotate off B there. There's even a smoke in the tunnel, so not only are they going up against an op, but they're going up against going through a smoke grenade. So they're just have almost no chance of really killing Tarek there. And I think we've seen it a couple times now where if you're Renegades, there's times where you can slow it down. You could say, hey, just, you know, give it some time. Wait out the smoke. Wait here. You know, let's not force things. And instead, they do force things, and it's really getting themselves in trouble.
Rookie again posting over here at T-Spawn, looking for that crossed upper on the CT side, but not getting the chance at it yet. It's Tarek, and he's held passively back, waiting for players that would actually push through the mid door here. Well, they'll get it, but it won't actually be Tarek that goes down. It's actually Rush this time. Azur pushing through. No follow-up upon it just yet. He quickly falls back in the event that someone else from Optic wanted to move in to retaliate. They'll just be split 2-2, however. Won't be wanting to put that pressure back in. And this may work out, as it does appear as though the Renegades may take this over here towards the cat play position. After a few seconds of delay, though, and not seeing anything, Nat falls back. Mixwell with a bit of a crucial miss, though, as he does go for the drop down on the boxes there. He moves away from this one, too. Molotovs from the CTs will hold him back, so again, they cannot follow through with this just yet. But a lot of these CTs have now taken some damage, both Mixwell and Tarek, both of the oppers down at 42 and 29 HP, respectively here. And still plenty of time to work with as well. A minute on the clock here. A whole load of utility for the Renegades to use upon this entry. 3 Molotovs were in there when they just started talking about this a moment ago, and in they go. Nap, though, is going to be sneaky inside of the smoke. They haven't checked on top of that box. They do now, but it's after the flashbang has expired. He'll get 1 kill as he gets traded back out, and it's not only here as well. JKS back over at long, trades out the frag on Ahiko, and finds a second one against Mixwell. Tarek, there's nothing he can do playing way over here at B. He'll be able to grab that kill against Yam with him getting aggressive, but now he's on the run trying to fall back to save, but someone is going to immediately contest this in the upper tunnels. It's Ustilo, and he grabs the headshot to put him down and disallow for any saves from the side of Optic.
That was very intelligent by Optic, though. They had a really bad spot being down in that 4v5 as Rush died to, I believe it was Yam at the middle doors. Nap does a really nice sneaky play right there. Unfortunately for him, he gets blind and gets traded out. That was pretty cool by him. Having said that, Optic took a calculated risk. They took 3 towards A there, and they actually had a very good chance of winning that round. Had Naf gotten 1 more, had Hiko not dropped the ball on that long kill, they would have been in great position to do it. Mixwell, from his very early on success on that Cobble game, he's been pretty silent, since then. I think he's, over like 0-8 right now or something like that, so that's something you almost never see, 0-6. From a player of his caliber. So he's having a little bit of a rough one right now, and Renegades is getting the better of Optic right now. Optic not much in the bank. If they lose this round, they're going to be on an eco. They don't have any utility. They have pretty low, guns-wise. So, and having said that, they're not even taking too much of a risk, right? It's more of like a default setup. So this could be a really tough round for them to win here.
But the rest of the guys from the Renegades here now, after stacking up in the tunnels, it's a bit of a late deployment here down towards that middle staging area outside of the doors. But there's no one from Optic that is going to directly contest this now. With the exception of the play from Mixwell with a shotgun back over by the long doors, and everyone else is still sticking to this usual 2-2 split that they've been working with for the past, well, basically this entire CT side now. It has been their go-to style of play. But as time gets slower, and Renegades do go for a much slower style of execution on this round, they run it down to about 30 seconds. Mixwell, though, takes out the player at long, and I think he's got it up on the floor that he can trade this out for as well when the actual hit comes in, assuming it still follows through on a cat. Ricky, though, getting that kill into B may send them spiraling in the other direction, and that's exactly what is going to happen. It's opened up the site. There is still someone in position here. It's going to be Tarek, but very quickly he's going to be crunched upon, and this is going to be tough to hold back off. Gets JKS swinging around, though, fails to account for the second player in the window spot, and now Azure outside. There's only 8 seconds on the clock, but the T's do have control of the site. So they'll be able to plant. Azure toying in mid. Well, that's not going to go too successfully as Mixwell, now armed with his op, shuts down Azure, eliminates him. Ricky moving out here. He's hunting for players to cross the doors, but no one is going to oblige to that. They've already gotten themselves up to the wall position, and they have a man advantage for this retake. The guys on the Renegades, well, they're just going to play close up and contact on this one. A missed shot from Ricky. That's crucial. He goes down. You still able to trade, playing from the same corner, trying to get the second player that's pushed into the doors, but it's not meant to be. Naf will shut him down, and it's another round for Optic as this map continues to be close, and teams battle for essentially 1 or 2 rounds control of the lead.
Yeah, and just a very, very questionable decision there at long A to just walk out with an op and no support if you're Yam, and you're just got to be wondering, what is he doing when you're Mixwell? That's what you say when you're Mixwell. He's like, what? Why did you just do that? You have a player going towards B, you have a player walking out long with an op, and then you have a guy CT spawn dropping. I'm just not sure of the general strategy there employed by Renegades, and just questionable decision making, in a spot where they were in really good position to take control of this game.
Well, now the Renegades will fall back here and work their way over towards, again, after that initial deployment, I should say, from Ricky, they will fall back and regroup outside of those mid doors and go into their usual type of strat, even after losing that one there. Optic, still no change up in terms of the pressure being applied to mid here. Still relying on the guy that plays doors at B to be able to watch out for a wrap out from that position. So it's still an open door for the guys on the Renegades to try to push through should they want to. But now it seems as though they will be, at least initially, opting for a bit of a long play combined with cat pressure here. Naf will be the tag player to watch out for the cat presence. While in the meantime, you do still have a player in pit as well that hasn't been revealed just yet, and Mixwell to watch out for long pressure. Mixwell, again, trying to assist with both angles here, but the initial attempts at poking out onto this site from the Renegades have not really gone well, so they are just going to fall back and I think take this into the B tunnels now, along with a possible mid-split to work with this too. The bomb most certainly committing itself to B, And as the rest of the players will soon follow suit, they need to go out onto this site. 38 seconds left on the clock. They don't know what exactly. Again, they should by this point have a semi-decent idea, but if there were any change-up, then they might be able to figure this one out. But I think they already spotted the defense when they went for that presence push on A before. But Tarek peeking out, finds the first kill. He knows there's another one close back up, but no support on window at all. He doesn't realize that he got that close. So Azur, he's going to catch the trade kill. He now flushes Tarek back outside. He'll give this up. There's still a presence by those mid doors, too, that can cut off the rotators, but Azur's going to go through. That's a mistake, though, as Tarek is going to be able to punish that. And he has the Opera isolated. The last one for this T side is alive back over here. He fakes the plant. He's letting Tarek push back in, and he gets him. The bait works perfectly. He takes him out of the mix. And now, look, one of the Ts is chasing down another player that pushed in the tunnel. Somehow he wasn't spotted. But look now, Rush. He's able to get behind that cubby before Ricky can actually find the spot with him. So he's taken down JKS. Ricky's just going to walk right up, but he can hear him now. He's ready for it, and the missed shot will seal the deal as Optic defuse the bomb and again pick up another round.
That was a crazy round, man. Like the Tarek just coming out of the B doors to stay alive. The player pushing window, dying to Tarek. The player in B tunnels chasing the other player in B tunnels. You know, that was Rush. That was hectic, Blue. That was very hectic. That was tough to follow.
Well, it does follow itself in Optic's favor, as they now have tied things up for a third time in this half now. We've went 1-1, we were 3-3, and now we're 6-6. And the Renegades grouping up very early again towards the mid doors, but we also already have a player in the upper tunnels. Fast mid-B split. Nav could shut this down. Tarek's even helping out with it as well. He's found a player. Nav actually striking too early, though. Those players held back at the mid doors, and Tarek got really aggressive trying to trade kill. But it's Hiko outside of the B tunnels, hiding in the same corner where they shut them down previously, and Mixwell with the secondary up. He's brought it down to just JKS. Even trying to figure out where the bomb went. He finds it, though, sitting up on top of these rafters here. And we'll see what he can do about the 1v3. He's actually given access to the site. I don't think they fully realize where he's at right now. So he could, at the very least, be able to put this bomb on the ground, but gets aggressive towards those tunnels. And while there's a double stack from Optic, he can outpunish it. Rush will put it down. It's Optic with the lead once again.
Yeah, and that early success that they had at B early on, you know, when they threw that flash to the smoke. You know, I told you at the time, Blue, I said, it's just not something that's going to work out more often than not, and all of a sudden, all their B hits, they tried it again, Tarek got like a 3K, they tried a mid to B, Tarek shut him down, stayed alive, and then they tried another B hit there, and Tarek shut him down. So Tarek on this CT side of Dust 2 is just dominating these Renegades guys at that B side of the map. And they don't need to, you know, do anything crazy here. They're doing a little bit different, though. Tarek's a bit more aggressive at mid. They have a player on Catwalk. And now they're showing some early aggression against these Tech 9s. So we'll see if they're going to try to, you know, obviously they're trying to make it 4v5. But it's a different look for this Renegade side, right? They've been very, very passive around middle. They've kind of been conceding map control throughout this first half, and now all of a sudden Optic's kind of challenging a little bit more.
Well, we have the Renegades now pushing their way after moving in for that same usual opener that they go for towards the entrance to the long doors over at A, and it's only Rush here. They've sometimes positioned a two-man team, but they finally actually changed up their mid-defense strat a little bit here by placing two guys outside of the B site to watch over that. Again, not actually playing contact at the door itself or even a close-up angle, but just waiting for them to swing on the B. So it's left the A site quite vulnerable, and this is good for the Renegades to take advantage of this one. Rush, if he can even get one kill here, that would be fantastic, and he gets it. And it's not only this, too. Mixwell is found out in the open from the top of the ramp, and you still is going to be able to punish that from at range with the Tech 9. Now Naf finding a couple trades. The smoke will come in, though, and he doesn't want anything to do with this take. He'll fall away, and he's going to let his teammates get into position for the actual retake itself. They've evened it out. They've brought it down to a 3v3, so they most certainly still have a chance of this, especially with the fact that one of them is still working with the Deagle there. That's going to be Ricky, however, and we saw the work he was able to pull off with that in the last map there. Now, though, they push back in on Cat, and they currently don't have a big presence watching for Cat. Most of it's at long, so they'll lose Usilo up on the site. Ricky immediately gets just shot in the face and put down to the ground. So for JKS, well, unfortunately, again, while he has a long position here, he doesn't have an out to try to play with these guys, and overall, I don't even think he's going to contest the plan. He's just going to sit back in the corner here, let this bomb get defused. He'll let Optic pick up another round, and Hiko will take out JKS, disaligned for any saves on the T side.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a big mistake by Optic. They completely overplayed B in an unnecessary fashion. We saw that was like almost the same reason they lost that second round. Remember, they just kind of left A open, and they almost did the same thing. They had 3 towards mid B. Rush was really late getting to pit, and as soon as he gets to pit, they just start walking out, and the timing on him peeking was very poor. And then Mixwell just gets caught up, you know, not realizing somebody's on Cat. So Tarek makes it 4v5 onto Yam right away, and we'll see if they try to brute force into B again through this smoke.
Well, Hiko now positioned back over here on the platform. He knows they're coming in, but is actually caught off guard when they finally do push through the smoke there. It's Tarek with the trade, and he's been going off this half now. He's already got 2 kills on this round, 3 more in the site. He finds a path through the smoke where he's saved, picks up the kill. Ricky trades the player in the window, but again, Tarek is allowed to just go off here. He gets 4 kills before finally going down to Ricky, but now Ricky is alone with a 1v2 situation. Can obviously trade this out for a rifle or something like that, but his focus is mainly on them retaking from mid. He's not really accounting for the tunnels currently, where both of the members of Optic are going to try and swing back in from here to eliminate him, and even moves all the way outside too. There's still a minute on the clock. This was very fast paced, so he certainly has the time to do what he's doing now, which I do believe is wrapping this through CT and trying to take the bomb over towards the A site. But the guys from Optic, well, they're hot on his heels. They already realize that he's done this. They already realize that he is heading over towards this other site, and they are going to be able to sneak over here and try to retake for themselves. But now that he's given himself the extra time by rotating over here, he still has a chance to clutch this one out. But it is going to come down to the appropriate read of where exactly Optic are going to do this for him.
Yeah, and they decide to go one long, one on catwalk. So Rush is going to need to, find out where he is pretty early on.
Pretty early here, so he'll be able to recover. And with that, the second flash hits just as he picks up the kill on Rush. Now he can fall back on this one. And Mixwell, well, he'll move in and immediately jump onto it. He's got a smoke to support him too. The shot's got to be on point, and we're seeing it's a miss. That's all he's going to be able to do. The smoke defuse comes in there for Optic Gaming, and they will pick up another round. So while they started off a bit slow, they were able to swing it back in their favor due to the heroics of Tarek on the B-bomb side, along with their other players. The second half, guys, is coming up in just a little bit. Stick around right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
A sign of life, possibly from the Renegades there, as they do get themselves off to a good start here on Dust 2. Ultimately, though, it is Optic and mainly Tarek that swings things back there with his heroics in the on the B bomb site. That does allow them to hold a 9-6 lead here on Dust 2. Now we go into the second half, and Daze, what are we going to see in the second half?
Well, I think Optic is just a lot better than Renegades is what it looks like. A lot of the rounds that Renegades won were simply based off some mistakes on Optic's part. I mean, like just blunders, like positionally speaking, where they just have 2 go mid to B on an anti-eco, Rush the only player at A, watching Long and Cat together, losing that round, allowing them to get that economic advantage, just flashing through the B smoke and losing that one in a very important round, which, forced Optic on a very bad, economic buy and pushed them into a save and whatnot. So I think when you look at that and you look at the way Renegades actually won the round, it was like a lot of the time just off Optic's mistakes, not holding things properly and things like that. It wasn't necessarily off, Renegades doing really well, strategically speaking, or making really good plays or trade killing properly. And then we saw even going back to Cobble, the rounds that they lost were just like, bam, 4 deaths right in a row. And even going here, Tarek, multiple 4Ks, and things like that, where they just can't trade on these people. And the reason they can't trade on them is because the general strategy, overall is just to like brute force something and hope that the guy, misses a shot essentially, and Tarek's not going to miss.
So now we do go into the second half, guys. Optic Gaming, once again, for anyone that is just joining us, is currently holding the lead with a 9-6 scoreline. 3 rounds in their favor, but the pistol round for the Renegades potentially could immediately swing this in the other direction. Keep in mind, however, that currently Optic are flawless in pistol round victories so far. Among the 2 maps that have been played, they are 3 for 3. We'll see if they can make it a 4th, or if the Renegades can finally get one on the board for themselves. It's not looking too good at the start, but Yam coming in with a bit of heroics on his own. He at least catches that trade, but there's too large of a presence sitting on Cat for him to be able to deal with that. Now Ricky up close, trying to swing wildly here. JKS finishes the job of which Ricky started there against Rush, and that'll push them away from the doors. Ultimately, they're just pushed into the tunnels again, and they'll read this as a B hit. We can see additional presence actually being applied to Long, and again, I actually going to correct myself, they don't read this as a B hit. It seemed like 2 were going to push their way up towards the site, but instead they just go 1-1-1 all across the map here. Along with Ustillo having the aggressive presence, and keep in mind, he has a kit in check too, which means if they keep him alive, they still have that extra time to defuse. Ricky, though, finding the nice one-tap on a NAF, brings it over to 2. He knows that the presence is going to shift its way over here, and that will call for Ustillo to rotate. But after applying that pressure there in mid and smoking it off as well, they're going to try something a bit different. They move back in and they go for Cat instead. But look at this. The guys on the Renegades have read this. They're already moving one in from CT. Ricky's looking out for this one. Ustillo grabs the kill, and Ricky grabs the final one. So the Renegades finally picking up a pistol here, their first one this evening. And with that, they have a chance to immediately tie this game up again.
Yeah, and Renegades is one of those teams where I think when they really get the ball rolling and they're able to, you know, just like win multiple rounds in a row, they're kind of one of those momentum-based teams, in my opinion. So winning the pistol round is kind of a must. You know, you got to at least win one of these against Optic, right? So they go 1 for 4, finally pick up that CT side pistol. But this is actually one of the harder maps to win the second round on when you're on CT, just because of how easy it is to like just go up A with Deagles and things of that nature and get the bomb down. So the round, just because Optic is, you know, has Tech 9s and a couple of Deagles, it's definitely not, you know, like super favored to Renegades or anything. It's a map where you could definitely win on the second round. Having said that, Optic going into almost like a stack here with 3 towards mid B. A perfect flashbang for Azure as he runs towards the mid doors, gets 2, gets 3. No real trade going on for Optic. Turret coming up in that upper B tunnel just gets shut down by JKS. So very, very clean by Renegades. And that's something that they really, really need to start with. Dust 2 could definitely be a very CT-sided map, especially if you get like a double op setup and you're able to consistently make it 4v5 and whatnot. So good job by Renegades there, and it's good to see them, you know, start out a half strong.
And off of that, again, we can see how clean the sweep up was here from the replay once more. Hazard, yeah, just not letting anybody through those mid doors. It becomes a corpse field pretty quickly. Now we go into the full save from Optic, and again, we don't really expect anything super interesting here. They post up passively outside of Long in the event that guys from the Renegades here did want to try to push their way forward up Long and try to punish this, but it's not going to work. And Ustillo, with a very casual tapping away on the UMP there, finds a crossing NAF, is able to take him down already. We've even got Azure now trying to push in aggressively here, but it's a very light amount of it being applied. He falls back, and no, actually dips back in. It's a good nade from Ricky, and we do see more of them as they do move in to basically crunch them in with the Long and Cat push coming in at the same time there to easily pick up that 9th round without taking any losses. And now we will be tied here as a pause comes in. I'm going to assume of tactical nature from Optic. It is a bit early, obviously, but again, we're not actually aware of what the pause cause is at the moment, so we'll figure that out in a second, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see what Renegades opts to do here. I mean, they have 4 umps and an M4. A lot of the time you see like a lower mid-B crunch, you know, on a round like this where you don't have the, you know, pressure to really just full buy right away. You don't want to, you know, get rid of these umps because they obviously are very powerful. So just a pure economic buy. A lot of times you could do like a lower B crunch, maybe 1 on catwalk, 2 lower B, 2 upper B, or something of that nature. 2 on catwalk, 1 lower, 2 upper. Looking at the stats here for Renegades, though, AZR bouncing back from a poor performance on Cobble is looking strong now, and Tariq is just like paving the way for Optic, though, like hard carry mode right now.
And off of this here, in the first gun round, we can see it. Yeah, just to mention again there to the scoreline from Tarek, still 21-14. Much of this being carried over from the first half, and now we need to see him come alive in the gun rounds for this T side as well as the CT side. But as JKS swings out here, he's going to get not only 1, 2, again, trying to make the best of work with these SMGs, but it's Tarek and Rush that do manage to trade out the kills. At the end of the day, it's left to a 3v2, but they have additional presence at mid. It's only 1 more guy sitting in the B-bombs, and Ricky expects this, but it's still the kill for the mid player on that T side. That'll draw the attention of both the remaining CTs. They're going to move in against him. Mixwell, he'll take up a different angle. They have to come into his kingdom to fight, and there's 1, there's the second. Mixwell shuts down those remaining CTs, and it's Optic that will keep their lead.
Yeah, Optic wins that round. Again, I don't know. I'm wondering what the mindset was in order to, you know, go through the B smoke and a Molotov. Luckily for them, they're able to trade. They're going through a smoke and a Molotov there. a smoke and a Molotov. Like, I'm very surprised that they were able to win that round. Mixwell comes up big as the lurk roll in that 4-1, able to get the 3K and close it out. And now Renegades, though, they're still able to buy. There's only 2 players alive on Optic to close out that round. So this is very, very important for both teams right now.
Well, we can hear Ricky sitting back down here below again now behind the Xbox. Going for that aggressive peek early on and having the smoke to be able to support that, and allow him to do that pretty freely. But nothing is going to bite on that attempt to fish out some of the players here from the T side. They go for a delayed play to actually group up in this area of the map. But Flashbang's out here, and Ricky, well, he's going to immediately be forced back. That gives them the room to move in, but again, I don't think they're actually going to be capitalizing on that. Just trying to force him and scare him away a little bit, possibly throw a false positive in the way of the CTs to get them rotating early. But instead, the early pressure here being applied towards Cat, or at least some of these nades and whatnot. They'll be smoked back out, but if they want to try and start things off a bit early here, they can certainly try to toss those in. But now, because they don't have any presence any longer in the upper tunnels, it's allowing these 2 players from the Renegades to push directly in. Both JKS and Ricky, they'll move up, so they know for a fact that the presence isn't here right now. They can actually crunch them a bit. They're expecting this to come mainly from Cat, and look, they both have turned away, so if the JKS wants to go forward with this, he can catch them. Hiko's here now. He's able to hold off that kill, but not against Ricky on the trade. They go 1 for 1, but now they know the presence has to be a little bit weaker here at mid. They'll move into the drop player here. Azur, well, he adjusts a little bit early, but he still finishes the kill. Unfortunately for him, though, Mixwell is going to move back in and finish the job. So we're down to a 3v3. It's still even across the map, but in the process of all of this chaos, they did give up full control of the B site, and it was just a walk-up for those mid players there. Now you're looking at Ricky sitting back at the edge of the tunnels. He's hoping these players push him, and while they will, he will miss the important op shot there. Tarek will get the kill into him. Mix also finds one on Eustillo, and for Yam, there's nothing left to do in this 1v3 with him still being positioned, I think, up on Cat at the time that those kills happened. So now he's got to fall back and save his rifle, and it's going to be an 11th for Optic.
Yeah, 11-9. Yam trying to save his gun there. That B push kind of ends up working against them because they immediately go into a B, a mid B. Ricky's stuck in tunnel with an op, and they kind of concede the site. AZR gets dropped on from CT, so he's only able to go 1 for 1. And it definitely favors Optic. As soon as they got that Molotov down at the B tunnel and were able to, plant freely, that double peek was really, really impressive by them. One, just right away, both peeking the tunnels at the same time. Ricky couldn't do much. It's a very favored T-side shot, or peeker advantage shot when he's posted up there. And even if he does get one, he's gonna get traded out and put it into a 2v2. So.
Heading into our next one here, again, unfortunately, it does not allow for the Renegades to have enough utility still to buy into this, so Yam's rifle, which was saved from the 5th round, is all they're going to have. But they've got a big stack of players at long, smokes to support the T's, but Hiko, Flash, they don't actually see him originally, but they do now. Yam and Eustillo getting those kills. Tarek tries to turn it around. However, this is still very CT-sided here now. They've picked up massive amounts of kills. That should, in theory, be an extra rifle, because someone did fully commit if they want to go out towards long and pick that up, but doesn't seem to be the case. For now, those 2 other CTs are just going to stick with their P250s, and Optic have to take a bit of a pit stop here, as they've all of a sudden lost most of their pushing power. Naf is the only one left at full HP. Mixwell's down at 25, so he has to play very carefully as well. And it's now the Renegades all of a sudden, as they were on basically just a safe round with the exception of Yam. Yam did work with that rifle, and now it's turned the round into one where currently the Renegades have a bit of an advantage.
It's pretty 50-50 to me, because NAF is controlling the guns right now. So, I mean, they're stuck on 2 P250s. Yeah, it is 3v2, and Mixwell's, low on HP. But pretty simply, if they could, take up the A site, maybe trade, or NAF is able to get 1 kill and get the bomb down or something, it could definitely be very Optic-sided. I don't think it's like a huge advantage for Renegades or anything. I think it's pretty 50-50 at this point, as they're going to walk up long and just take like an initial gun battle here. And immediately, NAF wins that one, but Yam is able to trade it out, and this puts Mixwell in a tough spot, because he's low HP, so he holds on the corner, and it's tough for him to cross right now.
And now moving in here, he does get baited into peeking fully, which will bring him out into the open against Yam, where he can finish the job. That'll be a big 4K on the round from him. And again, we can see the action happening over here at long. That rifle doing work. Yam saving his team. That one save ended up to be a miracle save, and it did allow for these CTs to upset now, as they're once again going to be closing the gap. This entire map, we've been, like I said, within 1, 2, and at the most 3 rounds of the half within tying things, and now we go right back to that for the second half.
Yeah, and putting them on an eco like that, I disagree with throwing a corner smoke in that situation. I don't think you should throw a corner smoke, and Hiko there makes a mistake as well. Probably didn't, obviously he was blind, but had he just jumped right into the pit, it really would have made them look somewhere else. Instead, he gets stuck on the ledge while he's blind and allows Yam to just get a free kill on him. But had he been able to make it in the pit, they probably do win that round.
Well, we do see Ricky, again, sitting back over here behind the Tetris block and waiting for them to move in. A nice flick on a Tarek takes him down. That's the bomb going out, too, so they can adjust accordingly to this one now and prepare most of their players to watch out for a cat engagement. Molotov will even hold them off for a couple of extra seconds here, too. We don't see a full rotate off of B again, because they still could have fallen back and suddenly swung this back over towards mid or in the other direction, and they even start to suspect that, too, and there's reason to, as we do see the Optic Gaming guys holding here, with the smoke still in position, the smoke still countering them out, so they're watching out for all avenues right now, and basically just take a note back, take a step back, slow things down here, and think about how they do want to play this. They will recommit the bomb into the B halls, and now move it upstairs here to see if they can try to make a play for this one instead. But full reinforcements are here. You've got a guy playing in CT to counter out the middle aspect if they try to split it, and a second player sitting just outside of the window that can also assist with this tunnel play, which is probably going to be happening in a moment here. JKS spots it early. Again, not really a whole lot of damage being done, but importantly, Naf kills the guy in mid. So all of a sudden, the defenses are a lot weaker here, and these guys have to take a moment themselves. 20 seconds left, though, so with the Molotov and the great utility usage overall here from the Renegades, it's doing a perfect job of holding them back. But now it's just JKS in the car position. Flashbang has gone back in. Him and Yam are going to double team the second player, and for Mixwell and Naf, well, they have to do a miracle work here. Mixwell, the only player that's actually in the site being able to work this. They killed Naf. They left the bomb back, so I actually don't think he has enough time to get this thing on the ground. He's got to go out and try to get these kills, but no, it's not going to work. The Renegades will win it out by the timer, and they are going to be able to close the gap yet again.
Yeah, and even though that looked like Optic might have been able to pull something out there, that long flank from, I think it was Ustillo, I'm not 100% sure, was coming so fast. And as soon as they were going to plant the bomb, he was going to backstab him. He was going to, put an end to that. So that numbers-wise, that was a lot closer than it actually was. I don't think Optic had much chance of winning that round when they initially missed that shot onto JKS when Mixel was posted up in the B tunnel. Had they hit that and they came, into the site barreling in very close, they definitely could have had a good chance. But as soon as that shot was missed, the long flank was just coming way too quickly.
Well, we have Optic moving back in here now, again, quickly up towards the cat staging point before they actually move in towards A. You have Ricky as the point player for this. The first point of contact now behind the car spot. But there's no one else really in close range right now. They have a guy down at CT, but that can be somewhat hit or miss. So this is all coming down to Ricky. Deploys against the first one. The high flash works out, but there is one player that missed it. So this is actually a good thing that he doesn't go in peeking this. He's going to let Optic move in. They're essentially just full saving here with the exception of Mixwell having that op. So this is good that they play it back because it's still going to be a relatively easy retake with the overall amount of gun power they have. It's Mixwell that's got to do some serious work if they're going to have any chance of getting back into this site successfully. And we can see now they start to move in, just using the first bits of their utility too. That's the op gone down. There's only 2 remaining, and it is going to be a pretty easy retake here. Hiko is going to prioritize saving the op. He's going to fall back, and he is going to let them defuse the bomb.
Yeah, that's very smart by Hiko. Gets in the smoke, gets the op, runs away, just books it. But Renegades takes the lead, 12-11, and this back and forth battle, I think, is right now, it's definitely favoring Renegades. They have a decent amount of money. Optic able to get that plant, so they're going to have pretty much a full buy here. But having said that, if they lose this round, they're going to be set back to probably 1 eco, maybe pistol armor or something of that nature. And Renegades is looking pretty strong here, and Optic's T side is looking a little bit shaky.
And off of that here, now we do see the pause coming in from Optic here, being utilized, as they do need to figure out what they can do to try and close on this match. They have overall, with the exception of right at the beginning, been able to hold an advantage, been able to hold a somewhat consistent lead.
But even then, Blue, I told you, the round they won, it came down to a 2v3, and the way they even got into a 2v3 was going on to B through a smoke and a Molotov, Like, that was like one of the big rounds that they won, and it was in a nature where, generally speaking, they're probably going to lose that. Going through a 4x4 doorway, we're talking about the Dust 2 tunnels, this narrow entrance through a smoke and a Molotov, right? It's just not like a good idea. And that's what they did just coming out of a timeout. So that's why I'm like a little worried about Optic and how they're going to play this out.
It's because of the fact that, again, in terms of like strategically, what do we think they need to do differently?
Exactly. And we've seen them, on Cobble, we didn't see much of their T side. We saw their CT side was phenomenal. And we saw a really good CT side here. They just had a couple, blunders, like when it came to that second round, for instance. I talked about it before. That was like a huge mistake. But their T side, though, we didn't see it on Cobble, so we're not really sure what to expect coming in. Obviously losing Stanislaw and seeing what type of decisions they make coming out of timeouts, coming into big rounds and things of that nature.
Well, now we do go back into it here, and it is going to be a gun round for Optic. A 3-2 split initially, and it's a fast play from Mixwell outside here. Flashbang connects onto him, along with a 1 damage for the Molotov, so really nothing big there. But he'll just promptly fall back. And for the most part, nothing really is going to happen at the beginning of this round. We have to see Optic go back, and I imagine group back up behind the Xbox there and outside of those mid doors. So just holding the standard positions here with no one doing anything super aggressive early on. Same thing for the CTs too. You got you still holding this door, but you can't really imagine there's going to be any pressure applied here by the Ts anytime soon. So more than likely you won't see a kill happen from that. However, we do see Tarek. I noticed him doing that a couple seconds ago, but I didn't think he would follow through with it. It goes halfway up the tunnel, even though he has the smoke to support him. They realize what's going on, and it's going to be JKS that'll be able to punish it. Down goes one of the players from Optic early again here, and they're not leaving themselves a whole lot of options at this point.
Yeah, they aren't. Another 4v5. This has been, going back to the last gun round that they had. Immediately, Ricky got a kill on Catwalk, I believe it was. And now another 4v5. So Renegades, Ricky's doing a good job making it 4v5 here. And now Optic again, it has to make a decision on how they want to play this round out. Ustillo playing close to the doors. He hears exactly what's going on. He's probably going to have rotating time by the time he actually fights anybody. Good pop flash happens. Optic able to get that kill. But you know what? All 3 players were seen by Optic. Or by Renegades. They know exactly where these 3 players are, so they push one up into lower B, and they should be able to get 3 guys towards A right now to help. Azure comes up CT spawn, gets the double kill onto Rush and Naf. Hiko's spot is known. This is going to be a very difficult round for him to win.
Well, there's Hiko with 1 more kill, but he doesn't chime in for very much longer there. Ricky comes in with the last kill on the op, and it's another one for the Renegades pushing ahead here. They're even, a couple of their players starting to build up a semi-decent bank as well. You got 5,300 enough for his own rebound JKS. I think it's like 7,000 or 6,000, excuse me, sitting on Ricky. Some of the other ones that are forced rebuy are a bit lower, but these guys are still in a really good situation right now, whereas Optic, again, is kind of put into this arduous cycle of the half buy followed up by the full buy from round to round to round, and they just can't seem to find consistent impact.
Yeah, so they opt for a fast long on a Tech 9 armor round. Easy kill by Ustillo there. And now there's no follow-up. So again, another 4v5. But, having said that, I want to talk about Ustillo for a second, how he held long there. And a lot of the time, even though you get 1 kill, right, if it's a 5v5 scenario and you get 1 kill, a lot of the time it's bad, right? It's just bad. Generally favors the Ts to go 4v4. Having said that, Ustillo gets early information. He knows how many people are there. He probably knew that all 4 Optic players were there. And he goes 1 for 1, but it takes him like 10 seconds or so from Optic to do it. So all his teammates are able to rotate, and there's never going to be a follow-up in that case. Right after he gets that kill, he wastes so much of their time, and it's almost an impossible round for Optic to win, as now they come mid-B.
Well, they're going to try to rush pretty quickly here against DM. He'll be overwhelmed, and unfortunately won't be able to get a single kill. JKS is here to support. He actually taps in for a double before going down. Rush and Tarek, both are going to get eliminated, so very good odds at this point for the Renegades still to be able to move in and retake. However, both players over here on the Optic side also working with rifles at this point as well, so they have a chance themselves. Naf, he'll be first up to bat here as they push into the tunnels, and they're oh so quiet, but he lines them both up, and he's going to get them both. Azure and Ustillo both have gone down, and that's it unless Ricky goes huge here. He's got to work against both angles. They certainly should have been able to hear him moving back up over here towards those B doors. And as he sneaks over towards the bomb, well, he's found contact on that, but swings in the no-scope from Ricky, but quickly Naf swings up from the tunnel and trades that before it can go any further.
Yeah, just an amazing round by Nafly there. Yam gets stuck. One of the reasons they won that round is because Rush just ran through that Molotov. A lot of people get scared there and they don't go through that. But Rush going through that Molotov, I'm not even sure if he got a kill there. But him just going through that Molotov and making Yam, shooting him in the back was a really big deal when it came to winning that round. Not obviously including Naf's great play, at the B tunnels.
Well, now we have the Optic guys again going for the quick play in mid, but not accounting for the fact that someone could be outside of this doorway. Yam plays at the 1 and done spot, and it does lead to that effect. 1 and done, as he'll be knocked out directly afterwards. Bring this into a 4 versus 4. There is still a guy outside of the B halls, or excuse me, the B site. But JKS is going to quickly get eliminated because of that. Azure, though, spraying through the smoke. He actually has a little bit of an angle on top of that with which to see these guys going into the doorway, and he'll be able to punish Hiko. Mixwell, though, finding another kill against Azure, and it's brought down to 2 now for the CTs, but we had this a couple of rounds ago. He's still coming in on a really fast flank outside of the tunnels. They won't actually move in for the retake, but he will post, I think, outside here to try and see if he can get any of these guys, and no, maybe not. He's falling back now all the way to the gate.
Yeah, and I think that's a good example of, going 1 for 1 when you're Ustillo and they're coming out long was great. Right? But then going 1 for 1 when you're Yam there at the middle doors, I believe that was Yam.
Yeah.
At the middle doors there is like catastrophic, right? It's so difficult to win the round because you're going 1 for 1 at the beginning of the round, right? they not only is that happening, but they're able to dictate the rotate. They know exactly where the rotate's coming. They know to cross towards B because Mixwell was off in middle. And just going 1-for-1 there makes it so hard to win around on Dust 2. So you see the differences of when it's properly, in a good time to go 1-for-1 and when it's a terrible time to go 1-for-1, like in that instance.
And off of that here now, Optic, well, we're tied yet again. The Renegades, unfortunately, cash flow is not really working so great for them, so it's going to be another round where these saved rifles and the SMG, of course, are all they do carry into that next sequence. Just the M4, along with the UMP being picked up. Everyone else is either just buying a P250 or full saving in the case of Yam. And look at Tarek moving in. He jumps, though, and that's actually going to mess him up a little bit. It's Nap that gets both of those kills. Mixwell finding one more as they do try to push directly through, so this round will most certainly still be under the control of the guys from Optic. A little bit chaotic there, but still, the Renegades try to play aggressively, and for the most part, it gets shut down.
Yeah, and a lot of lead changes this game. Blue, I mean, constant back and forth. Renegades taking the lead, Optic taking the lead. I'd be curious to see how many lead changes there were this game, but it seems like Optic is in good control now. 14-13, fully bought round. They're going to be able to buy again, even if they do lose this round. So Tarek just making it 4v5 right off the bat, and that is very, very, very bad news if you're RNG.
Picking up the op, finding the impact right from the beginning. Molotov will at least hold off in the event that Mixwell wanted to swing all the way inside here and try to go for early B control. But beyond that, the Renegades' members don't really have a whole lot of saving graces going for them right now. They have to split in terms of just overall, if we split the map in half, they're 2-2 right now. No presence in the middle. That's a completely open door. Yasilla is watching out for long aggression, so if they go into A and immediately shut down Ricky, that's essentially the round right there, as there isn't really a great trade scenario hinted up there. If they do go into B, they do have the two players here, so they're probably going to be looking a little bit better, and that seems to be the current route of things. But with a minute left on the clock, Optic have no need to rush things. They still have a whole boatload of utility that they can use to get in and hold this bomb site as well. Looking at 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, HE grenades to try and do some damage to these players just over the walls and whatnot, but they'll sneak in, and oh, they're caught one player with a nade in his hand, and a second one is immediately shut down. Rush gets those 2 amazing quick kills, and just like that, the site is clear, and there's nothing that Ricky and you still will be able to do. They're going to call a save here.
Yeah, and I talked about it on Cobble, those very, very small differences, right? Right there, they know, they understand, they don't have to, as you still is probably going to kill Mixwell here pretty easily, as he's just trying to get exits. So easy frag on him in a second. There we go. But like I said, as they're saving their guns, those small things. We saw Optic in a similar situation. What did they do? They gave themselves a chance to win the round. They didn't just play 2-2. They played 3 towards A. Yeah, they did lose the round, but they had a chance to win it. Renegades there, they just stay 2-2 with almost no utility with a minute left in the round. Without taking a risk, it's very difficult to win a round like that on Dust 2, where it's generally T-side favored in general, let alone 4v5 when you have no utility or anything like that. And then we saw it, going back to Cobble even, like those just those calculated risks, right? And that's really what separates like these teams a lot of the time.
Well, they're going to push their way back out here. Rush finding Azur, Yam going down directly after that, and as we can see in the replay there. And for the Optic members, well, they get themselves up to match point. And now, with the Renegades' last investment coming in, it's not the end of the world. Again, they have the opposite to work with here. They have the rifles to play with. JKS still just hitting those 3 kills out of nowhere, shutting down a fast attempt to play outside here towards B. And with a missed op shot, they know where Mixwell is playing out towards. So the Renegades may be able to hold on after all, but well, maybe not. Tarek got 2 kills back over here towards mid. He's battling it out. It will be brought down to Mixwell at the end of the day here as he moves in and goes for the plant now. Both, we'll see if they split it to send a guy into the tunnels, but it doesn't appear likely at this point. Mixwell still has like a Molotov to work with here too. It looked like he was checking out there to possibly throw it into the tunnels initially, but now he's just trying to play this up close. He can't try to swap this op out currently, as he's also waited too long. He'll just play to the safe corner, sitting here inside of the site. They swing in. It's the no-scope from Mixwell. He knows where the last one is. He's trying to get him to peek. Very, very good restraint from him and good patience, but no, at the end of the day, Ricky swings out from the box stack and is going to shut that down.
Wow, that was a pretty crazy 2v1. Ricky with the, jiggle peeks left and right, kind of just outduels Mixwell there. Mixwell, that was really impressive though, like just how he had the control to take his time and whatnot. But Ricky does get the better of him. JKS with 3 big kills right here. I'm not even sure how that round ended up in a 2v2 after that performance by him. But, again, just opting for a B rush on 15-14. I don't know, man.
Tarek did some good stuff at mid, and I think that's what gave Mixwell the chance to win that after all. But it's JKS that sets them up to really shut that one down. And Afterwards, of course, now we sit within 1 round. We go to round number 30 to decide if this goes to OT or not. And Hiko, well, not the best start from him. He's naded out here inside of the A-long entryway, and Yusila was given free reign to push in and basically destroy him. It's a free kill early on. The advantage pushing in the other direction. Yusila did take damage from that. He's down to 22 HP now, but still, the 4v5 is great for them to work this. And Optic, well, they go with their usual response. There's really no formation into a site push yet. They're just grouping up over here outside of the mid doors.
Yeah, and 4v5, Hiko getting taken out at long. Not able to really do much in that long tunnels throughout this whole game. Just kind of nullified. Just generally playing for info, and a lot of nades come. He still gets aggressive. Hiko puts him down to 22. But, you know, having said that, he could definitely play like a one-and-done spot pretty easily along there, even with 22 health and an ump at that blue bin, or if he plays close, you know, outside of the doors.
Just waiting the time down here as the CTs did smoke off the long approach itself, as Optic now, with their own smokes and whatnot, do prepare to push themselves into it. Molotovs over across the doorway, and we have Rush sitting back over here, waiting for the CTs to push aggressively. He actually fires a bit early there against Yam, so Yam will be given time to recover. He will not get the kill, but he brings him down to 12 HP. Now more moving in. There's Ricky with the op. Azur on the ramp, finding another one, and going for even more shots here as well. He takes down Mixwell. Rush is only at 12 HP. It looks like it, ladies and gentlemen, that this is going to go into overtime as the Renegades tie us up again now, this time at 15 rounds.
Yeah, and you have to go back to that B rush by Optic when it was, you know, 13-15. I think that was very, very questionable, and just some troubling decision making, in my opinion. If you're an Optic fan.
I mean, again, you brought it up over on the T side here. There was just a lot of sort of questionable strats that they did go for, a lot of brute force tactics, trying to win rounds. Well, it worked sometimes. For most of it, it didn't work, and it did allow for the Renegades to swing this comeback as they started down 6-9.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Mixwell got back into it pretty well after a very, very shaky first half and 16-17. Tariq, you know, after that 21 kill first half performance kind of slowed down a little bit though. Meanwhile, on Renegades, a very balanced performance. You know, Yam kind of down there at 15 kills, but everybody else, you know, 23 or 22 across the board, kind of just getting it done as a team. So all of their players playing pretty well and pretty evenly.
Yeah, and you can see here, too, again, the big stars that have showed up for the Optic roster. Tarek certainly still leading the path. He had a really great first half. I think he slowed down a little bit, was floating around 20 kills at the end of the first half, so we didn't see all that much from him. But Hiko also stepping up there a little bit, too, in terms of his kill counter, at the very least ending with 23. But back over here in the Renegades, big improvement, obviously, from a guy that was really struggling back over on the first map. Azur now actually leading the charge, tied with Ricky on his team at the moment with 23 and 22.
Yeah, and a good hold at that end there to take the initial contact, get the kill. Ricky ops somebody, and then he gets in the last two. So held the A ramp very, very well. And now we move into overtime. And Optic is actually one of those teams that I think is always a really good overtime team. A lot of the time you'll see their players just kind of take it upon themselves. They're not afraid to do like a triple op setup in overtime, similar to something that you might see from an SK, for instance. You know, like, they're fine with just saying, okay, it's overtime. Let's change our look that we've been sending them. You know, let's do like a double or a triple op sometimes. Let's get aggressive at certain areas of the map. A lot of the time, I think they're a very, very good overtime team, just from their player mindset, so to speak. So I think I favor them a bit in overtime here, but at the end of the day, I think both teams just have a lot to work on from what I've seen. A lot of strategical errors, a lot of blunders that were really unforced, is how I would describe them.
Well, guys, it will take it to overtime, and I believe we play through fairly standard rules in OT here. It's a 10K starting money with MR3. You need to win at least 4 out of the 6 rounds in total for the overtime to be able to actually win the game. If it's tied at 3-3, then it will just restart and go all over again until at least one team wins 4 out of a 6-round sequence. We'll jump into it, though, and we'll get started, and there we go. Mixwell, it looked like he wasn't buying anything for a second there, but he does pick up the AK at the last second. They don't pick up an op at all here, and the CTs at the same time also choose not to go for the double op setup, which is kind of the more aggressive movement to make. That's going to leave you with a lot less gunpowder if you lose that first round. And again, you're fairly standard, but nobody doing anything crazy here, as Optic just sits back and waits to see if the CTs are going to do anything, and respectively pretty much the same exact thing on the Renegade side.
Yeah, and they just, you know, do a slow default right now. Xbox smoke, 2 coming towards lower. Bombs outside of B tunnels right now, with 2 outside of long A. So I don't know the game plan here. They don't have the bomb, but all 5 guys are towards A. What's the plan? What is the reasoning for that? I think they just realized it just now, and they wanted to just set up in a quick A-take, but obviously the bomb is nowhere in sight, so they can't do it. And look, it's such a good call. It's such a good call for this A-take that they wanted to do. There's one in CT spawn, there's 2 towards B. They wanted to execute when they had 3 catwalk there, blue, and 2 towards long. They just wanted to do a simple split. But unfortunately, and there's no smoke on the bricks or anything. Like, they were set up so perfectly for it, and then they just dropped the bomb outside of B.
It'd be great to be in the comms right now.
Oh, I'm sure someone...
Someone just tilted.
I mean, I know the Optic players pretty well. I've played with them a lot.
So the real question is, who started this round with the bomb? Whose fault is this? Well, instead they just go for a rehash mid to B split here, and they'll move out. Thankfully, things are still going good for them. Yam in the car position had a chance to turn it around.
All part of the strat.
Work.
As you see. Brilliant, brilliant strategy. No, but really, I mean, they absolutely 100% wanted to hit A there. They literally all set up, we're going to throw their smokes, and then looked at each other and was like, wait, we're missing, there's something missing here. There's something missing. As Rush able to get that kill onto Ustillo, and it looks like they're going to run this round fairly cleanly. Ricky outside, they know exactly where he is because they heard that scope, and he's going to get shot back by Tarek. So, Optic Gaming, beautiful job to leave bomb outside to be there.
And yet they do have to change it up really quickly, but hey, it ends up working out for them. So no reason to be mad at whoever spawned with that bomb and just toss it to the side as they went into the initial B tunnel push. As they now have the lead. Just 3 more to go, and they will be able to take control of this second map and take a 2-0 for the evening here. The Renegades, though, the other thing to keep in mind here, too, is that the CTs, if they lose those first 2 rounds, their third round is going to be just, for the most part, a half-bot pistol round with, like, a decent amount of utility and whatnot. They really don't have the money with the 10K start to be able to force into that third round with full rifles and everything like that. So it's going to make Optic's time easier to try and take it 3-0 at the start and be able to only need to claim 1 going into the second half, where they'll be on CT side.
Yeah, and they have really good positional advantage right now. I mean, it's 120 into the clock, but Yam makes a huge play at middle. Kills that guy, kills Tarek in the lower B tunnels, looking for more, doesn't get it. 3v4 though, and Azur's towards middle, so they smoke out mid to A actually, so that they could take a peek, but they don't go through that smoke. Azur still has control, and Ricky with that car, you know, an A ramp op is going to solidify that A defense. So Azur should feel comfortable playing towards mid here, or even going to the B side if he wants.
Well, Optic again will move themselves over here into the upper tunnels, but it seems like the Renegades have a bit of a read on this one, at least with the 2. They don't have the extra possession over here on mid, and JKS, oh no, the molly spreads, so he does have to jump out. Thankfully the push to knock him in, but he still takes a lot of damage, ends up down at 12 after everything is said and done, so he's easy pickings if he swings wide here on this push. They're just firebombing the entire platform to force them off of it and give them a bit of a cleaner path inside. Flashbangs will not go in now. JKS is out quickly. Azur lines up 1 kill against Mixwell, but is then quickly traded back out, so this goes 2v2 on the retake. They lit up Hiko though, so he's now down at 12. He'll be an easy target for them pushing back in. Ricky with the op, he may actually meet first contact with them here, so the HP's not going to matter much. Ustillo will, of course, try to change that as he's lurking in through the tunnels, and at the moment, nobody expecting that right now. So if he spots Hiko by the chain link fence, now though Hiko should be able to react, but no, he swings out, and that's going to let Ustillo grab the kill. It falls to Rush now, 1v2. He's hit by that flashbang, is able to adjust, but down at 28 HP. Ricky swings in before he can adjust, and the Renegades will tie this again.
Yeah, they do, and even though that middle push happened, they were able to put it into a winnable situation for Optic, despite being down, I believe it was 3v4 there, just grouping up on that B tunnels, getting good trade kills. Rush not able to win the 2v2 with a Hiko though, and Ricky gets a nice shot onto Rush after he dropped down to the site. But this was a good play by Yam. I mean, that's a little bit of a mistake by Tarek. Whenever your teammates are up towards catwalk like that, I think it's better to watch the middle doors a little bit more than the B tunnel and kind of react to the B tunnel push. But again, a lot of that just comes out of timing, right? You know, he just pushes towards middle. Tarek's kind of watching B tunnels at the time instead of lower side of middle, and then Niam just hit that perfect timing as Tarek just goes out long right away, holds the blue bin. Ricky makes it 4v5, and they immediately give up long. So there's an opportunity for Optic to take catwalk right now and split A. Instead, it seems like they're going to slow it down and maybe look for a pick around middle or something like that.
Well, now Optic, after losing Rush here, unfortunately split their players up. They have that long controls. mentioned previously, but really nothing else to work off of yet. And there's a very large stack, so sitting over here on Cat. So in the event we do see Optic follow through with a push on towards Cat here, this could go very bad very quickly. They decide against it though, and are going to move over here towards Long and essentially make all their push come in from here, which could work out, because they only have the one guy on the CT side watching for it. But now the Renegades, they push through. They're able to spot that, so they may adjust their positions as well to watch out for more of a long focused hit, and they'll get the chance to do that. As Optic are going to take it slowly, they'll take the time to apply smokes in the cross and whatnot, which is going to make this a bit more difficult as they'll be ready for it. They swing out Tarek. He's actually, no, the Yam is not going to get caught, or Yam is not going to be able to catch Tarek here. Naf actually picks up the kill. There's Tarek now catching a frag for himself. One more still sitting in this bomb site, and it's Azur further back there. He finds a trade on a Tarek, but the site goes under the control of Optic, and for now the Renegades won't do anything to retake just yet. They'll sit back and they'll position themselves to move in against it, and they'll also give Optic quite a bit of time to get into post plans. Thankfully, they have all three of them lit to some degree.
So yeah, but this is a very, very difficult retake because Mixwell's at long hair, especially coming through Catwalk with one CT. This is going to be a tough task for the Renegades guys. Luckily for them, Hiko overcommits and peaks, but Naf at this barrels is a very dangerous position. Mixwell crossfiring spawn. Now he can play the bomb timer.
Yeah, but he's going to let it run down here. Azur, too, trying to bait him out at the very least. Azur, he'll get himself up on top. He's going to run over. He'll start defusing the ball, but I think Mixwell has the angle. Azur tries to change his position at the last second to get the kill onto him as the bomb was going to blow up anyway. But no, it goes by the way of Optic. They take it, and they will take control of the lead coming off of the first half here.
Yeah, Mixwell is so impressive when it comes to just how composed he is. Never, like, just flails his mouse or anything like that. He's always just in such control. He never just, you know, just freaks out and like flicks shots and does something crazy like that might end up, you know, losing him the kill. Just so consistent, and composed, and like steady with his aim. It's really, really impressive to watch.
Well, now they do move in here. Rush, as we wait for the half, I believe, to actually get started. It's just going to be Frank. Sorry.
You think it was live there,
Yeah,
bro?
no. A bit distracted at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, we should jump into the second half of OT in just a moment.
Yeah, I believe they still have to ready up, you know, after the half, the overtime half. Every time you still have to ready up. So a lot of the time it does take a second. We have the beautiful camera.
I always get distracted, yeah, because of these beautiful pans that
I know. I mean, you just kind of get lost in, you know, Priuses and Sapphires.
Yeah.
Incredible observing. I mean, look at that. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. Who is to say this map isn't beautiful and needs a rework?
I don't know.
Who is to say
Valve,
that?
apparently.
Yeah, apparently. Just, I mean, their beauty standards are just...
Oh, uh-oh. Oh, I thought it glitched out. I think he just spammed the key for it. They actually got it down to a science where they actually have all these like keybound and stuff, I think, too.
I mean, I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, I mean, we get the best observers in the world. They take it seriously.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was
Even though we just put them in the dark corner behind us.
I know. If I was observing, I'd just be smashing my hand. I'd be like, yeah, just going like this on all the keys.
I think I got a kill. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, we got 1 out of 5 kills. I think that's good enough. Good enough.
So again, yeah, as soon as we get out of the beautiful sequence here, we should be ready. That's why I got confused, because every time we go between these like sequences and back to gameplay, I always think it's live, and usually it is live, so threw me off a bit there. But it's still a close game. There's still nobody really showing a huge lead at this point. Optics start off strong, but they lose that last one. So now, if the Renegades are going to be able to bring some good stuff onto their own T side here and be able to take at least 2 of these rounds, then they'll have the chance to take this into double overtime. And if they can, if they can win this straight out, then they're going to be the ones that'll be able to steal this one away.
Yeah, I mean, Optic, after that last round, I think, I mean, I don't know, man. Sometimes it's overtime. Anything can happen. Sometimes we see 3 overtimes, 4 overtimes, especially in this format where it's just, 3-round GTAF. Renegades, though, just goes into a default. Ricky holding the bomb in middle, opping it 2 outside long, 2 towards lower B. And Optic, again, just kind of conceding that middle control, not letting them have that catwalk control from middle. But this time, Mixwell does something a little bit different. He's opping on catwalk, and then he also has a pop flash ready from either Rush or Naf there. So as soon as he shoots, that flash is going to come. He could either re-peek with it, or he could drop down, and have no fear of getting chased.
Well, we see Mixwell actually missing his initial contact shot here as the guys swing out to get the early control of the cat push area. Just drops away. Thankfully, he himself does not take a whole load of damage here. He's only going to drop to 80, and he'll just probably fall back and wait for the remaining players to move themselves in. If they do decide to follow through in this and go towards cat, they've got presence at long 2 to watch out for a late player that would move in here. At the moment, again, if things go the way they're looking right now from the minimap, that'll be JKS. But Mixwell actually is going to reapply the pressure, catches the head angle, but he did not account for Azure, who was already put up on top. So it goes 1-for-1. Nafto lining up a nice double tap against Azure to be able to trade onto him. Now Ustillo is actually going to swing out here towards mid and see what he can do through the smoke, and they don't catch that. He gets that kill. He almost gets the second one. He goes there to stabilize things, but then Yam peeking back at the mid doors. He'll move in. He'll take down Hiko, and this goes over to a 2v2 now, where the B-bomb site is open, and Renegades know this, so they're going to take full advantage on it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get into B uncontested here, get that bomb down. Naf opting the cross, gets smoked out, so opts for the M4. And now Renegades in a 2v2 post plant on Dust 2. Both these players have been in this situation for a million years, and Rush should be getting... should not have been able to get that kill. JKS gets caught jumping, and now Yam in a 2v1 in the site.
Yam is going to try to sneak himself out here and get aggressive. He thought that one of these members of Optic was going to be playing up close to the wall or something like that, but no, he hadn't even moved out from CT yet, so they just get completely outmatched in that 2v2, making some mistakes there, and Optic will be able to pick it up.
Yeah, very well played by Naf there. He's either thinking, as soon as he goes out there, he's either thinking it's double tunnel, or, you know, he could just take the initial battle at that guy, you know, right outside the doors and then worry about the player from tunnel later and play a 1v1 post plant from outside of the site. But Naf plays that very smart, just backs up in the CT spawn, anticipates that he'll push after Rush gets that kill, and waits for him, times it perfectly, just shoots him in the side of the head. Super easy round for Naf to win at that point when he makes that decision.
Well, the Renegades now again grouping up, and you have your fairly standard opener. Nothing super interesting happening here, except for Mixwell, who has gone more aggressive on Cat, gets himself boosted up on fast Cat maneuver, but then is going to promptly fall back, just hoping he could catch some more quick-paced aggression to lead up to that position. But if they're not spotting it, well, he's going to put himself still waiting for Cat presence to work its way in this direction. But there is no decision being made about that on the Renegades' side just yet. They'll apply like the usual amount of utility, but this is still fairly standard. The flashbang, no, they'll swing back out. He tries the timing shot, and it's enough to bait it out a little bit early, so he just falls back after that. And they will get control of the staging ground now. But again, it's still just stacked up. This is only to initially get the control. We'll have the follow-up smokes come back in from Optic. They still have smokes, Molotovs, and everything else to hold them back too. But they're going to use their T-smoke, and I think actually Azure may try to leap in here and go for a bit of a drop-down play towards CT. And he goes now. There was something tossed down below. I think it was a smoke, but if this went properly, I don't know if anyone else on the CT side actually even saw him go in here. So he has free control of this right now, and if anybody rotates from B, at least the first kill is going to be caught completely off guard. Speaking of which, the play itself has switched up to a B play. Yam, there we go. There's that first kill that he catches. Again, it gets traded, but Yam himself there, it wasn't actually Azure, excuse me, that dropped down and got the first kill there. It gets traded back out. Now Tarek, we saw him do this in the last step, but this time, he's only going to be able to pick up one kill. That opens up the bomb site and does allow for this to be brought down to a 1 versus 3. Mixwell is now alone. He's going to try to move up to the wall here and go for this. At the very least, try and pop in and get a kill or two here. But certainly, a potential 17th round is on the brink for the Renegades, unless Mixwell decides to go off and clutch this one out by some miracle.
Yeah, a really tough position for him to be in a 1v3 post plant B. It's almost an impossible situation unless, you know, you maybe catch him at the perfect timing while they're running to save or something and kill like 3 right away or something. But it's just really, really tough for him to win. He just walks into JKS's crosshair, dies immediately. And Azure there, when he gets into CT spawn, I love the decision making by him. He just stays there and he waits and he waits and he waits until the rotate comes, and then him and Yam, even though Azure didn't get the kills, Yam was just able to just peek off of his contact and just kill 2 in the side of the head and make that a very manageable round for Renegades. Even then, though, Tarek definitely could have won the round at B there, but I just really like this decision by Azure there to just stop and not try to push towards B and let his teammates take the site and trust them, and then worry about, you know, the rotate.
Well, now we have again a much faster positioning being taken up here outside of that B tunnel push for the members of the Renegades. They move up to the cusp of it, and we have 2 more sitting outside of mid as well, ready to move back in there and assist if this push actually goes well or if they can get that early shot. What we don't know yet if this is actually going to be followed through is this could just be some early aggression, and then they'll fall back and go to that same area outside of Xbox and around those doors. Ricky seems to be sticking here for right now. But nothing else. Again, everything is quiet. Everything's very tense as we do go to the final round of overtime, just like we went to the final round of regulation, and it ties up there. Now it has the potential to go double OT if the Renegades can clutch this one out, and we can see there's some sacrifices that had to be made on the side of Optics in terms of what they bought in this round. They were able to get that op sitting on Tarek, but you have the SMG sitting for Hiko, and another a downgraded rifle sitting on Rush as well. JKS now waits at the cusp of long as the other 4 are going to decide to push their way in through Cat. Everything's been quiet, but Rush gets aggressive. He moves in there, and he's able to find JKS. Now Mixwell preparing for the Cat play. Since they've been able to clear back out on long here, he flashes back in, does not have enough to play with. That's a huge smoke setup there. Gives them free reign over the entire area, wrapping up Cat and leading up to the site. They'll have the ability to plant the bomb, but they're not going to be able to take down anyone from Optic. All 5 players remain alive for the post plant and for the retake scenario here. Now the Renegades, they're all stuck in the backside, and some of them remain very far in the open. And these, in theory, should be somewhat easy kills, but Optic themselves are being a bit cautious about how they move in for this retake because they know so little about these situations. There's going to be Mixwell, though, not just finding 1, but 2 of these kills. It comes down to Azure, who's burning in a Molotov at this point, and now he's the last man standing. 45 HP. He gets 1, but is then traded out, and that is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Optic Gaming will close out on a retake, and it'll be 19-17 to take control of the second map. It was a hard-fought battle. It was a very long battle, but they do take it, and they do take a 2-0 record for the evening.
Yeah, not Tariq, Mixwell there. They kind of look alike though, Blue.
They do, actually.
Plays it very, very well. They do a smoke wall to get into that A site, and he's, again, super composed, super patient, just waits and waits and waits and bides his time for the perfect opportunity to strike and go up that A ramp, gets 2 kills, and once he gets those 2 kills, just based off that 4v5 off Rush getting that entry, it's 2v5. Those catwalk players, I mean, they're able to push in through and just make sure they get that 1 trade kill. Like, Mixwell just made that round so easy on his teammates. Just a very impressive play by him. It seems like every time we're spectating him, he's doing something that I'm like, this guy's just, he's playing such good Counter-Strike.
All right, guys. Well, let's bring the analysts into the discussion now and see what their thoughts on map number 2. Stunna?
Blue?
What's up?
Wow. I mean, just a really close matchup all the way to the end. I mean, that obviously we're really early in the season, but that turned out to be by far a really good bout.
Yeah, we knew that it was going to be a good game, and we had talked about it a lot, how Renegades was going to come out a little bit stronger on Dust 2 than perhaps on Cobble. But in general, it was just a really sloppy game. A lot of rounds going back and forth, a lot of rounds that probably shouldn't have even gotten to the point that they did. Very close situations, a lot of clutch potentials, but in the end, Optic take it in overtime.
I mean, very much so in the beginning, even throughout the regular time there was a neck-and-neck race to 16. I mean, right off the bat, though, let's touch on Tariq.
Yeah, I mean, the most interesting aspect of his performance, the AWP. That's not something we're used to seeing him pick up as a role. And he actually did it across both maps. It wasn't just us 2. He was opping on Cobble as well. So a bit of role change potentially there, as Mixwell was opping for them in the past. And it now gives them that dual op flexibility, which we did see come into play. But at one point, Tariq was sitting at like 26, 27 kills coming into the end of regulation. A lot of those rounds he was bailing them out of. It's very reminiscent of their match last night against Selfless on Dust 2, where they relied on NAF. In this instance, it was, Tariq who was kind of leading the charge.
Let's take a look at round 12, where things were a little topsy-turvy. Kind of a ring around the rosy scenario. Walk us through it, Bach.
Yeah, so in general, this round perfectly embodies the way that this game played out. It's a chaotic round, to say the least, and it comes down to a 2-on-2, but you can see how things kind of get to that point. So great Molotov in mid. Tariq gets a little over-aggressive here, gets the first one, tries to flash his way out. But before he can do so, Az has already made his way into the window. So now Tariq's in this kind of awkward spot where he's got to let Azza into the site. And Az is going to jump up onto the boxes, go for a peek out. But Tariq at point-blank range goes for that shotgun frag with the AWP. So now it's looking like it's going to be an easy round for Optic. It's a 4-on-2. Ricky's there with the AWP. JKS baits Tariq into the site. Ricky's coming up from the flank. There's actually a player coming into the B, and he's hot on his heels, but he doesn't get there in time. So it comes down to Ricky, and at this point, I believe that was Rush, who's just on the other side of the tunnels. He knows that he's there, and Ricky misses the shot coming out with the no-scope. And it's a round going the way of Optic.
I mean, Rush obviously hearing the scope there, and in which case he's able to set up and they're able to get that defuse.
Yeah, I mean, he could have even heard the footsteps at any point in time. He was running behind him, trying to catch up with him. A bit of a cat and mouse situation happening in B tons, but in general, that round is just the perfect embodiment of the game. Just back and forth. No one ever really had solid control.
The good old Tom and Jerry of Counter-Strike right here, also known as the Optic Renegades matchup on Dust 2. By the way, one of the last ones we'll see of the season. But getting back into it, I mean, let's talk about Naf at this point. I mean, Naf is obviously coming out, and he's still that impact player that we expected him to be.
Yeah, his performance wasn't quite as good as we might have expected it to be, especially based on what we saw on Cobble, but he still showed up at various points throughout the match. In general, it was kind of just the Tarek show for the side of Optic. NAF was still there, but kind of faded into the background for this one.
Well, a really interesting round, and we're going to pull it up right now. It's going to be round 23. Renegades allows the plant. Let's take a look at this one, Bach.
So, I mean, this is what looked like it could be a catalyst for a Renegades comeback. You know, they lost the half after a strong start. This is an eco coming out from Optic. They saved the op from the previous round. Ricky's playing Game Helper, and he flashes over. It looks like he wants to peek. He kind of just jiggles out, and then he realizes, I should not do this. Like, there's no reason for me to overextend. Very smart play from him. They know that they've got the op saved from the previous round, so Renegades opt to play a retake here. They've got 5 players. They've got the man advantage over Optic, so they surrender that site and they let the bomb go down, and then the retake starts to come in and the kills start to pile up. Ricky re-advances from long with that AWP. Mixball gets smoked off. Players are dropping left and right. He tries to play the edge of the smoke. He can't really do much about it, and the kills go as they will. Hiko hides in the smoke and runs away and hightails it to the B site and then into T-spawn to save that AWP. So in the end, it's a solid retake from Renegades, and it was a string of rounds to follow after that that seemed like Renegades were going to bring this one back and potentially take it.
Well, obviously, the first doubleheader of our matches tonight is done and over with. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be CLG and Selfless. But this Thursday, John Wick 2 hitting theaters. You should grab your mom, your dad, your brother. I will most likely already be there with your sister. So make sure you're in theaters to see that with us.
You wanted me back. I'm back.
How exciting. Yeah.
You have no idea what's coming.
Somebody, please get this man
a gun. John Wick Chapter 2, rated R, February 10th.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Shots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico, trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Brutus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AW...
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Apex spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second bot, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. That was sick.
Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
And we're back here on the second night of ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm your host, Donna. This is Bach. We're getting into the second doubleheader of the night. It's going to be CLG. It's going to be Selfless. What kind of Counter-Strike are we expecting to see here?
Well, I mean, that's what we are waiting to find out, because Selfless made some changes, CLG made some changes. I think that CLG's changes are a little bit less drastic than what we saw from Selfless, especially just comparing to last season. Like, if you look at the start of last season and Selfless's roster, completely different today.
Speaking of that Selfless roster, let's pull that up right here. Slimmy Caboose, No One Nifty, and DSR. Let's talk about my main man, Slimmy.
I sense a little bit of bias in your voice.
No, my main man.
Yeah,
he's my homie.
Why's your main man?
Because he's my main man. Get on point. Let's get it going.
Yeah, Slemmy coming in as the in-game leader, former in-game leader for Team Caliber. Had a short stint with Cloud9. Didn't really work out. Really wonder who was behind that one. Potentially someone in this room. I don't know. Could have been.
So, with that addition of Slimmy to this roster, you're telling me they're getting better? They have a chance to have that more structure? What are you telling me right now, Bach, when you're talking to me?
I would say in general that Slemmy does increase the play value of the team across the board if everyone's willing to work with him. Given all the change and the moving parts with Selfless, the fact that they actually closely resemble the old Team Caliber roster means at least 3/5 of the team will be able to work. I think the bigger issue right now for me is that Nifty still fulfills the main op role when DSR is there waiting in the shadows.
Well, let's talk about the shadows and a team that's been there, no stranger to it. Team Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, we've seen them do everything except make it out of the group stage. Struggled so many times, but it's Cutler, Ethan, Kusta, Subrosia, and FNS. The roster much different than the days of old when they were, you know, kind of on the edge every single time, those 16-14s. They've made a lot of changes. We'll see if it's going to work for them this season, because it didn't really pan out too well last season.
I think even in the short term, let's talk about tonight. Let's talk about Mirage. That's going to be our first matchup here between these two teams.
So Mirage is a map that you're going to have a lot more team-centric strategies on your T side. Like, if you have a strong in-game leader who's been working with the team to develop some of these like more synergistic plays, like working smoke strategies towards A, or, you know, getting control of mid. What are we going to see from these teams? I'm kind of talking myself in a circle because I'm trying to imagine what Slemmy has done at this point, and I honestly am not sure what to expect from Selfless.
Well, you want to talk about strong men. I want to talk about Stromberg. Let's kick it over to Eric right now. Take it away, Eric.
Thanks, Donna. Here I am going to show you a little strat by CLG Blue. What you see here on Mirage is Cutler and Nadi are going to be pushing through this lower tunnel area, and I like this aggressive move. I like taking over the side of the map on CTs. I think more teams should do this. Now, if you look in this area, they clear out the complete B halls. If you pause it right here, the CLG are starting to fall back. Now, in my opinion, this could be done a little differently. I would love for Naughty to stay in this area and really force them to take back this bomb site, because if they take A, he could probably walk fast flank. The whole team could really just focus on mid and A after that point in that area. And either way, if you wanted to fall back, he could still spot from up here and then fall back in general. But instead, he decides to fall all the way back in B, which is not the worst move, but maybe be a little more aggressive in my opinion. And so now he has to be stuck all over here. He has a long rotate. Eventually CLG does win the round. So it was a nice little a push towards the mid or towards the underpass into the B halls, and I like it. I want to see more of that from CLG. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric. I do appreciate you per usual. Now, standing by are the players, the commentators. Go ahead and take it away, please.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, we're getting ready to move into our second match of the evening. Now, CLG getting their first time up to bat here on the mainstream, and Selfless, well, they played their match yesterday, but now they're moving over to the mainstream as well. What do you think we are going to see heading into this first map now on Mirage?
Well, I'm going to be looking for Selfless and seeing if they can improve on last season. Picking up Slimmy especially, we'll see if they can improve on just losing the rounds that they shouldn't lose. That was the main thing that we saw from them last season. They had so many close games that they could just never really close out. So many 16-14, 16-13 losses. And a lot of that was because they would lose 2v5 rounds, 2v4 rounds, and things of that nature. I also want to see how much of an impact it's going to have losing Breeze. You know, I thought he was probably their best player last season. Very, very impressed with him whenever I play with him in Rank S or anything like that. Super skilled player. And then also coming back to CLG as well, it's kind of a homecoming for FNS in a very similar way to Slemmy coming back as well, because FNS is an in-game leader coming into that team. He's going to, you know, take the burden away from their other players when it comes to just trying to think, you know, strategically, and a lot of them are going to be able to focus on their own game and also have really good input from a very dedicated, experienced player like FNS. And both teams are getting that, right? Slemmy's providing that for Selfless. FNS is going to provide that for CLG. So both teams are putting in a lot of experience, and that's going to try to get both these teams, you know, on the right track towards winning rounds in a fashion that you could replicate.
Let's talk predictions here now, since we should be actually getting started in just a moment. Who do you think is going to be able to take control of these matches? Do you think CLG has their edge back now that they kind of bring FNS back into the fold, or do you think this is one that the Selfless guys are going to be able to steal away from now, and the CLG roster is still looking a little bit weak?
Well, I think that Kusta has been looking really impressive recently. I think he's going to be opping a lot more. And I think just firepower-wise, I just don't see that much firepower on the Selfless team. I don't really see like these mad fraggers that are able to just turn the tides in a match and really carry, and having big performances from like individuals. And having said that, I think CLG has a definite edge in my opinion when it comes to that. So I would lean CLG, you know, maybe like 16-11, 16-12 if I had to guess.
Well, we will get into it now. Selfless on the T side, and for CLG, now they spread themselves across the map here. 2-1-2. Well, only keeping the one player in middle, but they are going to have to quickly rotate over here towards A. It's your fairly standard opener now on this T side from Selfless, as they do push themselves towards it. They smoke things off enough to be able to actually push the CTs back. They're going to play retake instead of actually directly fighting for it. But well, Selfless wants a brawl. They're pushing in past CT ticket to be able to try and fight for this. That may prove to be a bit of a mistake, but maybe not, however, as they bring it down to just Kusta here. They're just running a train around. In theory, someone can sneak up and defuse this right now. Kusta gets the kill there, but now they're going to smoke it off. FNS, he has the kid as well. He can just tap himself onto this one and go for the defuse. This attempt to push back in is going to be a huge mistake unless they can kill him, which they're not going to be able to do. He survives with 15 HP, and CLG steal the pistol round right into Selfless's hands.
Yeah, and that was a good strat by Selfless. You see how they didn't force it. They threw the smokes, they waited until they were popped, they threw the molly sandwich, they got into position, and then they threw the flash and pushed CT. So they did a really good job of not forcing it. That was the biggest kill, though. When Cutler killed DSR there with the Tech 9, and he got gooshed right before that and just hit like a stray bullet onto his head, that was the one that really turned the tides their way. Looks like this Selfless team is going to try to get the bomb down here, maybe do some type of an A fake into a B take. I'm not 100% sure where they're going to end with the bomb here, but they are going to definitely by, you know, in the next round. CLG with 4 umps and a FAMAS. They have a lot of A presence, not much B presence though, just one guy around the window and ladder with 3 towards A. So taking a little bit of a gamble even, playing this B site very, very passively. I think it's FNS there with the, you know, jump spotting and then has a Molotov. Oh, it's actually Sub Rosa, so.
Yeah, and again, Selfless guys aren't really moving in decisively towards anything within the first couple seconds of the round. Not trying to rush things entirely, but now grouping up outside of the T ramp, primarily leading up towards A. There's already a setup for this established on the CLG side of things. Kusta, it's playing, I think it's out of the sandwich right there, and then FNS either up on top or underneath of the platform, preparing for this type of a hit, and basically getting ready to just mow this down in the event it moves in. And especially without Palace pressure, the tag team combo of FNS and Kusta is probably going to put an end to this really quick unless they get some sort of incredible pop flash over the top. In go the smokes that they do have to work with here, and again, we'll see what they can actually attempt to do. They're actually going to slow play it as well. They're not going to directly rush back in until they get to the very cusp of it. Now, though, they move in, and well, Ethan goes down immediately. Here's Kusta trying to chime in for a bit more. The second for him, FNS is out. Just like I said, the tag team combo with these SMGs was not going to let them go very far at all. And beyond those 2 kills, they sneak in on Cutler and Ethan. It is shut down by CLG.
Yeah, and their risk, you know, pays off for them as they basically have 4A while they hit the site, not conceding a bomb plant, not letting them get that extra 800 to pop. But Selfless is going to have a buy round now. They'll be on full AKs here and armor, and, you know, we'll see how many umps and SMGs CLG decides to keep. So they decided to keep 3, but Kusta upgrades to an op, and I really, really like that choice.
And now we see Selfless again moving themselves up the ramp itself. Again, very quickly establishing themselves as well here. But Ethan waiting on the other side. He will try to look for some of this, but the guys on CLG expecting this one to work its way out towards mid instead. They have a lot of defense here, but not a lot of defense inside of the A site itself, which means if Ethan goes down without a lot of trades, they could get knocked out pretty quickly. It's Caboose that finds that kill onto Ethan, and again, now they've just swung right out for free. A good shot from Kusta, but they're held back from the steps right now. They don't want to push through that smoke, so it's going to let them get control. And what's even worse is now they've allowed for Caboose to push his way directly through in towards CT spawn as well. There's Cutler finding Nifty, however, so still punishing a little bit of this. It's down to a 3v3, but DSR has a great position to just find even more impact. He moves forward, finds FNS. Caboose gets one more to top it all off. And Cutler, unfortunately, doesn't really have a chance at this. So more than likely, we're going to see him fumbling back to save.
That was very, very cool by Selfless. If you see on that execute, they had a smoke in the jungle and then they Molotov the stairs instead of smoking it. DSR gets to the bench and kind of one-ways the smoke a little bit. There's a nice gap in there. The CT spawn push, that was very well thought out by them and a really good strategy coming out from Selfless there. As Caboose is able to push and get that 3K. Doesn't even have head armor or anything like that. Just bought AK half armor. But they win that round pretty clean. Cutler able to salvage the op, so that's a small victory for CLG. It works a little bit against them because Slemmy did die there. But, you know, having said that, it was a pretty cool strategy to see.
So after that one now, Selfless getting themselves onto the board with their immediate investment here, and it brings CLG back down to their knees in terms of a buy too. Only like a 5-7 armor investment for Sabrosa. Obviously Cutler having the op still to work with here, but other than that, there really isn't anything too impressive at all here. Just P250s, and I think it's a default pistol for Ethan. So in theory here, as soon as they're able to knock out that op on Cutler, the remaining players should be a pretty easy time to knock out and take control of a second round to immediately tie this back up.
Yeah, and if you're Cutler, you're definitely looking for an aggressive 4v5, looking to see if you can do anything, you know, at the start of the round. But looks like, you know, instead of that, they're going to play a very, very passive. I think he's in CT spawn with Kusta at the top connector and then 3 towards B. So, you know, little bit of a strange setup if you're me. I mean, the op's not really looking for anything to give them an advantage and an early pick or anything like that. Kusta moves into the A ramp though, and that helps a lot because now Cutler can look towards the connector from on top of toll booth, and as long as somebody doesn't come out of halls, he's going to be able to get the frag.
We have Selfless here getting ready to deploy that play over here into the B-bomb site. Ethan as well spotting this one, but not aggressively, not jumping up to see them further back. He's only going to know when it's a little bit too late here, and the rest of them will start to shuffle in as well. They get very close, and again, CLG are not peeking against this at all. They move in. Well, we see, again, Ethan and Sabrosa actually finding those 2 kills. Sabrosa will just smoke himself into this corner, leaping outside of it, but that does go by the way of the members on Selfless here. There's one more CT stuck, but oh, DSR whiffs the spray big time. That's going to let Kusta get the kill. Now we're even, and both of the remaining T-sided players are also incredibly lit. 30 and 40 HP. If they wanted to go for it, they'd have a real chance at it, but it doesn't seem like they're going to choose to do so. They'll fall back over here towards top mid and look to save their guns again.
Yeah, we'll see what the economy is like, as I'm sure. See, as soon as you say it, they bring up the money. Do you see that? That's the Scottie Pippen and Jordan duo of observing that we were talking about earlier. Look at that, just immediately. But anyways, those 3 kills, they're able to save 2 guns. That's a really good round for CLG. That's a win in their book. 3 players at B, just with a P2K, P250 and CZ are able to, get 3 kills. Kus is able to get that AK or whatever. But Sub Rosa there, when he was on the boost, that's one of the things like he needs to work on, right? Is whenever he's in these really chaotic situations, a lot of the time he's making the wrong play, just from what I noticed from him. But when he's in the situations where he could just, kind of know what he's going to peek and be responsible for, he usually does it really well. Like in that situation, had he put the smoke down either to his right or to the left, not on top of the box, right? Then he would have been able to, go in it and maybe make a move or maybe just watch one of the sides. Instead, he just throws it like on top of each other, on top of itself, right? And those chaotic situations are sometimes what he needs to work on, improving.
Well, Smokes and whatnot do get deployed here, and the Selfless players, with their smoke power, they are able to actually get really fast control of the catwalk area. Caboose even just swinging out there as well to find Cutler. Some damage being traded out from the connector. Oh, that's a bit awkward. DSR finding Finesse, but Finesse just actually goes out to mid and is going to wait for DSR to push. He almost is able to get that kill, too. DSR brought down a 9, but he still finds the frag. Kusta tapping in for 1 more. But once again, it's Selfless that gets site control so quickly, and CLG can do nothing about that. Their last 2, again, have to fall back and save.
Yeah, just a very, very quick catwalk split. DSR getting into the connector. Cutler getting caught out on the catwalk, just peeking, gets instantly killed off of just a quick side peek while they run up to catwalk. And from there, the round kind of falls apart. Sub Rosa, I'm wondering what happened to him at B. He didn't seem to put up much of a fight over there. And they just take the site very cleanly, put it into a 4v2. And now Kustin and Ethan on the save. And it seems like they're not doing, like much slow-paced strategy for Selfless. It seems like most things are, pre-designed, right? They're coming to the server. They know what they're responsible for. They know what they're going to do. As we see, just go straight through the smoke to kill Sub Rosa there. That smoke was a little unfortunately placed. Had it been a little bit back, he wouldn't have been able to hide into that corner and then clean peek him. He would have actually had to come through the smoke. But the smoke placement kind of hurt Sub Rosa there a lot.
And now, still another investment to roll in for the CLG side of things, but it's 2 SMGs that have to come in because of the lower amount of cash flow. I think that is chosen, however, on purpose, as they still get a decent amount of utility sitting behind it, when in theory they could have gone for a FAMAS buy instead. But now we see again the slow setup from Selfless, not nearly as quick as we saw in the last round, but it's still them getting the first kill. It's Nifty this time, finding Kusta, and Caboose is also going to be looking for some players here in the underpass.
Wow. Just Kusta getting aggressive, which is the right call in that situation with the op, just gets taken out by Nifty instantly. Now FNS saw Caboose, I think. No, he didn't. So he's backing out, and Caboose has a really good advantage if he just walks up and shoots FNS in the back. I don't know if he realizes it, though. FNS gets a little bit skittish, runs out of there, concedes middle control, and now Cutler gonna play in the ladder room, excuse me. And Selfless with full middle control now. They have nobody towards the A site, so most likely there's gonna be some type of a catwalk to B split, I would assume, as Bomb is over there.
And the rest of Selfless, again, just leading into another B play since they've had so much success with their cat plays. Cutler waiting in the ladder room here. Slemmy is going to shut him down. Sub Rosa just gets a huge lineup, but he's only going to get 2 as Caboose trades him out, and this still allows for Selfless to hold control. And again, by the time they're in the site, Finesse and Ethan, it's an op and a rifle, are boxed out. They do successfully rotate over here just as the bomb is going onto the ground, but I don't know if they're actually going to attempt this. Eventually, they have to try and go for one of them here, but the past 3 or 4 times they've been put in this situation, they've decided to call it off and save instead of just going for it. It seems this time, though, that finally that's going to change itself up. They move in, and while it starts well, now Ethan going to get both of those kills, actually. I didn't even see the one on Caboose. He grabs no one back by the bench and then picks up the second one. It's he's sitting back over here on cap, but he sprays too early. Now they know where he is, but he gets that first kill and combos it into the second one. So Nifty gets a big clutch, and it's Selfless still to win the round.
Wow. CLG actually did play that very, very right. Cutler not able to get that kill into ladder room. Had he gotten that kill and the trade kills would have tried to chase him, Sub Rosa probably would have gotten 2 or 3 there without even dying, most likely, and would have shut down that push immediately. But that first kill doesn't go Cutler's way, as Ethan does a great job on this retake. That kill onto no one was very impressive around that van. But now CLG in a little bit of a half buy here. No flashes, though, or anything like that, which I like to see in rounds like this. I think just a little bit of utility goes a long way in these situations. Instead of buying like an HE grenade, if you're Sub Rosa, if you have a flashbang and you set up some type of a trap, you know, I think your chances of winning that round are much more successful. They're pushing A, though. They have 1 towards A ramp, 2 towards the A halls. They take control of that. So now that they know that's clear, that gives them some information. They might be able to leverage that into some type of a round win, but Kusta gets too aggressive, dies to no one there. Really, really bad peek by him. Not something that he should have done at all. If he had 2 or 3 players there with him after they pushed those A halls so they could come back and maybe trade, but pushing like that was not a good idea.
So Finesse now waits in the position where his teammate had gone down just moments ago, and they swing in. No frags to be found for him with that CZ. Ethan, however, tries to push himself into the connector there, but Caboose, again, everything being handled here. All these aggressive plays from CLG that they have tried to do on this this upgraded pistol round is basically going to just get dropped all the time. And it's just like many, many rounds in the past. Lots of 2 guys that were on the alternate site never even really got the chance to rotate. So we'll more than likely see them post up for exits. If they do go for the save, at the very least they save a semi-decent amount. But it, regardless, will be another round for Selfless as they get themselves up to 5 here.
Yeah, and I mean, once they clear the A halls there's really no reason to push that A ramp if you're Kusa, especially because you don't even have armor. You're the guy with P250 and nothing. So it's fine if you push, but you want to push with teammates so that your teammates could trade kill. Had you just waited for a teammate and then just wide swung around the corner, takes contact, most likely that player, I believe it was no one, would actually wide swing to try to kill him. And then that other player could come from a ramp, maybe kill him, and then they could leverage that into some type of a round win. Instead, he just pushes by himself and puts his teammates in such a bad position. I mean, I'm telling you, that round could have very easily went CLG's way if he doesn't push there, because they were going to come through the connector and A ramp, right? And they don't have to worry about A halls, or they have a guy in A halls. A lot of the time you can get some crossfires and you could really just have somebody multi-frag in some of these positions. Instead, you give away that advantage that you have by pushing if you're Kusta there. So now CLG, though, I believe they're taking a tactical pause, or one of the teams is. They do get a full buy. Seems like they've been having, you know, moderate success on their ecos, but, you know, not too much success in these gun rounds. They do get the op on Kusta, though, and we'll see if they do any type of a different setup. The one thing I do think is interesting is that FNS is playing that connector area. I wouldn't expect that coming out of him. Usually he plays over towards B. So that is something I'm a little bit surprised by CLG's setup.
Pause being called now for CLG since things are not really working out for them. Selfless finding things working for them on their T side. The one interesting thing about Selfless, I tend to bring this up actually whenever we see it because I don't know the map preferences because it's kind of a weird ban system for the online play. But I'm going to assume that this was something that Selfless definitely wanted to play. They still pick this one up, but it's very weird because this is sort of like Inferno used to be back on their old roster, where they sort of drilled themselves through it. When they first started playing it, they're actually really bad at it, but they slowly got better, and it mainly came down to T-sides, and it's almost an exact copy of that here now for Mirage, where we have seen that issue in that their T-sides actually are somewhat flawed, especially in the fact that when their strats do get counted out, the few that they do bring to the table, they really struggle to bring that extra variance up to the matchup here. So all CLG has to do, in all reality, is figure out, you know, the couple strats that they are deploying, and if they can counter that out, then I feel like they're going to have a much easier time rounding this comeback and being able to shut the rest of this half down. But it is, at the moment, just figuring a few of those out, because Selfless is working, and they're weighing both aggression and the more normal strats pretty well here.
Yeah, and Slemmy is picking up the big green, right? He's opping right now for Selfless, so that's different. I mean, we always assumed Nifty would have the op in these situations. Instead, Slemmy does right now. But CLG showing something different here. Cutler opping on Catwalk, I believe it is, or we'll see. No, he's opping the B halls, so Sabrosa's probably going to move towards Catwalk, and then Kusta opping as well. So they have a double op setup right now, showing them something different. And Selfless, instead of working pretty, you know, quickly into this round, he's going slowly, trying to take it very methodically, and now Slemmy going for a mid-control very late into this round.
Well, now we do have Selfless again going for a late deployment into mid. Nades, as you can see, being tossed over the top there now. But it's again, it's still a fairly standard setup here from CLG. They also need to do a much better job at actually getting the read in terms of where these are going, because they're constantly not even given the chance to rotate because they're really bad at figuring out whether it's going to go for like a connector play or really, you know, just which direction the play is going to work its way towards. This time, though, as we can see, a bit of a split onto A as a couple are going to work their way up through the ramp with 3 more working their way in from the connector. They'll flush their way out. Kusa remaining very, very quiet. They're back by Ticket, and It's been FNS to grab the first kill. DSR flushing back in. Kusa not able to spot anything from his ticket spot just yet. There's no holes around the smoke. It's essentially flawless, and he's hit by the flashbang. Goes for the blind shot, but misses it. However, Ethan back by Firebox. No one has seen him yet, and he's going to be able to move in. Caboose denies it, however. Takes him down and picks up a second. So while this was just moments ago into a 4v2, now it's been spun on its head. Now it goes down to a 2v2. Nifty's at 58. Caboose still sitting up at full, but they're going to back up behind Ticket and around towards CT spawn and let the members of CLG start to flood back in. It'll become tense here as, again, they give up control of the bomb. They have a smoke and a Molotov to block them off if they want to toss that one back. And Sabros is going to jump right on this. This time, though, unlike the pistol round, Nifty will find the shot. Cutler does not want to attempt the 1v2, so he's going to back away, and it's going to become a 6th for Selfless.
Yeah, all Cutlers could, or Cutler. Dang it, Blue.
Second time you've done that now.
I think it's like my 3rd. Can't stop it. Because I never play with Cutler in Rank S, but Cutlass, well, he's not in Rank S anymore, but I used to play with him like 24/7 because he was in every game. But anyways, again, a familiar territory, right? CLG saving in rounds that are pretty unwinnable at that position. So he's able to save an op, and we'll see if they employ like a different tactic. Last time we saw him save this op, you know, they are able to afford a little bit more now. You see they have a Deagle, a 5.7, P250 CZ, and they all have half armor and some armor, a couple smoke grenades and whatnot. Looks like they're going to double push underpass. DSR throwing a really nice flashbang, though. That's going to catch them. Double flashbang coming out, so complete free kills. Nothing Sub Rosa and FNS can do in that situation. Makes it 3v5 right off the bat. Selfless is in complete control of this round. Cutler, though, opping B. And if he can make something happen here, CLG definitely will have a chance of winning this round.
Cutler knows that there's going to be presence here, and he can see it. That little tiny slit is able to spot DSR. Takes him down as he lands on top of the steps there, waiting for more underpass pressure to come back in. But no, is not going to pan out. And he'll be forced back for right now, but at least that kill gives them a bit more of a fighting chance, and they pretty heavily rotate off of that, which may be the correct judgment call. Currently, everybody else from Selfless is working their way back over here on towards T-ramp as well, and for the CLG side, well, they're getting prepped for it. They still keep eyes on mid in the event that they're wrong and they have to quickly rotate over. That's mainly going to be Ethan doing that job, but the main bulk of force is going to push its way in, and they have moved the op over here as well. Cutler's going to be ready for it, but he misses the first shot. Yeah, he has free reign over that. They just walk right out, and unfortunately doesn't catch the timing. They're going to swing over top, but oh, Kusta spots it. That smoke is a little bit too far back, so Slemmy peeks his head out, and he's able to catch him when he leaps down. Cutler will get smoked, so he's got to get aggressive, but he gets the back shot. Traded out. Now Everly lost that gun, but Kusta has an AK, and it comes down to Caboose now. CLG are about to upset, but Caboose could potentially clutch this. He's got them both pushed back to the steps. The bomb is on the ground, so he does just have to basically fight this out. He finds the one, goes for the spray. It's a long one, and he doesn't even get the kill. Now he's down at 16 HP. Ethan's going for the quick wraparound. He only has 15 seconds left to either kill them both or get this bomb onto the ground, and as he moves out, somehow misses that one. He brings one of the last players down to 22 HP, but it will be Ethan with the Deagle to close out and give CLG a 3rd.
Yeah, and that was a really good repositioning by Cutler there. As soon as he gets that B kill, he says, hey, they're probably not going to challenge me here. Goes all the way towards A, and Selfless's take, it just comes too late for them to really hit the site before Cutler moves. Caboose, though, does his best to salvage that round, not able to win the 2v1, even though he has been playing very impressive Counter-Strike thus far. Now, Selfless setting up for a very early A take. CLG giving up the A site as well. One in connector, I believe it's one ladder, one on cat, one B. So A site's going to be very easy for them to take right now. So the read by CLG is wrong here, and they should be able to get the bomb down pretty cleanly.
Selfless will try to push their way out, but actually Molotovs do a good job of holding them back for a couple of extra seconds, and you can see CLG quickly rotating over here. Caboose and the others stacking up over on the A-bomb site. Again, Ethan and FNS push back. Smokes have done their job. At the very least, CLG is not going to actively move in just yet, but there's Kusta with a nice shot against Caboose. Able to shut him down. Slemmy as well behind the triple stack is just waiting for them to push in, but they haven't even had to do that yet. Ethan finally moves forward, but he gets out of the way, and a secondary peek from Finesse finishes the job against Slemmy. Now it's down to now it's down to Nifty after no one was able to trade, but he is also going to go down without finding a kill. A swift retake from CLG, and they finally found a little bit of consistency to work with as they're going to get their 4th, and just like the last map, we have another seemingly close game on our hands after Selfless ran 6 rounds straight.
Yeah, and that was a great retake, and that's very CT-sided favored. When you take the site and CLG has 5 alive, and Selfless used almost every single nade on the take. They Molotov triple, they Molotov bench, they Molotoved everything, right? Sandwich, triple, bench, push. CLG couldn't have retaken that if they tried. Like, they probably would have just died. They used all their utility on taking the site. They didn't have any to back it up for the post plant, and then CLG saved all of theirs pretty much. So it was a pretty easy retake for them, pretty standard retake. And a really good job by them, as now they're sending 3 towards underpass quick, 1 towards top mid, 1 towards a ramp, boosting up into the window right away, and looking for some trickery here on this round.
As the rest of Selfless now move themselves through boosts and whatnot over here inside of the window room. It's spotted by Sabrosa from the backside here. He's going to be able to pick up 1 kill, but then immediately 2 more trades come out from the Selfless side. Down to 3 now for CLG, and oh, Finesse. He just gave himself away up on Cat there. He had the potential to sneak in. What's even worse is Ethan wide peeks over there from the CT approach. He goes down. Finesse finding that 1 kill, but then being traded up by DSR, so everything falls to Cutler now in a 1v3. They've got the bomb down at the very least on the edges of connector. I'm not sure if the CTs know this, but it still has to go inside. Cutler missed his chance, though, to be able to take down DSR, so that bomb will escape. And while he'll go for this, there's someone waiting. Nice shot from Cutler, though. Shuts down Caboose, and he's just going to go right for this. Trades over to the AK, very quickly moving back in. Again, don't really think he spotted DSR move back to Firebox, but he suspects it regardless. The second player underneath of the platform here, and he does have utility, but currently not using any of it, and looks away just as he peeks to that position, so no one will take it back down as Selfless pick up a 7th.
Yeah, they do pick up a 7th. I think CLG is going to be able to scrape together another buy here. This trap was really cool by them. I mean, even though Slimmy died, look at where the trade kills came in. Caboose is right next to there. DSR is covering his back from the window peak to counter that trade kill out. That was pretty cool by Selfless, and a pretty cool strat to see work.
As again, they line up for just pretty much a straight A play here, too. Obviously, having Nifty move out towards mid to either late push in through the connector and also act as a bit of a distraction for players like Kusta, who still work with the op right now. But beyond that, everybody else just getting ready to push themselves in. And once more, straight at it, too. No trickery about this one. The smoke into the Palace will actually hold them back for a couple of extra seconds. So they do suspect this, but they haven't seen the full commitment yet. So they aren't rotating over all the way. There's Kusta. There's FNX. They're actually putting a great stop down on this with only the usual A players. Nifty finally taking down Sabrosa, and they've got FNS down at 3 HP. Caboose will push, finish the job. They've evened the scoreline again. Nifty at mid, trying to do more damage to cut off the rotators from B, but finally he's going to go down to Cutler. And now, the last 2 from Selfless, both of which have been lit to some degree as well. Caboose being the much higher of the 2 down at 4. They do allow no one to cross to be able to put this bomb onto the ground. But for Ethan, Kusta, and Cutler, all very quickly surrounding the A-bomb site and getting ready to close the gaps upon them here. No one in Caboose, again, not really a whole lot of angles which they can actually shut down these CTs from, as they have to remain very, very passive, although that's the first good one there, but in comes that flank that we were just discussing there a moment ago. Caboose at 4, gets the headshot there. A second one is lit down to 1, but he can't even really peek out at 4 HP, and when he finally does, it's an easy shutdown for Cutler. So CLG trade the round right back, and it goes up to 5 now for the CTs.
Yeah, 7-5, very close round there, despite the HP on Caboose and no one being really low. Really good flank though, like you mentioned, by Cutler, just taking his time. You know, they knew he couldn't go back to A ramp the planner. They knew where both of them where both the T's were, and they just took it very, very slowly. Waited for Cutler to flank and pinched them together. So that was a really nice retake by CLG.
And we do see Selfless, much like some of these previous rounds here, again, while not immediately committing themselves to one of the 2 sites, they still move with 4 grouped together here, either towards that T ramp or into these B halls, and that's what they've done once again onto this round. The investment, unfortunately, is not going to be that great. Only 1 primary weapon even purchased there, as Caboose goes for a Mac 10. Everybody else is on P250s or a Tech 9 in the case of DSR and Nifty. Granted, CLG are not necessarily safe either. They've used some of their utility, but you can just see it there on the left side. They're very, very limited in terms of what they actually have. This combined with Sabrosa having to work with a shotgun here, you can see that there are still signs of struggle on that CT side if there is to be an upset. But that shotgun may get himself a whole face full of kills if these guys do go right out onto the platform instead of diverting to window, which unfortunately may be what ends up happening. Selfless move in. They're able to get positions inside here, and he's going to be flashed out as well. Sabrosa can't see anything. It takes them a while to get the kill, but look, it's 3 fast kills inside succession, DSR finding 2 of them there. And after that, I don't even think there's going to be an attempt at this. Kusta and FNS are more than likely. While Kusta may stick around to try and see if anyone gets too aggressive inside of the market there, looking for him. FNS is already way far back there, wanting to back away from this fight completely and save the guns.
That was awesome, though. That was such a cool take. I mean, from Sub Rosa's point of view, as soon as he thought the take was like disjointed, a perfect pop flash comes and they jump through the smoke. That was really cool, and a very well executed play by Selfless. And it looks like Slemmy is it's looking like he's worth his weight in gold right now for the Selfless guys. I mean, that was pretty sick.
Kusta chiming in for one more, actually back into the corner, given time to recover. So on the save, Kusta doing work. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that they cover that up completely with smokes and then get everybody in position before they actually push out. Again, they even leave this little bit of a hole in the window, kind of gambling on the fact that those guys are going to be positioned where they are, but it works out perfectly.
And you know what we're seeing, and one of the reasons why a lot of these strats are being so successful is that there's no hovering. Like, you're seeing Caboose, you saw DSR there, they're pushing, they're making sure like they're doing their job, you know, on these strats where they have to push up and take this map control and scale quickly, and they're not just stopping and like trying to bait their teammates or anything like that. And that's one of the reasons they've been so successful with these strategies.
So it falls to another half investment, a really weird investment for these CT series. We do move towards the closing round of the half. Just 2 more to go here. And it still remains a close game, but very much a Selfless-sided one, especially now that they've been able to pick up 8 rounds on this T side. Very quiet, however, on this 14th round across the map. Not as decisive as some of the past ones have been. It's a 3-2 split. They've kept the bomb in T-spawn, so the options are being kept open right now, but they're not making a single noise in the world here. As Nifty finally falling back outside from those B halls, potentially to move in for some top mid aggression. They have that for free reign right now, too. Because of the weird buy from CLG, they've just chosen to completely abandon mid. And they've gone for an outright 3-2 split here.
Yeah, Nifty holding in the same spot that he punished Kusta for pushing before. But a double balcony setup by Cutler and Sub Rosa here. Or 1 balcony, 1 van. Caboose walking in, trying to take any type of control. A flash goes out. They're overplaying it. They have 1 market, 2 towards B. So CLG is set up very, very well to win this round, but I don't know if they know anybody's coming up catwalk. This could just stab them in the back here.
Cutler is going to peek back out, does not find any of the frags. Did some good damage on the DSR, but that's about it. It's FNS and Sub Rosa that are tag teaming things from the side, and FNS even adjusting to the cat pressure. They lose Sub Rosa, but Ethan's here with a pistol now. Finally, FNS goes down, but it's just Nifty in a 1v2. He'll sneak up, and look at the timer as well. He's only got 10 seconds to jump up here, retrieve the bomb. He says, cancel that, though. I'm just going to go for these kills and see if I can take them both down. He's being flanked out. He's been cornered, and it's Kusta with the op that will steal this one for CLG. 6-8 will be our scoreline as we head into the last round of the first half.
Yeah, and the way Selfless was going to win that round is if they either just stopped and waited for the cat and just kept hovering up here, or if that cat flank really did a lot of work. Unfortunately for Selfless, FNS, you know, catches wind of it. He realizes the cat's open. You're not going to fool him. He's not going to, you know, be unaware of that, and looks just in time to get that kill. And now Selfless on another broken buy does a quick mid control, but they have 8 rounds to their name, so they've done a pretty good job on this T side so far.
As the rest of Selfless here now push themselves over into the A bomb site, along with already being basically at the gates of Connector here. FNS is going to need to be ready for it, but thankfully he has Kusta and FNS both already picking up kills here. Letting them move in a little bit here, but that could prove to be a mistake as no one pushes up, grabs FNS, and is spraying down through that smoke to get even more damage onto Kusta. He's now down at 15 HP. He'll chime in for 1 more against Nifty, but then Slemmy trades that back out. 3 up and running for CLG, but they are relying on 1 to rotate from Cat. The presence done against Selfless, though, is enough to push them back, and this is where Cutler's given the room to go up on top of the steps and take down Slemmy. So no one now looking to clutch 1v3. He's got one at Ticket, heavily lit, though, and he still remained peaked for the Connector player, so Cutler is going to shut that one down, and CLG do round a bit of a comeback there towards the end, but still very much in the favor of Selfless, coming off of an 8-round T-sided half. So stick around, guys, to see what happens in the second. Once again, it is Selfless versus CLG, back in a few with half number 2.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, and it has been another close map here at the ESL Pro League for North America. Selfless going up against Counter Logic Gaming here on Mirage. We saw Selfless start off with a very strong lead. CLG bounced back towards the end of it, but coming off of a T-Hat, this is still favored for Selfless at the moment, right?
Yeah, who won pistol there? It was CLG, right?
CLG, yeah, because it was FNS that smoked defused right at the end because they pushed too heavily into CT.
So losing pistol, still winning 8 rounds on that T side. I mean, that's pretty strong, and they looked very well drilled. Slemmy had the troops, you know, fully bought into the strategies. You could definitely tell there was no hesitation on like Caboose and DSR's side of things. And now moving on to the CT side, we'll see. It's definitely not live blue.
This is just the preview, so everybody's kept up in info. Everybody always asks, right? Because we never had it on camera before. It's like, when's it starting? And they just think that we're like, you know, wasting time here. Now we can blame it on the players because it's up to them to start the second half.
Oh, definitely. They have to ready up. You have to ready up every half, no matter what. Overtime is. Well, I know you know Blue.
Yeah.
I'm letting the audience know.
Oh, okay.
Like, it doesn't just start.
It's like everybody just assumes that like it's always like production, just like wasting all this time. And it's like, no, we told the players. We're just waiting for them to do it because we can't like actually force them to start. Like, you technically can do that, but it's really buggy, I think, with the servers when you try to do that.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay. Well,
let's talk about the game. CLG on the T side now, and they're moving in pretty quickly here towards A. As they push towards the defenses, again, are rather weak. They're mostly on the outskirts of the bomb site, as you can see. Nifty back over here by Ticket, and DSR as well hanging out over there inside of the jungle. He's smoked out, though, so we're not going to see much from him. I think he got pelted by a nade, too. So he's sitting down at 57 HP currently. They're going to take a page out of the Selfless book, and, well, they're not fully pushing. In fact, Nifty's waiting for this hiding, cowering, you could say, in the corner here for these guys to move in. Flashbang's out, though, and it's perfect, but now they still have to worry about Nifty sitting back over here in the cubby back by CT spawn. He's only going to be able to pick up one before the trade comes in, but there's DSR with another tap out. Takes down FNS, 3v3, but all the CTs are incredibly lit right now. These are just 1 or 2 shots away from being eliminated. Slemmy, the last one that's up in, you know, a decent amount of HP, but Ethan is going to make quick work of that one as CLG immediately tie this up now and take us 8-8.
We almost saw the exact same thing happen, Blue. But the difference was the smoke missed onto the default plant, so they weren't able to do any type of a smoke diffuse for the side of Selfless. But we saw the same strat, you know, you smoke the right side, you push CT spawn. Nifty actually did a really good job of just waiting, and making them push him. Fortunately for him and no one, they just weren't able to really hit the shots. So now Nifty gets a scout, Deagle, a couple P250s, and a 5-7 for Selfless. And they are playing 2 towards B, kind of 1 jump spotting and 1 playing on the balcony. Sub Rosa does a flash peek. See him do that pretty often. Sees that he's being challenged, and CLG very heavily set up towards B here. But it looks like they're going to back out, you know, check their options a bit, maybe go back towards A since Sub Rosa did see 1 or 2 at B.
Yeah, and the CLG guys move themselves back over pretty quickly here. Selfless, though, with a 3-man stack onto A. Well, we won't exactly expect them to completely upset in this round. They still have a setup which could potentially do a little bit of damage here and drop quite a few of the guns on the CLG side. It's a heavy commitment in towards the guys on B, though. And it's 2 of the pistols there. So they actually have the scout sitting out on this A site, too, I believe. It's further back by Ticket right now. They're moving in, so I think they do expect this to come towards this site. It's just that they're still too far along in that push back over there, so they're not really going to be able to help out with this unless they can hold it out for a very long amount of time, and they don't. We see the 1 trade from DSR, but that's it. So there's not a whole lot that Slemmy and Caboose are going to be able to do. Even with the flank, someone should be able to just watch right out for that with 4 players up and standing. It would not surprise me now if they just decide to hang out outside of the site and post up for exits instead of directly going back in.
Yeah, pretty much no chance of winning this round, so they both opt for the double flank, maybe setting up around the A ramp or the A halls, just see if they can pick off 1 or 2, maybe get some guns.
Yeah, and FNS actually getting a bit aggressive there too, moving out just to confirm that they're not here yet. He's correct on that, but careful around the corner as there's 1, and it's a Deagle in hand. So Caboose, he's going to get that kill, letting a second one move out, but he does kind of bait himself into the spray there. Ethan will catch the trade. Slemmy's got a P250, so this isn't really anything huge. He'll end up losing. They'll just try to get themselves out of the site. Ethan gets that kill, and CLG will survive with 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, now going into this round, just a full eco. Coming out from Selfless, 4 USBs and a P2K. But you know, Caboose did a really good job on that T side. We'll see if we could you know, see him do some nice stuff on their CT side as well. But you know, Cutler, I love this, by the way. I just keep being like the USB. You see Forrest do this a lot, and he always just wrecks face with it. So he's around A ramp, 1T spawn. Sub Rosa kind of scouting out B here. He likes to work this spot a lot. You'll see him almost always over at this side of the map, doing his thing over here.
Well, Sub Rosa's moving himself out. And does find the player that's jumped up on that little spot there. He'll be able to take down Nifty. He's looking for more, playing from these little cheeky positions, but not able to find it. It's DSR that'll play closer contact, but oh, he's about to cross, and there you go. Sub Rosa, the patient pays off, actually, and looking for them back down below in that window peak position. He'll find DSR, take him down. They'll molly out in case anybody's still hiding out by the van, and generally just look to clear out the B bomb site here now. They have to account for this guy sitting on the site, but yeah, he falls back and is pretty quickly eliminated. Actually, no, excuse me. Thought we had missed him on the X-ray there, but no, and he'll swing back out and get eliminated pretty quickly there anyway, so it's down to Caboose now. He'll be spotted here by FNS, and although he tags FNS down pretty low to 14 HP, the aim punch is too much to deal with, and he will close it out with all 5 remaining alive this time on the CLG side.
Yeah, and they got a nice little bank here to work with, and sometimes Mirage, I mean, if you can win that T-side pistol on Mirage and the CT side buys up that second round and has limited nades coming into this first gun round, a lot of the time you could just roll them over and just run them over with like very fast-paced, you know, Molotov type shots, maybe straight peeking. But Selfless does have an op on DSR over by the window room. So Molotov goes out connector. Caboose pushes up catwalk. He's completely open to underpass here. I don't know if it's smoked out or not, but that's very, very dangerous. Now decides to look at it, but FNS and his team is opting for an A play.
Yeah, and they're going very quickly into this too, but flashbangs and whatnot from the CT side are good enough to hold them back temporarily. No one, though, takes a battle through this smoke. He's brought down to 18 HP, and now is certainly going to have to fall back. A very slow process in terms of taking control of this site from CLG, but they are kind of being given it. This will be a bit dangerous, obviously, as it does let Selfless move back in, but the problem is they as well have lost control of these big areas like connector over here on the stairwell and whatnot. It's going to allow them to really punish them and force them even further back outside of the site, which is going to make the retake that much harder, obviously. Sub Rosa finding one, spotted a second, doesn't want to take the battle as he's at very low HP. DSR, though, finding one more, but again, Sub Rosa continues to trade. He's found Caboose before finally getting eliminated here by no one. Wasted so much time, and FNS now outside over here on the cat position. He takes out no one. DSR trying to just go in for a smoke defuse, but it's not going to play out, and Slummy's stuck in a corner, and actually, for whatever, they don't realize he's there. Almost get that second kill, too. Cutler will put an end to it, though, and CLG certainly getting themselves off to a hot start here, but only after the first gun round, so there's still plenty of chances for Selfless to round back into this.
Yeah, and Sub Rosa was the key part of that round for CLG, pushing up past the stairs, getting into, you know, or outside of the connector and throwing that flashbang, runs over Nifty while he crosses the jungle, stays alive like seemingly forever, and gets another kill before he's traded out. So he bided so much time for his team, allowed FNS to have enough time to flank, and obviously getting 2 kills with an ump, like he was the catalyst of that round and the main reason they won it. So really good job by him. And again, they're letting him kind of scout B on these anti-ecos, seeing what he could see, and then their follow-up is maybe like a mid towards connector if they think it's a B stack. They're kind of just waiting off his call, though. It's pretty easy to call if it's a B stack when you're just, you know, according to Dan M on the gear, right, Blue? So
that's a good meme.
They'll never make a mistake.
No,
here.
he doesn't do that. I thought that was only for the Stewie stuff.
I don't know, but I just think it's funny.
I only saw this in the video.
But anyways, I mean, he correctly calls it. He could sniff out that it's a B stack, Blue.
Yeah, just knows it.
You know, it's pretty easy when you could see him through the walls.
Has the intuition.
Yep. And
it's clearly just game sense.
Calls that they should go towards A. Looks like they're going to do. They did this on the previous anti-eco. They smoked the right side, and they just went back to A smokes after they didn't really get any gun battles at B. Cutler in middle gets a nice little kill. He's getting pushed, so we'll see if he can clean this up. Only gets 1, but does a lot of damage. Knows where 2 of them are. Nifty hiding in the smoke, though. He's trying to be sneaky over here.
Well, Sub Rosa will find that kill into Nifty, and again, everybody on Self is slowly just getting boxed out one by one. Slummy and No One also both lit down to around between 40 and 50 HP. There is a flank working its way in from someone. Yeah, it's Caboose, but again, I don't really think he's going to be able to do much. Potentially surprising against 1 kill, but he only has that P250. After that one, we could expect an adjustment and for them to kill him pretty fast after that. And there we go. There's the first one. Going for a second again, and he gets it, though. Nicely played in terms of playing out to the angle here. But Kusta will wait. He spots that headshot, though, and gets some more damage, but fails to account for another player that could be hanging out back over there by CT. So FNS will take him down. Still, great damage being done against the CLG side. They'll win this round. They'll get themselves up to 12, but they bring it down to 2 players, so their economy isn't really going anyplace anytime soon.
Yeah, and it'll be 12-8 right now, but Caboose is hitting some impressive shots. Really nice P250, you know, some pistol work there by him. Somebody dies to the bomb as well. So 4 go down that round for CLG, and what seemed like it was going to be a round that was an economy building round, and instead it really hurt them a lot, only having 1 live, and that's actually a pretty big victory if you're Selfless.
Yeah, they managed to, again, bring that money down to a very low point here. They still have enough to where if Selfless are able to wipe the floor with them here and take them all out in this next round, they would be able to force through it and have a pretty decent buy sitting behind it as well. So they haven't really brought them down to a very low point just yet. But they are in another gun round, and this is a chance for them to really battle back into this game. And, well, they're going to need to do it soon, coming up on the second gun round of the half, but we're only going to have this one and maybe 1 or 2 more to be able to counter this out before CLG just rush ahead on their T side and take control of the map. And it's close up here on the steps. 2 players really accounting on these smokes, specifically with Caboose here. Nades going, a little bit of team damage you did see there, but it's doing a lot more damage to the T's. And look at Caboose, 3 instant kills with the M4 against Ethan, Kusta, and Finesse. They do finally trade out for 1 here against Nifty, but the damage has already been done. Nifty's found Sabrosa, and Cutler's not going to last very long either. No one shuts him out before he can escape, and it's Selfless that grabbed their 9th.
And that's what you call a hard counter, Blue. Smoke at A ramp, 2 players there. Caboose just shoots at 1 guy, kills 3. That was a beautiful job by him.
Where did the 3rd one even happen?
Just through the smoke behind him.
Jeez. So a quick shutdown from him, taking a very large risk in hiding in that corner, but it pays off in huge dividends and does shut it out. Obviously not going to be able to use that more than once, but hey, it works this time. And oof,
that was not a good flash, Blue. That was not a good flash. That was definitely something he practiced and thought was going to be a good flash, but that was not a good flash.
Thankfully, Kusta misses the shot, so he'll stay alive for right now, but Kusta's been a little bit more on point there. That would have been a dead man going down to the ground, basically due to his own mistakes. Regardless, though, they have a very light amount of pressure applied to mid in general, so this is going to let CLG flush their way through and get control. They will have trouble moving out to the areas like Cat and Connector here, but at the very least, they get their staging ground essentially for free right at the beginning of the ground, or right at the beginning of the round. And it's also going to let Ethan and Connector, too. They didn't really have any presence in here. He's allowed to just camp inside right now. Well, there we go. There's the first pickup for both sides, actually, as Caboose peeks out, but he will be quickly traded down by Cutler, bringing it to 4 for both sides. This is actually drawing attention off the B bomb site, though. It looks like they're following through with a B hit. So by only having Slemmy on the site, if they can explode out here and remain unnoticed in the entire portion, they can take full control of this and make any retake really, really tough for Selfless to pull off right now. But it seems like they are backing away from this one. Still indecisive. They'll need to make a call soon, though, and it seems like they are resolving to take this to A instead. Molotov going into that corner. That's going to send Ethan out. An easy kill. Nifty, good spot on that one, is able to take him down. FNS moves out pretty late to challenge this. Nifty has already repositioned himself over towards the sandwich, at which he's going to get yet another kill. Finesse trades, but now he's stuck in between 2 of the members of the CTs here, both in sandwich and towards CT. Cutler now alone again, only 10 seconds on the clock. And there's not really any option for a retreat either, so he just goes into the site, lets someone kill him, so at the very least gets the losing bonus money, but it is going to be another one for Selfless.
Yeah, and they broke their money, so they won the 2 in a row that they needed in order to do that. Now CLG on a save, and it's looking like the comeback is real for Selfless. But that flash by Nifty, it kind of reminded me, Blue, of all the new YouTube Inferno smokes. Dren tweeted something about it too, and every time I watch one of these videos, I'm like, that is the worst smoke ever. Like, the ending is good, but you're literally just out in the open where you could just get pushed and die at any second.
It's a smoke, man.
I'm just like, what are you thinking, man? That's never gonna work. Like, why would you ever do that when there's a million better spots to throw it from?
But it's a good smoke.
It's not a good smoke.
So we get into the action pretty quickly here as CLG goes on to a save. It's in a YouTube video. It has to be a good smoke.
No, Blue.
They're all
only
correct,
good YouTube videos are my YouTube.
Whoa.
Which you could also check out on YouTube at youtube.com/GoDays. Speaking of good YouTubes.
Caboose actually almost caught out there too, trading weapons, but suddenly they fall back. They swing around and they catch him again. Nifty saves his life, and Caboose is able to grab the second one. So yeah, this one's going to end pretty quickly. But a bit of fun happening there on the cat push at the very least. Just doesn't lead to a whole lot for the CLG side. I believe they're going to call for a pause right here.
Yeah, Selfless, that's the 3rd round in a row that they've won. They've had enough money, so now instead of, them having to win 2 rounds in a row to break CLG, now CLG is going to have to beat them for 2 rounds in a row in order to break their money. So these next rounds are going to be very, very critical if CLG or is able to win one of them, that follow-up, round-breaking economy buy is going to be really critical. So now we get down to the wire. We'll see what Selfless is going to, offer on the CT side. We haven't seen much op work from them. Not many op kills coming out of the Selfless way, but some good counters so far to CLG's, T-side executes, predicting well what they're going to do. That A ramp setup was very, very nice. Completely stomping on any type of an A push there.
But it has brought it within 1 round's grasp for Selfless to once again be able to control this one. CLG was able to round the comeback and again pick up a bit of an advantage to start off this half, but all of a sudden it's Selfless sitting right behind them, ready to take control of things. But for CLG, this does take us into another one of their gun rounds, as they are able to fully invest right here. And for Selfless themselves, of course, the same exact thing. DSR getting the op presence back up. We won't see that same thing from CLG. And we have that usual smoke, which does, if again, it's in the usual position, it does allow them to push up partway on Cat without actually being spotted here. And yeah, you can see that. The right side's open for them to push up towards it. The CT player sitting inside of the window room, though, does back out before we actually see the move in. It's a bit of a late movement from CLG to take control over here towards top mid. And as they move in towards it here, for the most part, they aren't going to be resisted. They'll let them take control of top and bottom mid, but the resistance itself is going to come in when they try to take these into the bomb sites. You can see Caboose getting ready to peek out here. Is all of them sneaking a Cat, but right now, I don't know if he's fully realized that they moved in there. He knows about it now, but he certainly can't peek against that. That's 4 players being allowed to flush back in, and a perfect flash on Nifty. They take a moment to look at it, and he's almost allowed to recover there. However, no one trying to hold on his own regard. He picks up 1 kill, which is then traded back out, and Sabrosa, well, he'll be caught reloading in a corner, and he even peeks out to it. Slemmy is going to take down Sabrosa. DSR trying to wrap himself back in. These a lot of weird mistakes being made by both sides right now, but it's letting the DSR misses that flick. Surprise from Cutler. It takes down DSR. Caboose trying to wrap back in. Can't find Ethan in that corner. And Slemmy now sits alone in a 1v3. They know where he is now. And as he pushes through CT, well, they're just going to position himself for him. No damage done to him yet. He finds that kill, tries to transition the spray, but FNS goes behind coverage. And when he re-peaks, he'll finish the job.
Yeah, still not too bad of a round for Selfless to lose. CLG with 3 deaths, only able to save those 2 AKs, so they're going to have to fully invest this round. And they're going to be on the save if they lose this round without getting a bomb down at least. But a nifty little strat there. They push through connector, go straight towards jungle and get those kills, take that A site. DSR, though, I noticed he's kind of swapping the op around between him and Nifty, so I'm not sure what their strategy is with that. Like, which one is the main op? It's something that we'll see.
So Bro's actually getting ready for underpass pressure here as he keeps his eyes on it. There's 2 sitting down below. And I believe the guys from Selfless should be able to hear him from down in the underpass right now, especially with him jumping down. But they're waiting on a timing to be able to push back out. Almost out of ammo here, too. So if they try to catch him when he's reloading, that'd be the perfect time to swing out. But no follow-up at all. They're both just sitting there again and waiting.
Yeah, I have no idea why they didn't peek blue. It was just, I would peek 100 times out of 100 there.
Well, they catch him here, and thankfully they still get the kill. DSR is going to be able to take advantage. Just took a little bit longer than we were expecting. FNS as well moves himself out, but Slummy's able to peek him and Nifty. Take down Finesse. Kusta, however, has been given free access to the B bomb site. Problem is, however, is that DSR is actually restricting the bomb from being able to push his way back in. But I'm going to assume that Selfless assume he is on the site with the bomb right now.
Yeah, but they should know by now that he's not, since he hasn't planted, and we're in this very odd situation where DSR is holding that off. They push upper B and get the kill, and now the site's kind of open, so they're in a retake in a 3v3 scenario. And these are the type of rounds that we saw Selfless continually drop the ball during those close games of last season. Is what we're seeing now. Just these big mistakes in crucial rounds like this.
Well, Color gets aggressive, and this is going to be a mistake for CLG's side, as Slummy is able to take him back out of the picture here now. Kusta finding 1 more, however, against Caboose, brings it back down to an even scenario, a 2v2. Well, Slemmy and Nifty are going to try to work their way out of market. Ethan's position for this. The flashbang goes behind the box, but actually, it was enough to get him out of position slightly, and that's where Slemmy's going to take control. Kusta's going to have to 4K to clutch this. He gets the first player that tries to move up for the defuse. Now they know he's in the apartment somewhere, but they smoke over on top of it here. Slemmy moves forward. He hasn't even tapped the bomb yet. Just now he does so. They fail to find each other. Kusta just goes off here, but so much time is being wasted. He sees him, but I don't think he realized he can't find him. There we go, though. Almost saw that get out of hand with another smoke defuse, but Kusta, while he will die to the bomb, he does win the round, and at this point, that's what's going to matter. As Selfless are sitting behind 14-11, and they do need to take a pause.
Yeah, 14-11 in a round that they should win, man. Like, DSR should have to read that, hey, these guys are in B, they could easily flank me, they know they're in B. Instead just gets caught out not realizing the fact that they could just jump up the van and flank them and not, you know, playing the round just honestly properly as a CT. Once all those events unfolded in that chaotic type of scenario, they just really were not on the same page whatsoever. So Caboose, we see he's going hard, man. 110 ADR, 71% headshot percentage. Really playing well, especially on the T side. He was the catalyst, like I said, for a lot of those T side rounds. But now CLG is in a lot of control. You know, 14-11. Selfless has not much money. Probably going to be an eco right now as this round goes live. So almost kind of playing for the tie in that sense. Looks like the same anti-eco though is basically coming out blue if they realize that it's an eco, or Subrose is going to kind of scout out B.
Selfless get their big stack of players though that actually may move through the apartments right now. It's just P250s and whatnot. But if they're not paying attention to this, then in theory they can flush out. And at the very least upset against a couple of the players here to hold control and cause some chaos. Right now, it seems they're just holding and waiting for CLG to push in their own regard over there towards the apartments. So it'll all remain passive, and they've just kept, I think it's no one sitting over there on the A site to prepare in the event that they're wrong about this read. And they do decide to push into there instead. But the first one's out, they've seen it, and he sees how heavy this push is, so he's going to back away. He won't challenge this. The bounce-off nade is going to go in. But as we know, CSGO nades are terrible, so it's only going to do about 40 damage in total. And then Nifty swings down and kills Sabrosa.
Yeah, Subrose had a chance to just destroy the other team there and get 4 or 5 kills, or not 4, but 3 or 4 kills to just end that round before it even really started for the CLG side. Instead, he dies, but he knows how many are pushing, calls it, so they're able to just roll up into A, take control very, very quickly, get the bomb down, and now Selfless basically just looking to save this AK and maybe get an exit or two and scrounge up any type of loose weapons that they can.
Yeah, and his early spot as well allowed these guys to push in A without losing anybody else. Now we can see Ethan just moving in to hunt them down. If they can drop that AK, that's going to be great, but with his full save, I think they're buying into this next one anyway. He's seen DSR, gets him to peek. There's no one else to trade it either, really, so Slemmy just posted up outside over here on the platform outside of the apartments, hoping he can catch Ethan in a bit of a gun duel to drop another rifle here. But at the moment, it's not going to be obliged, and we may have a second player moving in, although they're both just sticking in mid right now. It's all Ethan all in his lonesome, but that's enough. With the Galil, moves in to find the kill against Slemmy, should be able to retrieve the AK, and now that will leave these guys with on Selfless with really nothing going into the final round besides whatever type of cash flow they'll have here.
Yeah, 15-11, CLG has really good control of this game. But having said that, I mean, their economy isn't great, you know. If Selfless can win 2 in a row, it's going to put them on a save. That would put them, assuming they win the save 14-15, and put them on that final gun round. So they just need to win these 2 rounds in a row. But still, to win this game, Selfless is going to have to win 3 gun rounds now.
They are going pretty quickly inside of the apartments here. And the good news is that, for the most part, Selfless aren't really going to be able to do a great job of resisting this. They're all sitting back over here on the catwalk and whatnot. But as I say that, I have to eat my words. It's 2 quick kills for them. A third one makes its way in. Cutler and Ethan have been able to pick up 2 trade kills here. So it resolves itself to a 2v3 at the end of the day. CLG having control of the bomb site. And Selfless wrapping their way in the other direction here to push back in. Cutler has to be very careful with this aggression, but he moves in just as the smoke was being deployed as well, so the timing is perfect on that one. He's able to move up, pick up DSR, take him down. There are retakes coming in from both Cat and inside of the apartments. This is going to be tough for Cutler unless he has support from his teammate. Ethan was re-rotating himself back inside of the market here now to play things out to a better angle, and he is going to hide inside of here. He spotted 1 player crossing, won't make any noise just yet. They've jumped on the bomb, although I don't know if he realized it. He gets them both, and they both line up, so there you go. Ethan with the 1v2 clutch, and CLG will take control of this first map here in their set to this evening. It'll be 16-11 on the first map. And so, with that one, they take control, and they're on the path to a potential 2-0 as well if they can control it. But it was a close map, so there is going to be some time, of course, for Selfless to take a step back and think about this one, and maybe recover to claim map number 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, CLG kind of pulled it together. They seemed like they were just a little bit better than Selfless. I saw some really encouraging things from Selfless, though, just when it came to, the strategies on T side especially, how their teammates were really buying into it. But on that CT side, I think the lack of op presence by them, they didn't really move the op around to be successful in almost any scenario. That really hurt them a lot. So some things to work on that CT side, though, for Selfless.
All right, guys. So we're going to bring the analysis desk into this one here now. So, Stunna, you talk with Bach here about what happened on that first map.
Blue, you're always bringing me into something. I don't know what it is, but you're always legitimately bringing me into something. Quite a game we had there. Selfless coming out looking good. I want to say they're looking good. Not quite good enough to get the W, but looking good nonetheless.
Yeah, what I wanted to touch on before my brain betrayed me and I had a bit of a verbal stroke was that Mirage is a bit of a blank canvas. So if you have that strong in-game leader, you can come up with all these like wild smoke executes because that skybox is so unrestricted. So if Slemmy had the time to work with Selfless, they could come up with some unique executes on their T side, and we saw that time and time again. You know, even Dazed had said several times he was impressed with takes that we saw from Selfless, but in the end, their CT side was just lackluster, and they weren't able to put up enough rounds on that side. CLG brought it back.
Slimmy, obviously, having been working with these guys since WESG, I mean, in short term, I mean, obviously we want to see that kind of grow and mature a little bit more. And I do believe what Daze is talking about is them not being caught in the choke points and actually being a more fluid T side.
Yeah, there were a couple of times where their spacing was a little bit off, so they found themselves getting sprayed down more often than maybe they should have been. But in general, I really liked their T side. Their CT side definitely needs work.
Okay, we're going to check out a replay now. Round 8, Caboose making the plays. Walk us through this one, Mock.
Yeah, so this round was a little bit chaotic at points. They tried to execute on the A site. What they weren't prepared for was a player who was actually behind the firebox, who we'll see in just a second here. So the kills start going back and forth. FNS opens things up with a headshot onto Slemmy. DSR working his way into sight alongside Caboose. Now, Caboose plays on the other side of the smoke. He flashes his way through, and this is a big kill to take down Kusta. It eliminates the threat, but look at Ethan. Sitting behind firebox. It looks like he's got this one dialed in on the bomb planter. Yep. Unfortunately, he just takes his time a little bit too much so, and then Caboose taps away at FNS, and then that makes this situation very winnable for Selfless. This was one of the rounds where Selfless was a little bit disconnected on their T side, wasn't quite as smooth as some of their stronger executes, but in the end, the firepower of Caboose was enough to just pull them through, and Cutler tries to go with a smoke defuse here, or I think it might be Sabrosia, and unfortunately he gets spotted through it. Nifty sprays away, so now Cutler has to fall back and save.
I mean, Selfless able to garner up 8 rounds, and in the half 8-7 with the lead, but obviously couldn't really get a foothold there on the CT side. What happened on the CT side?
Well, you started to see it building in the first half too. Like, it was a strong first half from Selfless, and then CLG started to slowly bring it back. That could have been a 10-5 or worse based on what we saw early on with Selfless, but CLG got enough economic control to start fighting back, and then on the second half, I don't even know what happened. It just felt like Selfless kind of turned into a different team. Very disconnected. Didn't seem like the communication was as crisp as it needed to be.
Okay, well, rewinding it a little bit there, we're going to look at round 11 here in the first half. We do see an excellent mid-control there from Selfless. They're able to put together quite a nice round here.
Yeah, this was another one of those plays from Selfless that really highlighted what we were talking about with Slemmy's leadership. So I'm pretty sure they molly connector. Kusta goes for a smoke out. They smoke window. They smoke top mid. Might even be their smoke catwalk. And as a result, they get 2 players actually boosted up into the window. And the way that they play this is nice. Caboose hangs back. Slemmy gets caught jumping up onto the sawhorse, so Kusta tries to peek out, and now there's just crossfires everywhere. There's a man bottom window from the door looking up to the vent, and there's another guy still in window watching for the push from jungle. It's just beautifully played from Selfless, and it puts them in the driver's seat right off the bat. And now they have all this map control. There's not really much that CLG can do. It comes down to a 3-on-2. FNS gets spotted pushing past the smoke after getting that opening kill, and now Cutler again is in a situation where he's in a 1vx with that off.
Cutler has a very hideous op, might I add, to the analysis here. That is
wow.
a very not in terms of like his actual play, but the actual skin. It's an Asimov, but nonetheless, I think we should actually transition this conversation to something a little more serious, and that would be somebody on the gear. Boys, we got somebody on the gear, and this gear, I'm trying to tell you guys. I'm gonna tell you one time. John Wick, undoubtedly on the gear. If you notice any time this guy's shooting in these previews, he's hitting headshots back to back to back to back. Definitely on the gear. So go see it yourself this Thursday in theaters. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Welcome to Rome. How many buttons? 2. And what style?
Tactical.
Body armor? 0 penetration.
Mr. Wick, do enjoy your party. have no idea what's coming.
Rough night.
Rough night.
John Wick Chapter 2, rated R, in theaters Friday. You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flashback, they line up. They spray them down. He decimates Tempo Storm. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back here for the last map of Day 2 of Season 5 Pro League, and we don't have much time to waste, but we're going to talk a little bit about Cobble. And to do that, we're going to throw it right over to Mr. Stromboli. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, Stunna. I'm here with one of Ryu's favorite team, Selfless Gaming. And what I want to look on Cobble is you can see that they're going to be going for a B execute here with smokes and flashes. But what you notice here is that Slemmy is lined up for this nip smoke that they made famous last year. You probably look on YouTube. And you can see the smoke, throws all the way over there, but lands somehow in the B-bomb site. No skywall, thank you. And so what happens here is they're going for this regular B execute. But if you pause right here, this is a common thing that a lot of teams will run into. You toss your smoke executes B, and then the other team just counter-models you right off the bat. They counter-model, counter-nade. But what Selfless does that's so nice that I think a lot more teams should be able to do, you could play it again, is that once the Molotovs go away, they still have all their flashes. Look how many flashes they have. And then they dump poor flashes because the smokes are still there. They last a lot longer than a Molotov. As they're running the bomb site, they get flash, they get entry kills, and they put themselves in a good spot, which is forcing Team Splice to play behind the smokes. So very well done, Ryu, for coaching them. I hope to see you soon. Back to you, Stunna.
I hope to see you too, Eric. God bless. All right, so we saw Slimmy take his boys into Mirage. We know he loves Mirage. Is he going to have the same sort of leadership, the same kind of impact here with that Selfless roster?
So we saw what they could do with a map that had that open skybox where you get that creativity. Cobble's the same way.
All right, well, I guess the game is ready to go, and the commentators are standing by, so take it away, Blazed.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. We'll take it away from you. So again, we go to Cobblestone here. We're like 4 for 4 on Cobblestone so far. Why is it that like North American teams always want to go towards it?
Well, I think it's just one of those maps where a lot of teams just play it simply in North America, so it's not in the veto stage. A lot of these teams are coming in and they're going over and I think it's a much easier map to go over. So if you're Slemmy, for instance, you're like, hey, we can go over Mirage, we can go over, Cash, Dust 2, Cobble pretty easily. So let's keep that in the pool. And then maps like Overpass will go over later because it might take a longer time to really solidify themselves and play that map well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now as we talk a little bit more, in the first map here about things that we saw that need to be transitioned over here. Were there any like huge reoccurring mistakes really from either side that you think now need to be corrected that would carry over into a second map like this one?
That's a good question, Blue. It is a different map. I think Cobble is much different than Mirage and how you could play it. I think you could be a lot more. Actually, both maps you could be pretty loose on, but I think what I'm going to mainly look for, Blue, is to see if Slimmy has that same drill-type strategy that we saw on their T-side Mirage and how that's going to help them. But, yeah, I don't know if I could compare any mistakes that they made on those maps to this map. It's a completely different map. Both these teams kind of have new leaders. Every map could be completely different in this sense. Yes. They might be really good on one map and really bad on another map at this point in their season.
So a fresh start, essentially, we could expect a completely different scoreline because of that. Once you just, in theory, stop the other one here.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
We'll find out, of course, as we've gotten started. We already have a kill on the board as well. Sabrosa trying to get counter boosted there inside of Skyfall, and we did see him get taken down pretty quickly. Sabrosa now gone from the field, and Kusa tried to make an aggressive move here too, outside of the mid connector, but was spotted out by both Slemmy and I think his teammate sitting next to him here, no one. As they were able to push him right back inside. Again, not really affirming anything off of that one, as they now are actually going to just group up here and go for a pretty quick push out towards the broken wall approach. Ethan gets tags down one of these players down to pretty low HP, but then quickly has his own life taken away from him here. It's Finesse, though, tapping away at long range. He's able to find Slemmy, takes him down. Nifty with one more kill here for the T side. It's going to bring it down to just 2 for CLG. Now as Finesse goes in again, ripping these players to shreds. He's got a second one on his belt now, but still plenty more to go, and he still has to be able to impact here. Cutler can't do it all, unfortunately, if he gets traded out in a moment. And in fact, that's going to happen. So now it falls to Cutler, and this is going to look grim, especially with how passive these guys are playing in the post plant. He's got to be the one to get aggressive and push these guys out because they're not peeking anytime soon. He knows this, so he's got actually the armor by. He might want to try to back away from this one. Gets one player. Both of the remaining ones are somewhat lit, but Caboose is just going to move in and put it into it before it can go any further, and it's Selfless to take control of the pistol.
Yeah, that was very well played by Selfless, and it's an impossible round for Cutler to win if they play that right. So if he goes to the left at the cube and he tries to kill the person on the stairs, all the person on the stairs has to do is just hide and just wait, right? If he pushes towards statue, all the person on the statue has to do is just wait until he fully commits, and then all of a sudden all 3 of them peek at the same time, right? So it was very, very well played by the Selfless guys by simply just, just go AFK. there's so many times in CS where you could just win the round by going AFK, and I think that was a really good example of it. But now anti-eco right now for Selfless, but 2 scout buys on FNS and Cutler. I'm not like a huge fan of the scout buy on Cobble, actually. I think, 2 scouts are probably too much on this map. I think 1 scout is probably better if you even want to go that route. A lot of the time you could just have, pistol armor if you're going to force here. I don't think scouts are that effective, on this map, nearly as much as other maps at least.
Well, it is your default opener from Selfless now. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. Slemmy, unfortunately, getting tagged very early on, down to 13 HP already, so he's going to be able to hide back for the rest of this one with the SMG. Maybe able to highlight himself a nice little angle to play off of if they're able to get into the site successfully, but CLG will look to stop things at the foot as they have some pretty aggressive angles, specifically at the edge of long, where Cutler, there you go, he's going to finish the job against Slemmy. There immediately gets the clotheslining headshot against him. And there really is no response from the side of Selfless on that one, so they'll get that kill for free. Ethan just jumping up really quickly to being able to spot one of these guys. Another tag from the scout against no one to bring him down to 30 HP at the moment. Not a whole lot of progress being made. They may attempt to keep, I think this is DSR here in the tunnels now for like some sort of a drop split, but no, that'll be called away. And they will instead just group up here in the mid connector and try to brute force their way out onto A. But there is resistance here as well. It's going to take them all before they're able to impact, as they do have to fall back to further positions on the site. But FNS, after tagging another one, he's going to be lit down. They saw Kusta dropping downstairs. Kusta, he'll get a kill actually, but it will then be traded back out by Caboose. So it's down to an even 3v3, but here's Cutler again. They didn't realize that that second one was in play. The bomb's now down on the ground with 8 seconds left, and Cutler still able to tag these guys. Ethan whips out the pistol and picks up the kill. This ends up going into a 1v1. Ethan, with 1 second left, just ducks behind cover, and that will allow for CLG to win this out via the timer, and DSR just ducks away inside of the shed to be able to save the AK.
Yeah, like I said, double scout on Cobble at A, the greatest strategy of all time. No, I mean, I'm not really sure what Slemmy especially was doing there with 13 HP, just running to his death at long A with no chance of a trade kill or anything, just giving his life up like that. Didn't make much sense to me. The reason I don't think the scouts are very good, on Cobble comparatively to other maps, is because most teams just go, a lot of teams go drop on the anti-ecos, right? And in that situation, like, the scouts are just really tough. I mean, if you jump through the whole, to the right side, what are you going to do? I mean, it's very difficult to win the round being on statue if they go through drop or anything like that. So now Selfless goes towards 5 long A, immediately getting that kill onto Cutler. And we might see a little bit of what we saw with Mirage, where it was just constant back and forth. The Slemmy kills FNS, takes A control. Sabrosa jumping through the smoke out of heaven, gets the kill on DSR, looks to his right, doesn't see anybody, dies to Nifty Scout. And the last 2 players are seen from CLG, so this should be a cleanup by Selfless.
Yep, Kus is just going to be completely surrounded here by the remaining members, and Selfless by pure pushing with that 5-man play over there out onto A, and with the rest of these CTs pretty much just not being able to account for that, they do get themselves side control pretty quickly and are able to tip the scales once again here and send us into another force-up for CLG.
Yeah, I don't like CLG playing FNS and Cutler at the same spot, though, together. I think you want to separate those guys. I think that's like your veteran leadership. That's your guys who are going to tell other people how to play as they go back into another double scout setup on Cobble. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you have Cutler at one side, you have FNS at the other side, as I believe both scouts connected right away. One at 50, one at 28
They're
health.
full out of you now, aren't they?
Yeah,
well, it
real.
moves out, and Cutler's down at 50 HP after that exchange. Finesse also tapping away, I believe over here onto Slemmy as well, bringing him to 57 HP. They are given control of the staging ground leading up to the edge of long A, but they have to take a lot of damage by doing so. And now, actually, this potentially could get called off and sent over towards B. DSR is still trying to keep the dream alive a little bit, though, or at the very least keep the illusion alive that they'll be pushing into this site yet again, just like 2 rounds back by just firing off with the Tech 9. But everything is held for them. There's still a minute left on the clock, and I think in that last time that we saw that, they won via the timer. And they didn't wait. They really waited till about like 20 or 30 seconds were left on the clock before they actually started the execute. So they may just take a page out of the book and try to do that again here. In the meantime, though, FNS snuck in, but the timing on his push towards suicide is unfortunately is not going to be flawless, as we do see one of the T's peeking back in to take him down before he's able to push in and attempt to knock out one of the members of Selfless here. But now we have pressure being applied over here towards the Broken Wall, and it's still a 3-man stack on B, which is now where things are going to get pretty weak here, as Caboose instantly headshots Cutler, knocks him down. There's Ethan sneaking up against Nifty to take him out at the very least, but the remaining 3 players to the CT side have now been restricted over here at the wall.
Yeah, it's tough for them to break in through this. I mean, a smoke down on the door. DSR is going to probably re-smoke it in a second. Not much hope from them, so they're going to opt to save. And CLG is actually doing a good job of that, Blue. They consistently, when they know the round is in a position where they really just can't win it. They always save their guns, and they usually do so successfully. And I think a lot of teams make that mistake where they go for these rounds right here, and it's just never going to happen. I mean, you might win it 1 out of 100 times, and that 1 out of 100 times that you win it is generally because the other team just completely messes up or something like that, right? And they chase too early, right? So, you know, they opt to save, and good on them for it. I commend them for that.
So off of that one, Selfless, again, retake control of the balance of things here. And that should, well, we are actually going to see another investment roll in again here from the side of CLG. They do still have the saves, but it does appear as though pretty much everybody else is going to be full saving after that one. To correct myself there. Everybody else is going to be rounding out around the 2K mark. They do not invest, and then they're just going to wait for the next round after this one.
Yeah, they are, but you know, any economic damage they do here is going to be a small win for them. But losing that second round just puts them into that big hole right now. Caboose posting up on this long A, no one as well, gets 2 more. So that just gets completely smashed, and now Ethan gets boosted up and dropped, battling Slemmy and for a while there. And now FNS up here with his USP. I'm surprised he doesn't just go back and get that other gun that was dropped, even if it wasn't ump. So he's just going to look for an exit, and this round is easy for Selfless.
Yeah, an easy walkover for Selfless with them trying to play aggressively out towards the mid connector and over towards long A position. It just does not pan out, and the guns which they did carry over from the previous round really aren't worth it, unfortunately, even losing Ethan there too. So now it's just going to be Finesse with, again, a UMP to play with, but they may actually decide to push back in here just to try and take him out quick. The flashbang, though, actually doesn't work, but Caboose kills him anyway. Nicely played from Caboose. And that is Selfless continuing to trudge forward here, not allowing anyone to save, but by not purchasing anything in the last round, well, CLG will be good to reinvest immediately right here.
Yeah, that was not good by Caboose, though. He should not have pushed that. He was very lucky he didn't die there. He had nobody to trade. He just literally should have given up his M4. But he got lucky that I believe it was FNS just shot too early. Before he came out of the door, he shot his gun barrel. Not something we would see from Mixwell, Mr. Composed, right? A little uncomposed there. But anyways, now CLG coming to the buy round. Quick B plat control peek by Ethan. Spots a couple, drops down, does some good damage, and Selfless just looking for a quick burst onto this B site.
Yeah, so the spray does go out, and again, no kills from it, but at the very least does about half the HP off both No One and Slemmy. And it does push them back from the broken wall here. While they were initially pushed out towards it, Nifty just tucked himself here behind the big box, and the others are in the halls once again. Caboose, though, just gets destroyed by Ethan on an extremely ballsy play. Moves in and even recommits to be able to get a second one here. He'll take down DSR, and all of a sudden, Selfless are quite injured. They're going to have to limp their way back from this B push, and more than likely try to change this up into some sort of an A hit, but still already, they know for a fact that that is going to be a possibility. So you can see Sabrosa starting to adjust his position a little bit and get ready to rotate over when they spot this. Well, there we go. There's Finesse playing beautifully behind that little bump up pole there. Gets 2 more kills, and now it's just Nifty 1v5.
Yeah, so he wants to do as much economic damage as possible here. We'll see how Ethan opts to play it. He's hidden in the flowers, I believe, or maybe spotting, only with 22 HP. And this is a big round for CLG if they can come out clean and really save a lot of their economy here.
Nifty again slowly pushing his way forward, having to check every single angle because they never even got up to this point before. They let him out. He gets that kill onto Ethan and that deeper cubby now, but pretty quickly after that one, it's the chicken coop peek from Kusta that will prevent him from going any further. 2-4 now, as that's held very well by CLG, but there is still cash flow to work with here on the Selfless side to reinvest.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Selfless, like this could have been one of those rounds where they just, you know, end up getting, 4 kills and then sending them on eco even if they lose that round, but not able to get any trades, allowing CLG to live with 4 alive, and that means they'll probably be able to buy in this upcoming round even if they lose this one.
Now it is going to be Selfless pushing their way back out again over here onto that broken wall approach. Pretty much everybody grouped together. I think they have 1 splitting from this group before to go towards drop. And potentially already committing himself to it in a moment here as well. But he'll stick back for now as all 4 do group up here. And Ethan sitting down below at Broken, preparing for this eventual push. The guy towards the drop did actually fade away and move in with the rest of these guys. The 5th also joining them here now as well. They're prepared for it, but smokes and Molotovs are actually preventing them from moving out, and this gives time for CLG to prepare for this one itself. Caboose out, Kusta flashbang, perfect take so far from Selfless. Ethan tries to send it into the other direction, but it's not going to work out. We have quick rotates, but even so, it's 2v4, and they don't really have a good lock in terms of where these guys are going to be playing from just yet. They know that there has to be presence further back in the site, so at the very least, Finesse feels confident enough to be able to push back in. He spots one, though, but he's very heavily committed when he goes for that play. So Nifty actually has a pretty easy time of taking him down. And for Cutler, well, there's just no hope. So he will fall away to save.
Yeah, again, saving his gun and Selfless. They did the same exact strat that they wanted to do the round before, by the way, where Ethan just stomped on him and got the 2 kills, early entries, did a bunch of damage and stuff like that. They did the exact same strat that they wanted to set up that round. This time, though, the no pressure at the B plat. They had 2 towards A, very, very deep in the A halls, and they just, you know, are able to execute their strat. They get out on the platform, they go out of the smokes and actually hit the site with really nicely timed flashbangs in order to stop them. And now CLG, like I said, they're able to get this buy-in, but it's not as good as you'd think it would be with 4 alive, right? You'd think maybe they'd have at least, you know, 1 more gun here, something like that, with maybe just like 2 guys force mine. But instead, no op, a mag 7, 2 pistols, and 2 M4s. So CLG will hopefully not try to play this game like, or this round very standard, you know, take a calculated risk, as Selfless going in, countering what they're trying to do completely with this quick A split.
Yeah, Finesse there. Chuz gets some damage on a Slummy, but beyond that, he is very, very quickly knocked out. And already, Molotov's in the balcony. I think there's already a smoke been applied into the main doorway there too, and they'll just reapply that right now. So there's not a lot that these 4 can do, and actually it wouldn't be too surprising to see all 4 of them fall back, at the very least post up for exits, but if not, then just go completely around to save the guns, because there's nothing they can do. They get completely boxed out, and Selfless just have an easy walk up to the site after taking down Finesse.
Yeah, and they save, and I think that's a very, very smart move again. Like, I mean, that's one thing CLG's been doing, you know, that they consistently do right, is like, you know, analyzing the risk versus reward of going for the round. So they decide to save with these 4 weapons. Let's see if they can get any exits. It's a pretty easy map to get exits on. Cobble, I mean, mag 17 drop like they are. There's so many angles that they could really easily get kills on. Ethan might just stab and boost in the back right there, but no.
How did he swing around? He was looking at door when he shot at him first.
Not only that, but he was jumping in the air. Still able to get the kill. So I believe that was Caboose onto that. So I think there was another kill that happened as well, so they're only able to save 2 of those guns.
Yeah, so they spin it around really quickly, and CLG, unfortunately, will not be able to invest beyond those 2 saved guns. Cutler and Kusta will carry them into this round here, the 9th of the half, but for Selfless, well, they're right back onto the buy themselves, and it's a quick 3-2, just your general opener. Again, really nothing super fantastic happening just yet. They do move out pretty quickly to Broken Wall to counter out extra early aggression. Meanwhile, on the CT side there and the B side, they're going to boost Cutler up on top of the tree box there. And the rest of the team just waits patiently outside of either the mid-connector or long A itself to play things down on the Selfless side.
Yeah, so they're going to hope that they run into their guns here. But again, I don't know. I don't really agree with this type of a setup necessarily. I think it's a lot better if you kind of keep your guns with your pistol players and just have your pistol players like take contact, and even if they die, usually the M4 player can get a lot of kills in scenarios like this. But it seems like they're almost doing like a default, right? They just have 1 long A halls, 1 in the connector, 3 towards B, kind of just listening for drop. And it's tough to win the round when you play like this, when you really only have two guns.
Well, they are going to move forward here now in to take control, and you still only have the 2 players on CLG on A side watching out for this. In fact, one of them has already gone down. Now it's just going to be Ethan here, and all he has is a P250. There's a quick rotate from Sabroz. In fact, he's going to go past the smoke, but now he's lost Ethan. Sabroz is the only one here. Yeah, again, they just get completely outclassed in terms of the site take, as those rifles were positioned in the wrong side to counter it out, so they're probably just going to get sent back into the B halls and saved once again.
Yeah, they will, and this is going to be like the feels like every round, Blue. They're saving their guns, and Selfless is just hunting them.
It happened back on the Optic game on Dust 2 too. There was a lot of rounds that was happening like that. Where there was a lot of, like a whole load of save calls. Well, they are actually going to move for this one. They double team it and get both kills as well. Caboose and Slemmy. DSR gets sent back inside of the transition room, but he gets to the kill on Akusta. Now it's only 1 left alive, and they know where he's at. They double peek it, but it doesn't matter. Cutler's able to pick up now his 2nd, and he's going to go for the 3rd, but he runs out of ammo and gets flashed. So Nifty will take him down, and no saves this time for CLG, unfortunately.
And you see a lot of saves on Dust 2 and Cobble. A lot of the reason for it is because the retakes are so difficult. Especially like B on Dust 2 is just so difficult to retake. A is so difficult to retake as well if they could plant for long and have an op there and you just don't have a smoke or anything like that. It's just, what are you going to do, right? On Cobble, both sites are very tough to retake as well unless you're there positioned early because the stairs are just so strong at B, and then A, there's just about 1 million spots. So.
Yeah, well, we do have, again, Selfless preparing their players. It's 4 outside this time, but it's still a fairly general opener. Only keeping, who is that? That is going to be, I believe, Nifty in the B halls there. Later to rotate back over and regroup with the rest of the team. Again, very decidedly probably going to send this into A, at least initially. But Cutler will wait over here, see if he can do any work with the Deagle. Half HP going off, and none traded onto him as he quickly falls back and plays it to the site instead. They've spotted the play here. Don't know what's going on down in the mid connector just yet, but they can have suspicions, especially with the utility being tossed back out here. It's Finesse playing contact there and waiting to see if Selfless are going to follow through with the push.
Yeah, this is Deeg spot at the Long Hills. I remember I was watching Cajun B and just got like 4 kills. So they come through middle, kill FNS very, very easily. Caboose comes out and gets another one, so the crossfire doesn't work out for CLG. And now, again, they're just going to kind of look for exits. They have the 5-7s. There's pretty much no hope in winning this round, especially with the smokes and Molotovs down at all those choke points. Ethan going down to a Slemmy there, and now familiar territory for CLG.
Another save, and this time, well, it probably won't even really be a save realistically for Kusta. He will have to try to get himself in a position. I was actually expecting Subrosa to be the one to fall further back since he still has armor at the very least to take into the next round, but no. Now he moves forward, and he's been rewarded with an AK, but he has to take down at least one more player. Thankfully, it's the one at 28 HP, so he accomplishes that goal. Now Kusta's going to see if he can get anything as a bit of a bonus for himself. Actually makes the decision to fall back over here since they have another rifle waiting on the ground right here inside of the door. So if he can just pick that one up and not take the risk of losing his own life, that'll be great. Great stuff, speaking of which, from Subrosa there as he sprays down through the door, takes out Nifty. That's another one gone down. And this is only going to be 2 surviving yet again from Selfless.
Yeah, only 2 surviving, but you know, at the end of the day, it's 8-2, and the only round CLG has won is the one where Ethan just got really aggressive at Long B, did a lot of work, and then their eco round where they had the 2 scout kills, or the 2 scouts. So it's not looking very promising by CLG. They're saying, hey, we had the success with the 2 scouts. Let's upgrade him to double ops and see what we could do. And I think this is actually where they have the best strength of their team. They usually utilize ops pretty well when they double op on their CT sides. You know, Dust 2, Mirage, both these maps, they a lot of the time have a lot of success on it.
Well, we again have an aggressive player for CLG moving out towards A long, and this is going to be Cutler, waiting to see if he can catch anybody on the steps moving back up to push in against him. No one's going to go up. He tries to flick it, but the shot is going to miss, so he's just going to pop off the smoke. Waiting a moment. It seemed like he wanted to have second thoughts on that one, but still follows through with it. DSR, in the meantime, did take down Subrosa. And beyond this now, the CTs are playing a 2-2 split. They will add a third back onto the B bomb site. Selfless have a big stack of players getting prepared to push in here potentially, as those 2 from the A courtyard just move their way back in and essentially lead into what is going to be a standard B execute. A few heading into drop. I believe it'll be 2 right now, with the remaining 3 going for a push out on a cat. And in they go. They deploy smokes and whatnot now, just waiting a second for that Molotov to fizzle down a bit, and they'll move in. And there's not a lot of initial resistance. In fact, Kusta's going to miss his first shot, re-peeks into a second, and is able to get that one, waiting for DSR, but now taken down by the Ferryman. He's trying to kill more trades, and it goes into the favor of Selfless as they get control of things. It's down to Cutler, but he's been able to bring this into a 1v2, and he's got the bomb on the ground in front of him, which he's going to molly off now. Spots DSR on the peak, but I think the reverse is true as well. And he's going to go for this one, but DSR has the op. It doesn't matter, and close up, he misses the no-scope. So Nifty will still control the round for Selfless. But these last 3 have come down to very, very low numbers for Selfless. So while it is buying through their economy, they continue to win, and because of that, they continue to maintain their buys.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a lot of money. Good job by Cutler there, even giving him a chance to win that round. He actually shot before he died. So he had a good chance of killing Nifty there. But Nifty able to close it out, gets that frag, and now Selfless looking like a well-oiled machine on this Cobble. CLG feeling the pressure of being down 9-2, decide to op again and buy again, with Kusta having that, and they have an ump from Moss and 2 M4s, but not much utility. So nothing to really stop Selfless from doing whatever type of strategy they want, except for Kusta maybe getting aggressive somewhere. But without utility, I mean, you could throw any nades you want, you could throw any Molotovs you want, and it's very difficult to stop any of those strats. Generally, to stop those strats, Blue, like some type of a B execute, usually requires like a well-placed smoke by you, a well-timed Molotov, or flashbangs. And they only have 3 flashbangs and a smoke to their name right now, and one's on Kusta, who's all the way over at A. So.
Well, they are going to swing their way out here as Cutler. It's a nice little casual spot of the player as long, but he quickly falls back, does not decide to stick around there. And now the rest of them are going to drop in towards A here. Potentially an A pinch coming in here in a moment, as they still have those 2 guys committed, and they've smoked off the transition room. But I think CLG knows what's up. Finesse is sneaking back in, looking for the window jump out. They gave him time to get up close here, so he could do some massive damage and completely kill this. There's one. There's the second. He's going for the third. Takes a second, but he gets it. And now he's rewarded with the bomb as it goes leaping outside of the window itself. No one's going to move in and see if they can change up the dynamic, but no, it's Cutler. As he spotted this before, he knew this was coming, and Kusta's going to close out with the last kill. Flawless from CLG as they grab a 9th.
Yeah, very well-positioned play by FNS there. I mean, whenever you get in that spot, you're guaranteed 1 kill. Literally guaranteed. But do you see how he dodged the flash there very, very well? And to be honest, even if he gets blind there, as long as he holds mouse 1, he has a very good chance of getting at least 1 kill. Because, you know, there's really only one little tiny spot that they can come out of. It's kind of like HUD on Nuke, right? Even if you get full blind, you just hold mouse 1 and probably get frags. So FNS kind of carries them through that round, able to get their 3rd on the board, and now, you know, they're at a point though where they really need to get some rounds going here for CLG.
They move through Ethan hiding in the smoke. He gets flashed as well, but he's trying to finish off these kills. He lit up one of them, but was only able to actually get the single kill there. The last one will survive with an 8 HP, and now we're already down to 2 members of CLG. Both are outside of the doorway here. They can't do anything, and again, they've called for a save, just falling back, and they're going to let Selfless push into double digits.
Yeah, that quick B hit, jumping through the smokes, well-timed with the flashbangs. CTs just kind of get more blind than the Ts in that situation. They're both playing up close, so a very hectic situation. If you're FNS and Ethan, where guys are flying all across your screen. Fortunately for them, Selfless is getting unblind before they do. I think they got 1 kill, but immediately gets traded out, and then all of a sudden that B-site's taken. And not only is it taken, but it's taken with limited utility usage. So any hope for a retake is almost non-existent because they're going to have Molotov, smokes, flashes. You're just never going to be able to get into the site in that case.
Well, Caboose is going to push forward here and actually take out one more of the players that's trying to save. Cutler goes down, and they do not have the money to really buy back into him. If they do force it, it's going to be a lot of sacrifices, as they still have that op in check, so we'll see in a moment here now.
Yeah, and I think they will force here. They're really feeling the pressure of being down, you know, 10-3, and they do opt to force there, especially because they save an op. Anytime you save an op, I know we haven't seen like any op picks, it seems like, on this CT side, despite them having so many, and they're just never making it 4v5. But anytime you do have an op, you can make that save worth it. It's just the op has just been non-existent for this CLG team. I mean, they get it, and then, you know, Cutler almost won that round late into the B site, but they never make it 4v5 or anything, and every time they take point and take contact and try to get an early advantage and make it 4v5, it's an umper fighting them, or an M4 being boosted drop or something like that. It's never an off taking a peek.
You can see Ethan again sitting back over here by the broken wall, waiting for Selfless. He definitely knows that there's a presence over here, but this is, again, a fairly standard assumption, so we won't see any reactions from the CLG side just yet, but they're moving very swiftly into the site yet again. They need to get these A players over here, or they're going to get boxed out, and if this goes successfully, which right now it is, it's going to be another save call that has to be made as they take this into the last round of the half. Sabrosa trying to do something with a shotgun. He gets it, but is then shot in the back by Nifty, takes him down. The last two have not even gotten to the drop room yet. They're just now jumping inside, but it does appear as though they may decide, nope, cancel that. Looked like FNS was moving in, but it's only to pick up the AK, I believe. Again, another save call, and Selfless will be getting an 11th here.
Yeah, we gotta check out on the score, right? How many rounds COG has lost, but kept the guns? Like, let's see how many rounds they've saved so far. 14 rounds in here. This is gonna be one. No, those are the rounds they won. We gotta look at the rounds they lost.
The T rounds. Look at the rounds where they survived.
So
it's always 2 players.
Yeah, and they're consistently. I mean, it seems like every single round they're saving their guns, or trying to save their guns at least. So going to be 11-3. CLG is going to be on a super poorly bought round here.
That had to be like 5 or 6 at least.
Yeah, well, a lot of them they were saving, and they even got chased down. So Cutler able to save his gun in this instance, though, killing DSR at the end there. And now 11-3, and it's a big hill to climb back from if you're CLG.
Yeah, this is pretty quickly turning into a stomp here, and it's not even like they're just wiping them every single round either. They actually just take the site so quickly, or CLG actually fails to recognize that the commitment is coming in. So the rotates always take so long, and they just never have the time to actually rotate over there. And the players that are left out of the site, well, they have no choice. They really have to save. Finesse is going to try a bold move this time, but it doesn't pan out. Best he does is bring Nifty down to 60 HP, but Caboose is going to get that kill. No reaction to that, though. We don't actually see the T's really try to follow through by quickly pushing out to the B-bomb site. They're all still just going to sit back here on the platform and wait to see if anyone tries anything else, which, well, they did, but he very quickly had second thoughts on that one. Ethan jumped up, and then as soon as he saw the spray, jumped back down.
Yeah, I mean, that was how they won the round before, right? When Ethan jumped up there and was able to get 2 kills. So they're like, hey, let's just try it again. But instantly puts into a 4v5. Selfless taking their time, grouping up towards B. They still have somebody watching the A flank. A pop flash comes out. Ethan gets 1 and dies, so not worth it. Does get a little bit of info, though. And Kusta with the scout at the square. Gets a nice kill onto Nifty, but now kind of has to back up towards the rock, and they kind of have to try to kill them while they cross the site. But with good utility usage on Selfless, they should be able to get the bomb down.
Well, there's no saving in the 15th round, and thankfully they still have a part of the site to work with here, so they will allow for the A players to successfully rotate in this time. DSR, though, up on top of the box right now, could just destroy them if they don't account for him, and they don't. Kusa doesn't even look above him. He swings in for the second, and he knows that Cutler's sitting out here. He's going to do it. DSR goes big on the 15th round and is going to secure the 12th for Selfless. They will control a massive lead coming off of their first half, and guys, in just a minute here, we're going to decide if they're going to be able to swing right through and make it 1-1 for the evening, or if CLG will have a chance for a comeback. Stay tuned right here, guys, to the ESL Pro League, and we'll be returning in a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, guys. Well, it's the last half of the evening here now. CLG versus the guys from Selfless here, who, again, just as a note as well, you know, for those that missed it, lost their Pro League spot like 3 weeks ago, and then actually were able to get it back because of the fact that Echo Fox's roster died. And there was a last-minute qualification match for the two teams that did not win the relegation matches, and they were the one that won it. So they're in this Pro League by a bit of a lucky account there, in the fact that the guys from Echo Fox weren't able to field a roster in time. But anyway, we're back in the second half already here now. CLG's on the T side. And very, very quickly, we have some aggression coming out, actually, inside of the B-Halls. Nifty's not been able to spot Cutler, however, sitting up on top of here. He's going to loop around, and he sees him now. Bit iffy because he's moving right now. Doesn't want to miss this headshot. He's hoping he'll stop and he can actually pick it up. And also, as well, this patience can do huge work. There's one. Oh, my God, Nifty. He's even going to go for the fourth right now. He gets it out of ammo, stuck in the corner. Finally goes down to Kusta. But what damage he just did is going to be completely unrecoverable. Kusta will see what he can do. He picks up that kill, but there's already 3 more to go. And they're all sitting in this B site waiting for him.
That was awesome. That was freaking awesome by Nifty. Hopefully they don't keep challenging Kusa 1v1, because he does have a USB armor and a smoke grenade, and A site is, I mean, completely open. So I'm not 100% sure what they're... I mean, they just have like 3 guys connector. This is very, very odd for me to see. But, you know, if he went towards A, he'd be able to not only get the bomb down, but definitely have good potential into winning the round. He is going towards B, though, so he's kind of going into this stack, and it's going to be very tough for Kusta to win it off of, you know, Nifty's huge 4K.
Kusta will try to push his way back in, as Daze mentioned, right into the stack of CTs. He spotted them. He's actually got a couple of isolated duels, but just not finding the headshots right now. Push back. He's now at 43 HP. They're moving in a crunch on him, though, and they will take him down. So DSR is going to finish the job, take down Kusta, and we'll look at this again from a couple different angles. Nifty just destroying things here. And you know where else you're going to be able to see people get destroyed like that? If you go to theaters and see John Wick this Friday. John Wick 2, that is.
Yeah, I hear John Wick, he drinks a lot of Soylent. They're not a sponsor of us anymore, though.
Just giving them out there for free.
I mean, it was just really fun talking about Soylent all the time.
So we're on to the second round. Force up from CLG now. Since they were not able to get a plant that time, they just go right into the Tech 9 buy. Slemmy just hanging back here. Trying to see if he can spot any of these guys with the SMG. They certainly know that he's going to be hiding somewhere around the suicide steps. They leap in, and it's actually Cutler that grabs that kill. So to start off, it goes 5v4.
Yeah, I don't know what Slemmy is doing over there. Why didn't he just drop his smoke grenade and run away towards long A? Just gets caught out for no reason, and that's the second time on the second round that he is just giving his life away for free almost. I mean, I know he does a little bit of damage, but it's just really bad decision makings by Slemmy there. I mean, we saw it on the T side as well when he just got scouted, you know, for no reason. So questionable decision making there puts his team into a pretty bad spot. I mean, they are taking A, Nifty holding on the site, and they have somebody in the back, but he's going to die from middle. So no one really has to multi-frag here.
Yeah, and they will get good control of the site. No one actually firing off a bit early, but he gets the kill. Now swinging wide here, but goes down to Sabrosa, who has scavenged the UMP off of one of his dead opponents there. Still 4 up and running for CLG, and there's basically no room for Selfless to work with. They boost up. DSR punishes that against Sabrosa, but now only one remains, and he's pretty quickly going to be taken care of too. So things just like, I think this has happened in like 3 of the 4 halves so far, where one team won the pistol and then they were immediately upset in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, no one had a chance to get a clean frag and maybe make something happen there, but his teammate just throws a flash over as high as possible, and then as soon as no one sees him, his team flashes him, and it's hard for him to get that kill clean, so they just like sabotaged him there for whatever reason.
Yeah, and off of that here, well, CLG, they are going to get themselves a bit of a buy advantage this time around, but Selfless is most certainly going to force into it as they have the chance to crunch this match and take it 1-1 right here. But that's not the best start to a round. Nifty immediately just getting destroyed via a headshot here. So let me just try to swing out there too, hiding behind the little hay barrels there, but that's not going to pan out. We have the shotgun in the hand of DSR, but even he is going to be managed by Ethan. And now it just looks at No One and Caboose, each with a P250, so more than likely this is going to be a clean fifth, relatively clean, from CLG.
Yeah, and you have to think, I mean, when you're on Selfless right now, you have the game in your hands if you just win that second round. That is how your half started. Your half started, the last half was when, you know, you were going back and forth on these early rounds, and then you were able to solidify your economy on the T side. You know, that's how it happened. And you're just giving CLG that opportunity, right, to come back and get a strong lead, somewhat similar to how you did on your T side.
So look at this, actually. The guys from Selfless trying to get aggressive here. Slemmy gets 1 kill, but that more than likely is going to be it. Yeah, that's probably one of the fastest rounds. 13 seconds I have ever seen.
That was pretty quick. And yeah, I mean, that's 2 rounds. That's right away that they've won both pistols on this map. Selfless did, right? And then first half they got scouted on the second round. And then, you know, here they end up losing to the Tech 9 buy of CLG. So both anti-ecos, they're losing that second round. When had they won that, they would have already won this game so far. I almost guarantee it.
So the guys from CLG go into the default spread here. Not trying anything creative at the beginning of the round. Just again, you have Ethan posting himself up above the drop room. A couple guys, or apologies, no, he's out over here on the catwalk approach. But a couple more guys just falling back over there to the mid courtyard. And beyond this, they are going to move in for some aggression over here towards the long, but it's only into that little staging area. They are not going to push forward and take control of anything just yet, as they still have 1:20 left on the clock, and they were big fans of kind of running down the clock as well in certain situations back on that last map.
Yeah, taking it slow here. just a complete default, it looks like. But the difference is they don't take any type of A hall's control. They don't really put much pressure at A. It still spreads out the defense, so they're going back to B, and the goal is already there, right? They already did their goal at A, to keep 2 at A, and they're pretty deep in the A side if you're Selfless, and they barely used any utility doing that. So they have a full smoke Molotov execute if they want to go onto this B site.
Well, now we have CLG getting prepped to move out. Pretty much all 5 players. In fact, it is all 5 players now moving out towards the broken wall. Selfless themselves, again, fairly standard setup, so we should prepare them. They should be prepared to be ready to try and shut this out if they can. But CLG is running that timer down really, really low. In fact, Molotov just now being deployed from the CT side over up on that platform. And that's going to send them all out the broken wall route. Caboose gets 1, but is then traded out. DSR, again, up on top of this broken wall box, or apologies, just up on top of the tree box, I should say, moves in to take down Finesse. Eliminating him, no one swinging back in. This is going great so far for Selfless here. Cutler and Kusta are the last 2 remaining. They may just be able to deny the play, and they will, and immediately afterwards take out Kusta to pick up the 14th round for Selfless. The first gun round goes their way. T's have plenty of money so they can buy through this, but they can only lose 2 more rounds here.
Yeah, and DSR getting the bomb down when he was on top of the cube was really what would just stop the round in the tracks, right? As soon as he got that bomb down, there was about like 10, 11 seconds left. There wasn't much the CLG guys could do. One thing I want to point out though is like Kusta there when he's just sitting there with the op, and his job was to cover his teammates, you know? Like, I don't know why he's taking out his op, walking forward, pulling out his knife, and things like that. Just sit there with your op and cover your teammates. Like, a pop flash at B plat is very common, you know? And that is your job, to cover them, and instead you're like pulling out, you know, your knife and things like that, and I just don't understand it. We're seeing Slemmy op, and they're, you know, Selfless op, they're just kind of getting it done by committee. We've seen Nifty picked it up, we've seen DSR pick it up, we've seen Slemmy pick it up, so they're kind of going that route where, hey, if you want to op, go ahead. If you're feeling it, go ahead. We're not just going to have anybody just always designated op here.
Well, we've got CLG, again, grouped up outside of the B approach. No commitment yet, but it is seeming like they aren't going to change it up in all reality. However, this time Selfless changed up their CT dynamic. They've got 3 guys out on A, fully committed either. It's not like they have the usual 1 player sitting in between the doorway. Got to be that really quick rotating to B. So this is all going to come down to DSR and Caboose to hold this. These guys have an easy path in, but once more they're running the timer down, and Selfless are starting to suspect something, as they have started to push no one back in. And here we go. The commitment comes in, but DSR, he gets boxed out from both sides. Caboose can't respond to it. That's a free sight hit that these guys are able to accomplish. No one quick on the rotate, but again, he can't get any kills either. He goes down to Cutler, and now these CTs have to fall back and save. They read that wrong. They way overcommitted to A, and now they pay the price. The CLG's going to walk away with this round.
Yeah, I think they wanted, you know, like you said, they were committed towards A pretty heavy. And it was one of those things where they won the round very easily at B before, right? They won it with 4 alive, and they're like, hey, they're probably not going to hit that again. They just got slaughtered. And instead, CLG plays the mind games and hits B again and punishes Selfless for preemptively, you know, adjusting their setup.
So the remaining 2 CTs won't even actually move all the way out to back towards like T-spawner, and they know that CLG would move in to hunt them down from those angles. They just position outside of these, mainly inside of the suicide steps, actually outside of like long A and the mid connector itself. So CLG will pick that one up. They get to survive for a little bit longer with those 2 saves. Then we'll find out in a moment if seems Selfless have the capability to be able to force back into this next one, and they shall. They're going for it. It does seem as though we have an SMG in the mix for no one, but the others, for the most part, I think with the exception of Slemmy, everybody else on this CT side is going to get a rifle to play with, so it's certainly not a bad decision to try and go for it here, assuming that they can shut down CLG immediately and take this up to 15 rounds. But even if they do that, again, keep in mind the cash flow for CLG. Well, I think it has been brought down a little bit. They should still have enough to be able to buy into the next one, even if all 5 players die.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. They have a lot of money right now. Enough to, you know, be able to easily afford another buy if they lose this round. Having said that, Selfless, you know, 14-7. We'll see how they opt to play it. Slemmy again opping. Not someone who you usually see pick up, you know the op, but we'll see if he can have success here because they are hitting his sight. But Kusta says,
"Nope."
Yeah, I'm a bit more experienced than you with it. Let me just handle this real quick. Takes him out 4v5 right away. They have complete map control. Selfless, though, they have somebody on the B plat, so they could overplay A here. He's even pushing up towards B. This is Caboose. He has all the information that they aren't even close towards B. So they could even put 3 players on this A site, and this could be trouble for CLG.
Well, we have these guys pushing forward onto the site now, but you also have Nifty up in the boost spot. He's flashed out, though. If they check it, they can do massive damage. He almost swings in for a double kill, but he'll just get one and get traded out. No one, though, taps in for a double. He's going to take down FNS, and now DSR sneaking back out. It's brought it down to 1. Kus is going to have to look to clutch 1v3, and he's surrounded from all sides here currently, down to 36. They do let him escape through the door, but oh no, correction on that one. DSR takes him down through the door as Selfless get themselves up to match point.
No one umping across the map at APC there. Just kills 2 players going out long A, and that player at the wood wall, just whoever that was, you know, at the end there after he died, you know, makes it so easy on that player because they're not expecting that 3rd player there after no one gets those 2 long-range ump kills.
Well, back into full gun rounds here. Selfless. Well, they've got a buy. Keep in mind, however, they still have that SMG sitting in the arsenal of Slemmy right now, and utility is going to be a bit more limited. But they actually still have a really decent stack going right now. The problem being is, again, they can just get reset right here if they're not able to save their rifles, and that's going to let CLG close the gap a bit more. But now they have to go 8 straight, and it's not even going to be for a map victory. It's just going to claim overtime. We've already seen one of those tonight. We could potentially see a second, as CLG's certainly shown some fighting power, but Slemmy's going to put a stop to that one as he moves in, gets the 1 kill, gets about 70% of the damage off on Akusta, bringing him to 38, so 60% in all reality, but it's Caboose. Beautiful kills from him. He's going to get 3 of the remaining 4. Cutler is not going to last very long either. Nifty's going to shut it out, and Team Selfless will take it immediately. They take control of map number 2, and the record between these 2 teams goes 1-1 for the evening.
Yeah, and that was a great job by Selfless there. And again, the thing you want to notice is across the map, we didn't see any of the action, but DSR was upper B, had complete plat control, and allowed them to play 3A. So they're essentially going to a stack with 3 players there. The other player towards drop had a quick A rotate as well. So those small things winning the round for Selfless.
All right, guys. So we're going to control this conversation now to the analysis desk. Stunna and Bach, what do you guys make of that second map?
You know, I don't actually make a whole lot of it, but my man Bach here can make something of it. What you got?
I mean, one of the things right off the bat, we talked about what Slemmy's impact would be with the team, and what did we see? Strong team play and good strategies coming out from Selfless, basically a repeat of Mirage, but now on Cobble.
No, absolutely. I mean, Slemmy is known to be a player that will bring structure to the team. He's all about the executes. He's all about just sort of attacking methodically and entering these bomb sites and really taking the team under his guise. I mean, in all reality, that's what we saw in the past 2 maps. So it was no surprise to see it there on Cobble.
Yeah, really strong and rigid leadership from him. It showed in several circumstances, several rounds where we just saw like a clean execute on the B site, and they attacked A quite frequently. So it wasn't like that just rush B. Like, they obviously had a deeper playbook.
I mean, to further expand on this topic, I mean, obviously, Selfless coming together very nicely under his leadership, but let's also kind of talk about the counter there that they were also putting upon CLG.
Yeah, I don't even feel like it was intentional. It just kind of happened that way. Several times the setup that CLG went with just got counterplayed by what Selfless was doing. How many times did we see, CLG left with 2 or 3 players away from the site because they maybe put their eggs in the A basket, it was a B take, or eggs in the B basket, and it's an A take.
Speaking of a B take, let's load up round 7 now. We've got Selfless on a B execute. Bach, can you walk us through this?
So this was just a really smooth round. This was kind of like textbook Counter-Strike. This was what we were looking for from Slemmy. Were they going to have these smooth executes? So Caboose gets close to that smoke. It's not anything fancy. It's nothing we've never seen before, but it comes together beautifully. The molly goes out to Molotov the cubby and the stairs. It's actually a triple Molotov, and now the flashbangs come out. Even though Ethan is playing the counter flash, the nades keep on pouring out, and Selfless is able to get into this B bomb site. Ethan tries to hide, or Akusta tries to hide in that corner that's been opened up just a little bit more. Even with Ethan in the counter flash corner, it comes down to a 4-on-2 in favor of Selfless. At this point, they get the bomb down, and FNS and Cutler don't really stand too much of a chance.
I mean, even to touch on this part right here, right? So we've got FNS and Cutler. They're electing to go for it here, but what we wouldn't see a lot during this game is CLG not saving. I mean, how many times did we see them save?
Yeah, so of the rounds that they were, or Selfless was winning, CLG saved 6 separate times. So on 6 separate occasions, sometimes more than one player had to retreat to the opposite side of the map to try and hold onto a rifle. Sometimes it was as many as 3, because at that point, Selfless had so much economic control that CLG really couldn't do anything. On a map like Cobble, you really want those utility grenades, like the Molotovs, to try and slow things down, and they just never really had it. So Selfless had full control of the map, full control of the money, and as a result, CLG just really couldn't get a leg up in the game.
All right, let's take a look at round 12 here, where FNS is able to do some damage as he does gather up a 3K.
Yeah, so this looked like maybe it would be the beginning of something promising for CLG, but it unfortunately just didn't happen. So Selfless, they do go into the drop room, and FNS actually plays this quite a nice angle outside the connector, right by the door, and they kind of just leap right into him. So he's hanging out at the bottom of the window, the flash comes through, he dodges it, and now it's just 1, 2, make it a third. It makes it look easy, and this was something that people would probably fault FNS for in the past, is that as far as raw firepower, he didn't necessarily bring that statistic. Here, he looked really strong for CLG, much stronger than he did when he played with them in the past.
Well, I mean, there's also the off chance that, you come back to this lineup, there's a little bit of a reinvigoration, I mean, I know it's kind of like a new team feel almost.
And it's also, there's that comfort level, too. It's like you get back into this team, and you're like, man, it's like I never left. So he can just kind of fall back into the role that he had before, and things just mesh perfectly.
Well, I mean, at this point for CLG, obviously being fiscally responsible, not enough to win games. Obviously when you're saving like that, you're giving up rounds, things of that nature happening. What can CLG do from now, I guess, to not have split maps anymore with a team like Selfless?
It's hard because in a lot of those situations, you can find merit behind those rounds they were saving. Because they're looking at the next round and like, okay, if we get 2 saves here, we can buy up and we can drop. But if we give them this round, we've already given them so many. And that was the problem, was that they were still saving deep into that half. And at that point, they had already bled 8, 9 rounds to Selfless on their T side. They just couldn't afford to give them any more.
Okay, so nonetheless, I mean, even if you were to amass a comeback, you're not going to be able to do it when you've got a play like this. Nifty coming out here on pistol round with the 4K. So let's take a look at this right now.
Oh, this is just backbreaking. Cutler's watching the push, but he peeks just a second too late. So they pass like ships in the night, and Nifty just nestles himself in the corner here.
In the night.
And at first, it appears as though this is going to backfire. Like, oh, God, Nifty, just shoot him already. And then all these other guys come around the corner, and you're like, wait, you did exactly what I wanted to do. Absolutely perfect. Gets the 4th kill, runs out of ammo. Doesn't even matter. The play's already basically sealing the pistol round for Selfless. Kusta actually hits a nice couple of shots here and puts himself in at least a winnable position, but still, the damage had been done.
Like, at that point, CLG's only hope really is to win that, or, going ahead and eco them the next round. But they're already on the back foot. They already lost the first half 12-3. So it's kind of, what are you going to do?
It's emotionally devastating. So even if you lose that pistol round and win the second round like they did, you're still broken from the fact that the pistol round happened the way that it did. I mean, your player was sitting right there. Cutler's on top of the drop stairs watching the push. The fact that Nifty gets around him is frustrating, to say the least. And I'm sure that there were some conversations amongst the roster for CLG after that happened that led to some frustrating things.
Okay, well, we're going to take a look at today's matchups and how they unfolded. So if you want to pull that up right in front of you. Renegades Optic, we watched that earlier. We just caught Selfless CLG. Vok, what is your overall outlook on the way this is shaping up so far this season?
I mean, it's a rather competitive season. I actually thought that the Selfless CLG game would be kind of dull, but it ended up being really exciting because of the way that the games played out. We saw Selfless come out swinging in the first map, but then they couldn't put together that second half, and then we saw them come out really strong again on the second map, but this time they were able to finish through.
I mean, even some of the storylines here, right? So let's start back earlier in the evening with Optic coming in with Hiko and Peacemaker. I'm not going to say Spencer's gloves are pretty cool looking. They match the Optic colors pretty well. But seeing how he fits into that team going forward, is that going to be a threat?
So what Hiko does now is he doesn't have to be like the top of the chart player. He just needs to be there in the clutch situations. So like Daze was even saying, like he has the ability to just kind of hang back and let the other guys do the dirty work. And then if he ends up in like a 2v1, he's going to win those rounds. He wins a lot of those 1v1s, and he won them a lot on Cobble. We saw a couple instances where Hiko was left alone, and he was able to clutch out the round for Optic. And I think that's the value he brings to the team. While they may have lost their in-game leader, Naf is doing a perfectly fine job calling the shots for Optic, and then Hiko is, kind of just filling that role of being the last man standing.
Yeah, last man standing, Mr. LMS himself. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedules as we will be back for day 3 of the Pro League. That's day 3 of 30, but it does look like we're going to get into Misfits, Liquid, and Luminosity and Renegades.
I'm really excited about that first game.
Oh, yeah, I personally want to see Misfits play. I feel like, they have that chance to also be a big deal this year.
Well, so it's also Misfits and also Liquid. The addition of Stanislaw, what's that going to mean for the team? How are they going to look in that first match? Is it really going to have a drastic effect, or is it going to be a little bit frustrating, a little bit rocky, a little bit rough?
Or has enough time even transpired to kind of like conjure up a formidable game plan?
Yeah, and it all comes down to those maps too. Like, we don't know what the maps are today. We'll find out. But if the maps don't skew to what Liquid's been practicing in that short period, could be very rough.
Well, that does it for us here today on the ESL Pro League Season 5. We'll be back tomorrow with the matchups you just saw. Misfits, that's the one to look out for. We'll catch you guys back tomorrow.